Chapter 66. 3000 Gene. 7000 Gene. 8000 Gene. 60 Dragon Tiger pills forcefully increased Li Fuchen's physical strength from 500 kg to 8,000 kilograms. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even without qi, Li Fuchen's physical strength was enough to crush any outer sect disciple that wasn't in the top 500. As for regular 9th level qi realm martial artists, Li Fuchen killed them instantly. Of course, while Li Fuchen was progressing, everyone was progressing as well. In the Tower of Tribulations, Guan Xue's ranking finally surpassed Li Fuchen and reached an astonishing rank of 16. That's right, Guan Xue had shot up from 98 to 16. After being in the Azure Water Sect for a year and a half, she had reached the pinnacle in all aspects. He was at the 9th level of the Qi realm. The White Wave incantation had reached the highest realm, the 9th level. After cultivating the 7-star body forging to perfection, one would have the strength of 3,000 kilograms. At the same time, she'd also redeemed a low-grade profound rank body refinement technique, the Skycloud battle physique. At this point, the Outer Sect's top 10 prodigies had all entered the top 20 of the Tower of Trials. Guan Xue was the youngest, only 15 years old. But among the Outer Sect's 10 prodigies, the oldest was only 17 years old. Most of them were 16. There were only 2 months left until the Outer Sect competition. There was a huge change in the Tower of Trials rankings. The first place was still Yuan Tian, but the time had changed from 15 to 10. The second was Shang Guanhong 15 scales. 5th Zhao Mingyue 18 scales. The 8th highest Sky 20 scales. 9th Feng Lihai 20 scales. The 12th Wu Qingmei 22nd scale. The 16th Pass of Snow 24 scales. 18th Qin Xiaoyu 25 scales. As for Li Fuchen, he dropped from 60th to 68th. Ever since the last time he challenged the Tower of Trials, he had never come here again. He didn't care much about the Tower of Trials ranking, but others didn't think so. A normal bone frame is still a normal bone frame. It is far inferior to a prodigy. Heaven's prodigies are able to grow at high speed, while ordinary bone frames can only rely on perception. Perception is something that is too illusory and not too reliable. There is still 2 more months before the Outer Sect Disciple Tournament. From what I see, Li Fuchen's ranking will continue to drop. In the Outer Sect Disciple Zone, everyone was discussing fervently. In the middle of the courtyard, Li Fuchen was facing a human-sized boulder. The boulder seemed to have experienced the passage of time. Its edges and corners had long been worn flat. Occasionally, when the wind blew, there would be dust flying. A few meters away, Zhu Hongxue watched without blinking. She, who possessed the 3-star blazing flame bone frame, finally passed the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations a few months ago and became a first-grade Outer Sect disciple. It just so happened that there was an empty courtyard beside Li Fuchen's, so she moved over. Facing the giant boulder, Li Fuchen punched again and again at the giant boulder. The cold fist wind was like a bone-scraping steel knife, scraping off layers of powder on the giant boulder. When the wind blew, the powder filled the sky. The release of qi was something only Earth Realm martial artists could do. Those below the Earth Realm might not be able to release their qi externally, but it was still easy for them to create fist wind. Even an ordinary person who had never practiced martial arts would be able to create a gust of wind with a single punch. However, most people's punches did not carry any killing power, even mortal realm warriors. But Li Fuchen's physical strength was too overwhelming. His cultivation had advanced from the 8th level of the Qi realm to the 9th level. With his Qi and physical strength complementing each other, the fist wind carried lethal power. Don't even mention a normal person who didn't have the means to cultivate. Even a low-leveled mortal realm martial artist would die on the spot if he got hit by the fist wind. If they knew your current ability, they wouldn't be talking about you like that. Zhu Hongxue praised. Withdrawing his fist, Li Fuchen shook off the dust on his body. What I pursue is the pinnacle of the martial Tao, not their flattery. This world is very realistic. If your fist is hard enough, whatever you say will be the truth. If your fist isn't hard enough, everything is just an illusion and can be destroyed at any moment. Rather than wasting time on fighting for fame and fortune, Why not work hard to strengthen yourself? His father was the patriarch of the Li clan, but he was dismissed just like that and demoted to a branch family. Why? Because the Li clan's strongest expert was the founder, not his father. If his father was the Li clan's strongest expert, no one would dare to defy him. Which is why it was useless to say more. One's own ability would never change. As for other things, they could change at will. No wonder you can reach this stage. In terms of temperament, I have never seen anyone more determined than you. Zhu Hongxiu had to admit that Li Fuchen gave her a good impression, but she didn't know if it was because she liked him. Of course, at this stage, she couldn't be thinking about relationships, as the Zhu clan still needed her to carry the burden. Has Qin Xiaoyu been bothering you for the past few months? Li Fuchen asked. Zhu Hongxiu shook her head. Nope, but I have a premonition that he will be coming to find trouble with you soon. Qin Xiaoyu and Guan Shui both fought their way into the top 20 of the Tower of Tribulations. Under such circumstances, it was easy to get overconfident. What's more, Li Fuchen was too low profile. So low profile that everyone thought he was out of ideas. Li Fuchen laughed. If he dares to come, I will give him an unforgettable memory. Li Fuchen, get your ass out here. Just as Li Fuchen finished his sentence, a thunderous voice came from outside the courtyard. Who else could it be but Qin Xiaoyu? Outside the courtyard, Qin Xiaoyu's expression was cold and murderous. Qin Xiaoyu could allow himself to fail, but he would never allow himself to fail in front of a woman. The last time Li Fuchen humiliated him in front of Zhu Hongxiu, he had always kept this grudge in his heart. Now, he wanted Li Fuchen to return it tenfold. What a coincidence. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Zhu Hongxiu frowned. Li Fuchen, be careful. Even though she knew Li Fuchen's ability was exceptional, but she didn't know anything about Qin Xiaoyu's background and couldn't help but worry. It's nothing. Li Fuchen walked forward and opened the courtyard door. As the courtyard door opened, Li Fuchen appeared in front of Qin Xiaoyu's eyes. But soon enough, Zhu Hongxiu appeared too, which made him burn with anger. He thought Zhu Hongxiu was already together with Li Fuchen. If not, why would she come to his courtyard in broad daylight? Good, very good. Zhu Hongxiu, you slut. I thought you were pure and innocent. Who would have thought you are just a little slut? Qin Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. Hearing this, Zhu Hongxiu's face turned ashen, and her almond eyes were spitting fire. Li Fuchen coldly said, Watch your words. Li Fuchen, today I want you to lick my shoe. The more Qin Xiaoyu thought about it, the angrier he got. The woman he chased for so long ended up with someone else without a word. As a self-proclaimed romantic, he couldn't wait to kill the both of them. Qin Xiaoyu's voice was too loud. Unknowingly, a circle of first-grade outer sect disciples surrounded them. This Li Fuchen sure knows how to stir up trouble. Wasn't it enough to provoke Fang Lihai? Now he provoked Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu is ranked 18 in the Tower of Tribulations. Li Fuchen is out of luck. It isn't as simple as being out of luck. Didn't you hear? Qin Xiaoyu's female disciple, Zhu Hongxiu, seems to have been snatched away by Li Fuchen. Damn, snatching a prodigy's woman. No wonder Qin Xiaoyu is so angry. If it was me, I would kill them. Chapter 67. There were more and more onlookers, and everyone started talking at once. However, most of them sided with Qin Xiaoyu. First-grade outer sect disciples were basically all 3-star bone frames, or even 4-star bone frames. They had always looked down on those below the 3-star bone frame. Li Fuchen, who was a normal bone frame, was naturally a target that they looked down on. However, Li Fuchen's progress was too terrifying. Even if they looked down on him, they didn't dare to provoke Li Fuchen. Now that they knew that Li Fuchen stole Qin Xiaoyu's woman, they were all filled with righteous indignation, as though they were the ones who had their women stolen. Especially since Zhu Hongxiu was one of the 4 beauties of the outer sect. She had countless admirers. If she were to walk together with Qin Xiaoyu, they wouldn't say anything. A beauty paired with a prodigy, it was only natural. What they couldn't understand was why Zhu Hongxiu chose Li Fuchen. Was it just because of Li Fuchen's valiant performance? Did she not value potential? It was like seeing a beautiful woman in the arms of an ugly man on the street. His heart ached. Junior sister Guan Shui, this fiancé of yours is truly a troublemaker. If he was a 3-star bone frame, no, even a 2-star bone frame, how good would it be? On a small path not far away, 3 graceful female disciples stood side by side. The peerlessly beautiful female disciple in the middle was Guan Shui. On her left was a tall female disciple with phoenix eyes, and on her right was a petite female disciple, who was shorter than 2 people by half a head. The female disciple with phoenix eyes was called Tong Yuemeng. She shook her head and said to Guan Shui. Guan Shui didn't like Tong Yuemeng's joke. Senior Sister Tong, I've already told you that I have nothing to do with him. This joke isn't funny at all. Senior Tong, why are you so concerned about Li Fuchen? Could it be? The delicate female disciple called Guan Xiaoya giggled. Tong Yuemeng raged. You little girl, how dare you tease your senior sister Tong? Sweeping a stern glance at Qin Xiaoyu, Li Fuchen walked out of the courtyard and said slowly, One fist. What did you say? The 9th level of the purple qi manual circulated to its limit. Qin Xiaoyu's body emitted an incomparably domineering aura. Even his eyes were purple. After enduring for a few months, the current him was no longer the same as before. So he didn't understand the meaning of Li Fuchen's fist? One punch to decide the outcome? Or defeat him with one punch? Either way, he could not bear it. I only need one punch to deal with you. 5 steps away from Qin Xiaoyu, Li Fuchen stopped. Clenching his right fist, a pale red qi was produced like a blazing flame. Arrogant. It wasn't just Qin Xiaoyu. Everyone else felt that Li Fuchen was too arrogant. Who does he think he is? Defeating Qin Xiaoyu in one punch? Even Feng Lihai and Gao Changtian might not be able to do that. Of the outer sect's 10 prodigies, there are no more than 4 who can do this. I finally know why he's so good at stirring up trouble. He's simply too arrogant. He doesn't even care about the geniuses. Just you wait. Qin Xiaoyu will humiliate him. The indignant crowd couldn't wait to see Qin Xiaoyu defeat Li Fuchen. You don't have absolute strength, yet you dare to speak with such an absolute tone. There's nothing else to see. Let's go. Guan Shui frowned. Tong Yuemeng said. What's the rush? There might really be a miracle. It won't take much time anyway. Yeah, senior sister Guan Shui, let's wait and see. Guan Xiaoya was also very curious. How can a miracle happen so easily? You two are too naive. Even though she said so, Guan Shui still stayed behind. Unforgivable. Li Fuchen, just because of those words, I will break 3 of your ribs. Qi and blood surged from the 7 acupoints within his body. Qin Xiaoyu's qi presence increased once again, just like a demon god. With a flash of his body, he turned into a blurry shadow that skimmed towards Li Fuchen. In the blink of an eye, a purple fist was thrown out. 9th rank purple qi technique. Completion rank of 7-star forged body. Peak tier, yellow class fist art, purple qi from the east. The combination of these 3 skills resulted in Qin Xiaoyu's 18th rank in the Tower of Tribulations. Huff huff huff, Li Fuchen's hair was blown backwards, as though a whirlwind was blowing, just as the fist was about to hit Li Fuchen's chest. Li Fuchen punched. It was impossible to describe the speed of this punch. Wrapped in light red true qi, his fist punched out in a simple manner. Due to the extreme speed, even the air seemed to tremble for a moment. But it was actually the distortion of the air caused by the fist. Just as Qin Xiaoyu's fist was 3 inches away from Li Fuchen's chest, Li Fuchen's fist arrived first and landed on Qin Xiaoyu's chest. PFFF. Spurting fresh blood, Qin Xiaoyu flew backwards in fear. 3 crisp sounds could be heard from within his chest. It was obviously the sound of 3 ribs being broken. Ironic. He said he wanted to break 3 of Li Fuchen's ribs, but Li Fuchen broke 3 of his ribs instead. There was nothing more ironic than this. The extreme contrast almost caused him to collapse. He screamed in his heart, why was this happening? Why was Li Fuchen so strong? Why did he always lose face in front of Zhu Hongxiu? Why was the result of his hard work like this? How is this possible? The spectators were flabbergasted and couldn't believe their eyes. He really defeated Qin Xiaoyu in a single punch, without any suspense. Could this all be a dream and illusion? Does this even make sense? To defeat a prodigy in a single punch? Does he want to break the definition of a prodigy? Devil, he must be a devil. Everyone had the same reaction as Qin Xiaoyu. They couldn't accept this fact. and felt their worldview crumbling. The moment Li Fuchen executed his punch, Guan Shue's heart trembled. She had never imagined that something like this would actually happen. Defeating Qin Xiaoyu in a single punch meant he could defeat her in a single punch too. Why was this happening? Guan Shue's worldview was crumbling too. Tang Yuemeng and Guan Xiaoya opened their red lips and couldn't speak for a long time. I feel that I am starting to like him. After a while, Tang Yuemeng muttered. Too domineering. Too domineering. This was her ideal partner. At this moment in her mind, Li Fuchen's figure overlapped with Yuan Tian's figure. Equally domineering. Similarly, he was shockingly talented. The only difference was that one was a 5-star bone frame, while the other was a normal bone frame. As for Guan Xiaoya, she let out a kitten-like soft moan. She couldn't control her vocal cords at all. Sweeping a glance at the crowd, Li Fuchen acted as though he did something insignificant. He turned back to the courtyard and closed the door. Outside the courtyard, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with bitter smiles and shock. They had a faint premonition that 2 months later at the Outer Sect Disciple Tournament, there would be an earth-shattering event. Li Fuchen might become a taboo existence like Yuan Tian. A different taboo existence. Chapter 68. The news of Li Fuchen severely injuring Qin Xiaoyu in a single punch was like a wildfire on the plains, spreading without restraint. Wherever the news spread, it was followed by the gasps of the crowd. They originally thought that prodigies improved at a fast pace, and that Li Fuchen was already at his wits' end. Who would have thought that Li Fuchen's improvement was even faster? To be able to severely injure Qin Xiaoyu in a single punch, his ability was at least in the top 10 of the Tower of Tribulations. Li Fuchen didn't care about any of the commotion in the outside world. Whenever he was free, he would go fishing for treasure fish at Songlan Lake. In the past few months, after purchasing 60 dragon tiger pills, he was left with 29,500 contribution points. During the process of cultivating the interception form Dao, due to his frequent trips to Songlan Lake, his contribution points once again reached a staggering 90,000. But after redeeming the second batch of 60 dragon tiger pills, Li Fuchen's contribution points were instantly emptied. So for the next 2 months, he decided to spend his time at Songlan Lake, cultivating and fishing at the same time. 8,500 kilograms. 9,500 kilograms. 9,500 kilograms. 10,000 kilograms. With only a week left until the Outer Sect Disciple Tournament, Li Fuchen finally cultivated the interception form, Dao, to the completion stage of the second rank. His physical strength reached the 10,000 kilograms class. Originally, with just 60 dragon tiger pills, it was impossible to cultivate the interception form, Dao, to the completion stage. And Li Fuchen didn't have any more contribution points to redeem dragon tiger pills. Fortunately, Songlan Lake had nothing but treasure fish. For the past few days, Li Fuchen would eat a few first-tier or second-tier treasure fish every few days. A level 1 treasure fish was worth 100 contribution points per gene. 10 gene would be worth 1,000 contribution points. Eating one was already comparable to a dragon tiger pill. A second-tier treasure fish was worth 1,000 points per kg. Eating one was equivalent to a few dragon tiger pills. As his physical strength reached 10,000 kilograms, Li Fuchen's body weight soared to 60 kilograms. Every inch of his body was unimaginably tough. But at 175 m, he didn't look too muscular. He still had that lean appearance. With a quick glance, he would at most weigh around 130 kilograms, giving off a tough vibe. Body refinement techniques aren't something anyone can cultivate. This body of strength, if converted into gold coins, would be at least 600,000 gold coins. Li Fuchen lamented. From a few hundred kg of physical strength to 10,000 kilograms, Li Fuchen consumed a total of 500 body tempering pills, 120 dragon tiger pills, and a number of treasure fishes. If converted into contribution points, it would be 300,000 plus, or 600,000 plus gold coins. In fact, 600,000 was a fair price. In the outside world, rare elixirs like the body tempering elixir were easily fought over. Therefore, It was not an exaggeration to say that raising a martial artist with the strength of 10,000 jin was enough to bankrupt a clan. Even the Li clan would suffer a great loss, and suffer a great loss. And this was only the strength of 10,000 jin. If it was 20,000 jin, 50,000 jin, or 100,000 jin, who knew how many resources it would consume? Most importantly, as his power increased, ordinary resources were no longer of any use. Right now Li Fuchen needed the high-tier, yellow-class body-tempering pill, Dragon Tiger Pill. Once the interception form Dao reached the completion rank, he would probably need peak-tier, yellow-class body-tempering pills. A peak-tier yellow-class body-tempering pill was worth 10,000 contribution points, which was about 20,000 gold coins. Just thinking about it gave Li Fuchen a headache. I wonder what the highest grade of elixir in the sect is. Even though the path of body refinement was difficult. Out of 10,000 people, perhaps only one could persevere till the end. But Li Fuchen wouldn't give up on this path. He believed that with his own ability, he would definitely be able to obtain sufficient resources. And with sufficient resources, the path of body refinement would continue to progress. Due to eating too many first-tier and second-tier treasure fishes, Li Fuchen didn't reap much in these 2 months. When he arrived at the mission hall, all the treasure fishes added up to only 4,000 contribution points, which was better than nothing. This was the first time the mission elder saw Li Fuchen reaping so little rewards. He felt much better and thought to himself, so this kid has times of failure too. On the way back to his courtyard, Li Fuchen saw a shocking scene. Wu Qingmei, who was closer to Shang Guanhong, was actually walking together with a youth with a tiger's back. If he didn't guess wrongly, this youth should be the outer sect's top 10 prodigies. Tower of Tribulations rank 1. Yuan Tian. The outer sect's only 5-star bone frame. This Wu Qingmei isn't simple, Li Fuchen thought to himself. He couldn't be bothered with other people's matters. Withdrawing his gaze, he prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Yuan Tian saw Li Fuchen and called out to him. Li Fuchen, wait up. What's the matter? Li Fuchen asked. Yuan Tian replied. My name is Yuan Tian. You should know my name. How about it? Are you interested in becoming my follower? Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. It's purely because I admire you. Li Fuchen replied with a question. I am just a normal bone frame. I shouldn't have any value to you. Yuan Tian laughed. Potential is important, but the current situation is just as important. Placing your hopes on potential, in my opinion, is just a cowardly act. To be able to burst out with prodigy class ability, it proves that you aren't a normal person. I am glad to hear your evaluation of me, but I will not be anyone's follower. Li Fuchen shook his head. Wu Qingmei, who was beside Yuan Tian, advised, Li Fuchen, you better reconsider. Yuan Shixiang is a 5-star bone frame. If he were to redeem anything in the sect, he would get a 30% discount. If you were to become his follower, there would be plenty of benefits in the future. In the Zhonglan sect, the hierarchy was extremely strict. Outer sect disciples were separated into 3rd grade, 2nd grade, and 1st grade. Above the 1st grade were the prodigies. Prodigies may be 1st grade outer sect disciples, but when they redeemed anything in the sect, they were all at half price. As the leader of the prodigies and the only 5-star bone frame, Yuan Tian only required a 30% discount. Li Fuchen was naturally envious, but he couldn't become anyone's follower, hence he rejected Yuan Tian. Looking at Li Fuchen's departing back, Wu Qingmei said, he sure doesn't know what's good for him. Yuan Tian didn't mind. It doesn't matter. I am just curious about him, and want to understand him better. As a king amongst the outer sect disciples, he didn't put anyone in his eyes, which was why he wouldn't get angry. From afar, a figure hurriedly ran over. Wu Shimi, now that you have changed your mind, I will forgive you. The person who came was Shang Guanhong with a mournful expression. Wu Qingmei's expression turned cold. Shang Guan Shixiang, I have never liked you. What do you mean by changing my mind? Wu Shimi, don't lie to me. If you don't like me, why did you get so close to me in the first place? Shang Guanhong shook his head with a face of heartache. Wu Qingmei replied, I only treated you as a friend. Please don't overthink it. Wu Shimi, you sure are heartless. Didn't you abandon me because he is stronger than me? Shang Guanhong pointed at Yuan Tian. Yuan Tian replied indifferently. Shang Guanhong. Clinging on to others is a foolish action. Since Wu Shimi said she doesn't like you, you better give up. Yuan Tian, just you wait. One day, I will defeat you. Shang Guanhong took a look at Yuan Tian and Wu Qingmei before leaving in anger. Chapter 69. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the outer sect competition began. The outer sect competition was split into two parts. The first part was the challenge competition, and the second part was the ranking competition. All outer sect disciples above the 8th level of the Qi realm would enter the 100 Beasts forest together. Only the first 20 disciples to pass through the forest would have the chance to participate in the actual outer sect disciple ranking competition. On the empty ground in front of the 100 Beasts forest, more than 10,000 outer sect disciples gathered together. In front of them, the outer sect Grand Elder Xiao Changfeng had his back facing the 100 Beasts forest as he shouted, "In the 100 Beasts forest, other than killing, there are no other rules. Only the first 20 people to pass through the 100 Beasts forest will have the right to compete in the ranking competition. The rest will be eliminated. Also, I have to remind you that the 100 Beasts forest is very big. The sect has bred over 100 types of Class 1 demonic beasts. Some of the demonic beasts have even mutated and become extremely powerful. Therefore, among you, there might be some who can't walk out of the 100 Beasts forest alive." He was actually just scaring the crowd. Just in case, other than the 10,000 plus outer sect disciples, dozens of outer sect elders and thousands of outer sect deacons would also be entering. Of course, in every outer sect disciple tournament, deaths were very common. After all, accidents were bound to happen, and the sect could only try their best to reduce these accidents. Within the crowd, there were 5 individuals from Yunwu City. They were Li Fuqin, Guan Shui, Zhu Hongxiu, Yang Kai, and Xin Tuju. Li Fuqin and Guan Shui were at the 9th level of the Qi realm. Zhu Hongxiu, Kai Yang, and Xin Tuju were all at the 8th level of the Qi realm. Among them, Zhu Hongxiu was at the mid-8th Qi realm, Yang Kai was at the peak 8th Qi realm, and Xin Tuju was at the early 8th Qi realm. Sneaking glances at Li Fuqin, Yang Kai, and Xin Tuju had complicated and gloomy expressions. In Yunwu City, they were the pride of the heavens. They got whatever they wanted. Even the leaders of the smaller forces had to be polite to them. But when they came to the Azure Water sect, they were nothing. When they first arrived, because they weren't used to the sect's atmosphere, they were beaten up a few times for putting on airs. But compared to them, Li Fuqin, who was just a normal bone frame, was doing well in the outer sect. Not only did he not get beaten up, he went around beating people up instead. There was no lack of geniuses among them. This made them shocked and jealous. All right, everyone enter the 100 Beasts forest. Outer sect Great Elder Xiao Changfeng waved his hand and shouted. Hearing this, the 10,000 plus outer sect disciples were like countless little fishes, entering the 100 Beasts forest in a single line. Elder Xiao, it seems like there are quite a few good seedlings in this year's outer sect disciple competition. The outer sect elder at the side turned his head and said to Xiao Changfeng. Xiao Changfeng nodded. Based on this old man's many years of experience, this year's outer sect disciple competition is catching up to the previous one. 2 years ago, Sword Maniac's generation? An outer sect elder was shocked. Sword Maniac's batch could be said to be a gathering of heroes. Not only was there Sword Maniac, but there was also Sword Tiger and Emotionless Sword. The 3 of them were now direct disciples, and their cultivation had reached the Disha realm. There was a saying in the sect that Sword Maniac's batch was the strongest batch in the past century. Elder Xiao said, "This year's top 10 geniuses, Yuan Tian, is comparable to Sword Tiger from back then. Shang Guanhong is slightly weaker than Heartless Sword. In addition, there are 10 geniuses this year, while there were only 8 geniuses the year before that. Therefore, they are still slightly comparable." That's true. All the outer sect elders nodded their heads. Within the 100 Beasts forest, it was gloomy and gloomy, with demonic qi pervading the air. Over 10,000 outer sect disciples entered the forest, but like a clay ox entering the sea, there wasn't any commotion. On the treetops, on the canopy, or in the bushes, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of the outer sect deacons. The Zhonglan sect had a strict hierarchy. From the lowest to the highest, they were outer sect deacon apprentice, inner sect deacon apprentice, outer sect deacon, inner sect deacon, outer sect elder, and inner sect elder. Outer sect deacon apprentices were naturally at the Qi realm. Inner sect deacon apprentices and outer sect deacons were at the origin realm. Inner sect deacon apprentices and outer sect deacons were at the earth realm. And inner sect elders were at the heaven realm. Thousands of outer sect deacons were equivalent to thousands of origin realm martial artists. As long as there weren't any accidents, it would be hard for these outer sect disciples to die. Other than that, there were a few dozen outer sect elders that entered the forest. Outer sect elders were at the earth realm. Once they wanted to conceal themselves, even origin realm martial artists wouldn't be able to detect them. Swish, 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 swish. In the gloomy forest, shadows were shuttling back and forth at different speeds. Li Fuchen was glad that he cultivated the cyclone kick style. Even though this kick style wasn't very useful in battle, it was still very convenient for traveling. Stepping on a large tree branch, Li Fuchen glanced behind him. If his senses weren't wrong, there should be an outer sect deacon following behind him. Outer sect deacons were at the origin realm, and at the origin realm, one could cultivate light body techniques. Body refinement techniques were at least peak tier, yellow class. Light body techniques were at least mystic class, low tier. After cultivating light body techniques, one's body would be as light as a swallow, and wouldn't make a sound while traveling. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's strong soul spirit and acute senses, he wouldn't have been able to detect the presence of an outer sect deacon. Did this kid discover me? On the big tree behind him, a 40-year-old outer sect deacon had a surprised expression. He cultivated the mystic class, low-tier light body technique, cloud goose technique. When he revolved his chi, there wouldn't be any sound of air being pierced. Of course, the prerequisite was that his speed couldn't be too fast. If it was too fast, there would be a sound of air being pierced. After all, his cloud goose technique wasn't at the completion stage yet. Only the completion stage of the cloud goose technique could allow one to move at extreme speeds without making any sound. With the cyclone kick style at the trance stage, Li Fuchen's speed was as fast as the wind. Like a shooting star, he overtook one outer sect disciple after another, who, all of a sudden, a blue patterned python as thick as a thigh struck at Li Fuchen. Class 1 high-tier demonic beast, blue patterned python. One of the fastest Class 1 high-tier demonic beasts. With a concealed weapon in his hand, the outer sect deacon behind Li Fuchen was ready to lend a hand at any moment. Actually, Li Fuchen had already seen the blue patterned python, but he was too lazy to change his route. Raising his right fist, Li Fuchen's fist struck the head of the blue patterned python ruthlessly. Pung! Blood splattered as the blue patterned python turned into a headless python. Such a fast strike speed, and such a ferocious force. The outer sect deacon was in awe. Li Fuchen's strike speed wasn't inferior to a low-level origin realm martial artist, and his force was even more ferocious. It was easy to send the blue patterned python flying with a single punch, but to burst the head of the blue patterned python with a single punch, this wasn't something anyone could do. Be it humans or demonic beasts, the skull was the toughest part of their body. This kid is terrifyingly strong. There is no point in following him. It is better to follow the weaker outer sect disciples. The outer sect deacon's duty was to protect the safety of the outer sect disciples. But Li Fuchen was too strong, and didn't require his protection. After all, it was impossible for a Class 2 demonic beast to appear in the 100 Beasts forest. Is he gone? Li Fuchen raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he felt uncomfortable being followed. Bursting the blue patterned python's head with a single punch was mainly to test the waters. Chapter 70. The 100 Beasts forest was very, very big. It was located in the middle of a mountain range, extending all the way into the depths of the mountain range. It would take at least 3 days to pass through the 100 Beasts forest. They set off in the morning, and it was already noon. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to continue on his journey. Instead, he took a short break and ate some rations. No one would be able to endure 3 days of nonstop travel. Rather than that, They would naturally rest when it was time to do so, and try their best to maintain their peak condition. After resting for 1 hour, Li Fuchen continued his journey. If a peerless expert were to float above the 100 Beasts forest, and use his powerful consciousness to scan the area, he would discover that the 10,000-plus outer sect disciples were divided into a dozen or so groups. The first batch consisted of Yuan Tian, and the rest. They had left the second batch far behind. As Li Fuchen had rested for 1 hour, he was in the 10th batch. As for the 10th batch and beyond, they were just some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They were completely there to make up the numbers, and they also realized that their strength was low, so they didn't go all out. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen passed the 9th batch. Another 1 hour later, Li Fuchen surpassed the 8th batch of people. Just as Li Fuchen was about to catch up to the 7th group, over 100 people surrounded Li Fuchen. The people in the lead were the 7 experts under Feng Lihai. Niaming spoke slowly. Li Fuchen, I know you are very strong. Among us, none of us can withstand a single move from you. But with the strength of 100 of us, even if you are an immortal, you will not be able to pass through. Li Fuchen stood on a tree branch that was a few meters above the ground, looking down at them. Seems like all of you have given up on the stage. That's right. Only 20 people can pass the trial. In any case, we have no hope, Cui Tai said calmly. Li Fuchen replied, I don't understand. What benefits did Feng Lihai give you to make you work so hard? If Li Fuchen didn't have the strength, it wasn't a big deal to offend him. But Li Fuchen had already displayed horrific strength, and these people still dared to do this. There must be a reason, Mei Ruolong said. You don't need to know this. Actually, the reason they followed Feng Lihai was for the future. As one of the heavens chosen, Feng Lihai would definitely be able to reach the Heaven Star Border realm in the future. Following a Heaven Star Border realm cultivator would bring great benefits to both his family and himself. As for Li Fuchen, it didn't matter if they offended him. Li Fuchen was just a normal bone frame, and could at most reach the Earth realm. He couldn't be compared to prodigies. Li Fuchen, I advise you to stay here and not force us to make a move. That's right. With the strength of more than 100 of us, even if you were made of iron, you would still be severely injured on the spot. You are a wise man. You know how to choose. Feng Lihai's underlings shouted. Li Fuchen chuckled. No matter how many wolves there are, how can they compare with the divine dragon? All of you aren't qualified. Finished speaking, Li Fuchen jumped down from the tree, flashed and rushed forward. Stop him. Beat him to death one by one. His body's defense is very strong anyway. Don't worry about killing him. Cui Tai shouted. So. More than 100 outer sect disciples of the 8th and 9th level of the Qi realm intercepted a single person. It was a grand sight, like a tidal wave. A mantis trying to block a chariot. Li Fuchen let out a disdainful laugh and opened up his arms. Like an eagle spreading its wings, he dived towards the oncoming crowd. Pung 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 pung. A horrifying scene happened. The tidal wave of disciples couldn't stop Li Fuchen's momentum. They were all knocked away and sent flying, spitting out fresh blood and broken bones. Since you have decided to offend me, then be prepared to offend me. Li Fuchen's speed was too fast. Wherever there were more people, he would rush. Wherever he went, people would be thrown off their feet, and blood would mix together. Li Fuchen, don't you dare be presumptuous. With Cui Tai as the leader, the 7 experts worked together to attack Li Fuchen. Their sword shadows were like an inescapable net, impenetrable. Get lost. With a spin, Li Fuchen executed the Cyclone Kick style's Tornado Cloud Remnant. Dense shadows of his kicks shot out in all directions. PFFF, 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 PFFF. The 7 experts spat out blood as they retreated, overwhelmed with shock. Too strong. Li Fuchen's ability could no longer be described as the Qi realm. Even a low-level Origin Realm martial artist wouldn't be this insane. It wasn't that low-level Origin Realm martial artists weren't strong enough. It was mainly because the physical defense of a low-level Origin Realm martial artist was far inferior to Li Fuchen. In that instant, Li Fuchen executed a dozen kicks, but also suffered a dozen swords. Li Fuchen was unscathed, but they spat out blood and retreated. His defense is even stronger, almost twice as strong. Chuitai took in a deep cold breath. I don't believe he can withstand so many attacks. The one who spoke was Mei Ruolong. He was shocked and angry at the same time. No matter what body refinement technique, after receiving countless attacks, one's blood would boil. Just like a rock, a hammer might not be able to smash it, but after being smashed many times, even the hardest rock would shatter. Those who can still stand attack, Mei Ruolong bellowed. With the sound of the wind, a dense group of figures rushed at Li Fuchen in waves. Li Fuchen's expression turned cold. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. A domineering and blazing qi presence was emitted from Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen's figure flashed and his kicks poured down like a torrential rain. His kicks were as fierce as a violent gale. Those who got hit had their bones shattered and fainted on the spot. Previously, Li Fuchen was still controlling his strength, even though he didn't use his full strength. But he increased his strength to the point where it could instantly inflict serious injuries. It was normal for him to accidentally kill someone, but he couldn't be blamed. Anyone else would be enraged after being surrounded by hundreds of people. He believed that even if he killed someone, the sect wouldn't blame him. In a chaotic battle, who could hold back? Peng! With a kick on Mei Ruolong's shoulder immediately collapsed. With a flash, Li Fuchen kicked Nieming's waist, causing him to fall to the ground and bleeding from his 7 orifices. Enough, everyone stop. The outer sect deacons who were hiding in the shadows couldn't bear to watch any longer and rushed out. They were worried that if this carried on, Li Fuchen would kill a few of them. Chuitai saw his men getting beaten up so badly. His eyes turned red and rushed at Li Fuchen without a care in the world. Courting death. An outer sect deacon's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a palm strike, he sent Chuitai flying while vomiting blood. Chuitai's body slid down a tree. Go. Leave this to us. The leader of the outer sect deacons said to Li Fuchen. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen tried his best to suppress his growing killing intent, and said in a low voice, "Many thanks." Finishing his sentence, he turned and left. What a fiend! A shadow flashed, and an outer sect elder appeared. Elder! All the outer sect deacons bowed their heads. The outer sect elder waved his hand and said, "This child's ability is outstanding and ruthless. Luckily this is the sect. Had it been outside, not more than half of these people would still be alive. 1 against 100. Within the outer sect there aren't many who can do it." Chapter 71. After a while, Li Fuchen's murderous aura completely dissipated. If my defense wasn't strong enough, even if my strength was twice as strong, I'm afraid I would still be lying there. This encounter had strengthened Li Fuchen's determination to walk on the path of body refinement. The path of martial arts was extremely dangerous. Now that Li Fuchen was an outer sect disciple, he didn't have to go out for missions. After becoming an inner sect disciple, they would need to complete at least 1 sect mission every year. During the mission, it would be fine if everything went smoothly, but if it didn't, it would be very easy to encounter danger. There were many kinds of dangers, and some of them couldn't be dealt with just because you were strong. For example, in the situation just now, it was impossible to not have any defense. No matter how powerful one was, as long as one was hit, one would still be injured. Once one was injured, one's condition would decline. And the further one went, the harder it would be for one to hold on. The 6th batch. The 5th batch. When evening came, Li Fuchen overtook the 5th group, and was now in the same camp as the 4th group. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't know. Running in the increasingly gloomy forest, Li Fuchen's ears suddenly twitched, and heard a voice that didn't belong to him. Walala! The bushes on the side parted, and an exceptionally ferocious blood-red demon beast rushed out. It was a blood-boned leopard. No, the blood-boned leopard wasn't that ferocious, and its eyes weren't purplish-red but red. Could it be a mutated demon beast? Li Fuchen thought to himself. Demonic beasts were different from humans. Their bloodlines were very heterogeneous. For example, a leopard demonic beast might contain the bloodlines of dozens of different demonic beasts. Therefore, if a demonic beast wanted to become stronger, there were only 2 paths. One was mutation, and the other was evolution. Mutation was the fusion of bloodlines, producing a new bloodline. Evolution, on the other hand, was to choose a stronger bloodline and purify one's own bloodline. It was obvious that this was a mutated blood-boned leopard, and its strength was several times stronger than an ordinary blood-boned leopard. Roar! The mutated blood-boned leopard arched its back and shot towards Li Fuchen. With a flash, Li Fuchen dodged the attack of the mutated blood-boned leopard. The blood-boned leopard was a Class 1 high-tier demonic beast, and its speed was already extremely fast. The mutated blood-boned leopard's speed increased by at least 2 folds. Even Li Fuchen would find it hard to dodge. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be killed instantly. It could be said that this was an accident, and accidents could easily lead to death. Missing its first strike, the mutated blood-boned leopard used its front limbs to support itself on the ground. Raising its long tail, it swept at Li Fuchen like a rod. Bang! Finally, Li Fuchen couldn't dodge, and could only use his left arm to block. The body flew out horizontally, and Li Fuchen was shocked. Even with his current strength, he still suffered a loss at the hands of the mutated blood skeletal leopard. Fortunately, the mutated blood-boned leopard's forte was its speed, but it lacked in strength. Li Fuchen's left arm merely felt numb, and didn't suffer any damage. While in mid-air, Li Fuchen drew his wooden sword. The moment he landed, he cleaved at the mutated blood-boned leopard. Clang! The mutated skeletal blood leopard was the same as the skeletal blood leopard. However, the blood-boned leopard's bones were blood-red in color, while the mutated blood-boned leopard's bones were purplish-red in color. The wooden sword struck the purplish-red blood bone, instantly shattering the blood bone. Streams of purplish-red blood sputtered out. Die! Cleaving apart the mutated blood-boned leopard, Li Fuchen gripped his sword with both hands, and with a burst of speed, he thrust it into the throat of the mutated blood-boned leopard. Death of the Red Jade. Withdrawing the sword, the mutated blood-boned leopard slumped to the ground without any signs of life. Even if the mutated blood-boned leopard's ability isn't that far off from a Class 1 demon. Among the mutated life forms, demons were the rulers. A Class 1 demon's physical strength was around 10,000 kilograms. Complemented with the demonic chi that reeked of blood, it was an invincible existence amongst Class 1 demons. There was once a Class 1 demon that appeared in the vicinity of Yunwu City. It took a dozen Origin Realm martial artists to kill it. The materials from the mutated blood-boned leopard were valuable, but the most valuable was the demon core within its body. Most mutated demonic beasts had a demon core within their bodies. Slicing open the mutated blood-boned leopard's body, Li Fuchen searched carefully and found a purplish-red crystal within. A Class 1 high-tier demon core was worth around 1,000 gold coins. A Class 1 high-tier mutated demon core was worth around 5,000 gold coins. In the sect, I don't lack contribution points, but I do lack gold coins. Wiping off the bloodstains on the demon core, Li Fuchen kept it in his pocket. The sky gradually darkened. Within the 100 Beasts forest, the demonic chi was getting more and more horrifying. Strange noises could be heard from all directions. Many of the outer sect disciples who wanted to rest were frightened and didn't dare to do so. Just like that, the night passed. After a day and night of traveling, everyone was exhausted. While others were exhausted, Li Fuchen was full of energy and maintained a high speed on his journey. In the morning, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the front lines. Fong Lihai, I hope you don't meet me. As Li Fuchen traveled, he scanned his surroundings. Fong Lihai sent men to obstruct his path. If he didn't take revenge, he would be too useless. Swish! Passing through a relatively dense forest, Li Fuchen saw a graceful figure. It was Wu Qingmei. Li Fuchen. Wu Qingmei approached. Li Fuchen asked, "Have you seen Fong Lihai?" Wu Qingmei shook her head. "Nope." "Many thanks, I shall make a move first." Li Fuchen increased his speed, and soon left behind Wu Qingmei, whose mental state was on the decline. Looking at Li Fuchen's departing back, Wu Qingmei had a strange look in her eyes. The Li Fuchen that she didn't think much of at first was now one of the outer sect's most influential figures. Some even compared him to Yuan Tian. With his valiant physical strength, Li Fuchen was full of energy. At noon, Li Fuchen didn't rest and continued on his journey. But other than Wu Qingmei, he didn't see anyone else in the top 20 of the Tower of Tribulations. He reckoned that the others didn't take the same route as him. Since the 100 Beasts forest was huge, it was impossible for everyone to take the same route. On the evening of the second day, Li Fuchen coincidentally met Gao Changtian. Gao Changtian was surprised. "I thought you were ahead of me?" Towards Li Fuchen, his heart was filled with emotions. Who would have thought that a normal bone-frame disciple could explode with such strength? Even he couldn't injure Qing Xiaoyu with a single punch. "Have you seen Feng Lihai?" Li Fuchen asked. "He should have chosen another route. Why are you looking for him?" "To settle a personal grudge with him." Li Fuchen didn't elaborate further. Gao Changtian thought for a moment and said, "The deeper you go into the 100 Beasts forest, the narrower the entrance. You might just meet him up ahead." "Is that so? Many thanks." Finishing his sentence, Li Fuchen gradually pulled away from Gao Changtian. Gao Changtian let out a bitter laugh. For this type of long-distance running, those with a strong physique would have the absolute advantage. His physical strength wasn't weak. After cultivating the 7-star forged body to completion, he chose a low-tier mystic class body refinement technique, the Celestial Cloud Battle Body. Chapter 72. On the third morning, Li Fuchen found Feng Lihai in front of a small stream. "Feng Lihai. Li Fuchen." The two of them looked at each other from a distance. Under the influence of their qi, a gust of wind blew over and blew up dozens of fallen leaves. "They actually caught up to me. Seems like they failed." Feng Lihai spoke with some regret. Li Fuchen replied coldly, "You are a prodigy, yet you resort to such underhanded methods. You have really opened my eyes." Feng Lihai grinned. "In the 100 Beasts forest there are no other rules except killing. I am just using my advantages to my advantage." Li Fuchen didn't intend to reason with his opponent. He revolved his qi and spoke slowly. "I wonder if the heavily injured you can still be in the top 20. Li Fuchen, do you think I am still the same as I was half a year ago? Now I'll let you see what level my strength has reached." Feng Lihai's qi presence exploded as the fallen leaves flew into the sky. With a loud roar, Feng Lihai rushed at Li Fuchen like an arrow and sent a punch over. After half a year of cultivation, Feng Lihai's iron armor art had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. Circulating his Jinqi, he was able to cover his entire body in an instant. Especially the Jinqi on his fists, it was a level denser than before. Apart from that, his Iron Dipper form was also at the 3rd rank, giving him a physical strength of 7,000 kilograms. There is an improvement, but it is still too little. Feng Lihai had a huge improvement, but Li Fuchen had an even bigger improvement. Stepping forward with his left leg, Li Fuchen's fists collided with Feng Lihai's. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Feng Lihai was sent flying, as though he was struck by lightning. He fell into the stream like a drowned rat. "Feng Lihai, we originally didn't have any grudges between us. But you didn't know when to back off. This is your outcome." Li Fuchen didn't intend to let Feng Lihai off so easily, and walked over step by step. "Impossible, this is impossible." The stinging pain on his fist caused Feng Lihai's face to turn pale. He looked at the approaching Li Fuchen with fear and screamed out. He couldn't be blamed for panicking. Li Fuchen's performance was just too bizarre. Half a year ago, he was still able to fight with Li Fuchen for a long time. Half a year later, he actually couldn't even withstand a single fist from Li Fuchen. How could he accept this? It was as if you were originally only slightly weaker than your opponent, but after a period of time, your strength had greatly improved, and you wanted to take revenge, but you were instantly killed by your opponent. No one could stand the sharp contrast. Seeing that Li Fuchen was right in front of him, Feng Lihai was frightened. He leapt up and frantically escaped, splashing water everywhere. But Li Fuchen's speed was even faster than him. An afterimage appeared as Li Fuchen caught up to Feng Lihai. "No!" Feng Lihai roared with rage. His uninjured left hand drew his wooden sword and turned around to face Li Fuchen. Bang! With a kick, Li Fuchen sent Feng Lihai flying a dozen meters away. Then he once again walked towards Feng Lihai. Feng Lihai was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were filled with hatred and fear. Little bastard, scram. All of a sudden, a figure assaulted Li Fuchen with ghostly speed. Li Fuchen quickly countered with a punch. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen was sent flying and crashed into a tree, splitting it into two. Origin Realm Martial Artist. The attacker was an Origin Realm martial artist. If not, Li Fuchen wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow. Looking up, Li Fuchen saw a buff-looking man wearing an outer sect deacon attire, standing at the side of the stream, staring at him with a cold gaze. With 10,000 kilograms of physical strength, Li Fuchen's physical defense was extremely tough. Complemented with his scarlet fire chi, he could withstand close to 20,000 kilograms of force. What's more, he didn't take the blow head-on, but used his fist to receive the blow, which was why he only suffered some light injuries. As an outer sect deacon, to interfere in the competition isn't that too much? Suppressing his boiling blood, Li Fuchen stood up and spoke in a low voice. The buff-looking man replied, "So vicious at such a young age. Didn't your parents teach you manners? Don't change the topic. I want to ask, did you get the approval of the outer sect Grand Elder for interfering in the competition?" Li Fuchen continued to question. After helping Fong Lihai up, the muscular man still didn't answer his question. He said indifferently, "If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have used 10% of my strength. I would have used 100% of my strength. You should be glad that I showed mercy." He was a member of the Fong clan, and in terms of seniority, he was Fong Lihai's uncle. Since the start of the competition, he followed behind Fong Lihai to ensure his safety. When Fong Lihai fought with Li Fuchen, he thought Fong Lihai would be able to handle it with his ability. He didn't expect Fong Lihai to be defeated in a single punch. If Li Fuchen had stopped, he wouldn't have made a move. But Li Fuchen was too vicious, and he had no choice but to teach Li Fuchen a lesson. What a show of mercy! I will report this matter to the outer sect First Elder. Li Fuchen spoke in a gloomy tone. Kid, don't go overboard. If not, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The buff-looking man had a murderous intent. Why? Do you want to silence me? Li Fuchen seemed to have sensed something and replied calmly. If you want to die, I can grant your wish. Circulating his chi, the buff-looking man bent his knees, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. Fong Dai, what are you trying to do? A loud shout caused the water in the stream to jump up and the dancing leaves to dust. Elder Chiao. The buff-looking man turned around with an unpleasant expression and looked at the elder on the tree branch. The elder was wearing an outer sect elder attire and spoke coldly. During the outer sect disciple competition, you openly interfered with the competition. What punishment do you deserve? Fong Dai quickly replied. Elder Chiao, Fong Dai was just joking. I hope Elder Chiao can forgive me. Joking? Is there a need to joke like this? Elder Chiao's expression calmed down. When you return, apologize to Elder Xiao yourself. Yes. Fong Dai lowered his head and replied. Shifting his gaze to Li Fuchen, Elder Chiao said, Li Fuchen, don't worry. The outer sect Grand Elder will handle this matter. Many thanks, Elder Chiao. Li Fuchen's expression was respectful, but his heart was ice cold. Seeing Elder Chiao's attitude, it seemed like he didn't want to pursue Fong Dai's crime. Thinking back to the fact that Fong Dai and Fong Lihai were backed by the Shanghai City's city lord, and that the Shanghai City's city lord wasn't just any city lord, but one of the main cities. His status was comparable to an inner sect elder. Li Fuchen knew that this matter would most likely be left unsettled. Waiting for Li Fuchen to leave, Elder Chiao threw a pill to Fong Dai. This bone-altering pill can speed up the healing of his bones. Finishing his statement, Elder Chiao's figure flashed and vanished without a trace. Uncle Dai, how will the outer sect Grand Elder punish you? Fong Lihai asked with concern. Fong Dai laughed. Don't worry, the punishment won't be too severe. After all, your father is the Shanghai City's city lord, and is on good terms with many of the inner sect elders. If not, Elder Chiao wouldn't have given you the bone-altering pill. That's good. Fong Lihai let out a breath of relief, and felt a sense of pride in his heart. Chapter 73. With the Fong family status, the outer sect Grand Elder probably won't do anything to Fong Dai. At most he will punish him. Li Fuchen wasn't happy, but he wasn't too agitated. This was how the world worked. You either had strength or background. There were countless cities in the Zhonglan region, but there weren't many main cities. If a regular city's city lord was equivalent to an outer sect elder, then a main city's city lord would be equivalent to an inner sect elder. Their status and prestige were definitely top-notch in the Zhonglan region. If I want to establish myself in the Azure Water sect, I need to display my worth and not be too low profile. At this moment, Li Fuchen decided that in the following years, he would burst out with his own brilliance and become the focus of the sect's nurturing. As such, anyone who wanted to deal with him would have to think twice before acting. Take Yuan Tian for example. If Fang De dared to do anything to him, he would most likely be sentenced to death by the sect. Even the city lord of the main city would not dare to plead on his behalf. Anyone who faced a sect was extremely weak. Above the inner sect elders were the protectors and grand elders, as well as the supreme sect leader. In the gloomy forest, Li Fuchen was bouncing like a star. His speed was even faster than 2 days ago. Puff! A bat-like demonic beast attacked, and was split in half by Li Fuchen's sword. A silver-patterned tiger that was hiding in the bushes scurried out, and was trampled into the mud by Li Fuchen, crushing all its bones. An iron rhinoceros with a strong defense came at him. After getting kicked by Li Fuchen 3 to 4 times, half of its body collapsed. After a bloody journey, Li Fuchen finally saw the end of the 100 Beasts forest. Someone was already waiting at the end. As expected by Li Fuchen, it was Yuan Tian. Seeing Li Fuchen, Yuan Tian was a little surprised, but just nodded lightly and didn't say anything. Not bad. This kid is actually the second person to pass through the 100 Beasts forest, even faster than Shang Guanhong. The outer sect elders nodded their heads in approval. It seems like I have underestimated him. Chen Zongming was also in the crowd. When he saw Li Fuchen, his pupils involuntarily shrank. Being the second person to clear the 100 Beasts forest did not mean that he was the second strongest, but his strength was at least in the top 10 or 20. Not to mention a normal bone frame. Even a 3-star bone frame couldn't do it. But Li Fuchen did it. An hour later, Shang Guanhong came out. Looking at Yuan Tian, Shang Guanhong had a look of hatred. But when he saw Li Fuchen, his expression completely changed. He could understand why Yuan Tian could get first place. Whether he admitted it or not, Yuan Tian was stronger than him. But who was Li Fuchen to actually be the second to pass the 100 Beasts forest? Damn it, how can I be ranked third? He must have been lucky, and didn't encounter any demonic beasts along the way. Shang Guanhong concluded that Li Fuchen relied on his luck to be ranked ahead of him. Brushing past Li Fuchen, Shang Guanhong snorted with a look of disdain. The fourth to arrive was a slightly plump youth called Hong Feng. Even though he wasn't one of the outer sect's top 10 geniuses, he was 1 or 2 years older. He was 18 years old this year, and was ranked third in the Tower of Trials. The fifth was Gao Changtian. He was supposed to be behind Fang Lihai, but Fang Lihai was beaten up by Li Fuchen, and needed some time to recuperate. The sixth was Sun Jun, one of the outer sect's top 10 prodigies. The seventh was one of the outer sect's 4 great beauties, Zhao Mingyue. If Guan Shui was cold, Wu Qingmei was bright, Zhu Hongxie was beautiful, and Zhao Mingyue was stunning. In terms of aura, Zhao Mingyue was a notch above the other 3. No wonder she is the granddaughter of the inner sect Grand Elder. Li Fuchen praised in his heart. Zhao Mingyue had an esteemed status, and was the granddaughter of the inner sect Grand Elder. Compared to Zhao Mingyue, Fang Lihai, who was the young city lord of Shanghai City, paled in comparison. Seeing Zhao Mingyue, be it Yuan Tian, Shang Guanhong, Hong Feng or Sun Jun, their eyes lit up with a faint desire. Not only was Zhao Mingyue beautiful, her talent and background were also top-notch. Who wouldn't want to be her partner? A pity that Zhao Mingyue had high standards. There were rumors that Yuan Tian pursued Zhao Mingyue, but was rejected by her. The eighth to pass the 100 Beasts forest was Guan Shui. Like an elegant shadow, Guan Shui's appearance made the end of the 100 Beasts forest a beautiful sight. She and Zhao Mingyue each had their own beauty. The ninth was another one of the 10 prodigies. The 10th was Wu Qingmei. The slightly fatigued Wu Qingmei didn't lose any of her charm, but instead became even more alluring, causing Yuan Tian's heart to burn with passion. In contrast to Yuan Tian, Shang Guanhong had a face of unwillingness and anger. Only after the 14th person did Fang Lihai appear. He viciously stared at Li Fuchen. If looks could kill, Li Fuchen would have died dozens of times over. Among the crowd, which one of them wasn't a shrewd person with sharp eyes? They could feel that Fang Lihai seemed to hate Li Fuchen, but they didn't know what happened between the two in the 100 Beasts forest. The 16th, the 18th, the 20th. Finally, there were 20 people who passed the 100 Beasts forest. Very good. To be able to pass the 100 Beasts forest so quickly, it means that your abilities are not bad. The tournament will start in 3 days. During this period of time, prepare well, and be in peak condition for the tournament. Xiao Changfeng had a face of anticipation. 3 days later, Songlan Sect Outer Sect Disciple Region. There was a giant martial arts stage here, with enough spectator stands to hold tens of thousands of people. I heard that this year's Outer Sect Disciple Tournament is extremely strong, almost on par with Sword Maniac Shixiang's batch. I wonder if it is true. It must be an exaggeration. This year's Outer Sect Disciple Tournament has Yuan Tian, who is a 5-star bone frame. But the previous tournament also had Dominion Sword Shixiang. Whether it is true or not, we will know once we see it. The 100 Beasts Forest stage should be over, right? In the spectator stands, there were plenty of inner sect disciples who came to spectate. They were all promoted to inner sect disciples in the recent years, and paid more attention to the outer sect. Apart from them, a majority of the outer sect disciples came too and sat at the back. Look, Yinjian Shixiang is here. He became an inner sect disciple 2 years ago, and reached the 3rd level of the origin realm in just 2 short years. That's normal. Yinjian Shixiang was an outer sect prodigy. How can we compare? Meijian Shiji is here too. Strange, she is only at the 5th level of the origin realm. Why would she be interested in the outer sect disciple tournament? Maybe she has a relative in this year's outer sect disciple tournament. The inner sect disciples in the front row would glance at the spectator stands from time to time. Once they spotted a famous person, they would immediately start a discussion. As for Yunjian Shixiang and Meijian Shixiang, Yunjian and Meijian were just titles. Only outstanding individuals would have titles. Those who made a name for themselves in the outside world would also have their own titles. Just as the crowd was in a heated discussion, a 1.9-meter tall, muscular youth walked in from the entrance. He was rather tall, and had an imposing aura. He was obviously at the bottom, but he was like a mountain towering in front of the inner sect disciples, unreachable. It's Dominion Sword Shixiang. Chapter 74. So many people. As soon as Li Fuchen entered the martial stage, he was shocked by the dense crowd of spectators. Yunwu City's stage could only hold a few thousand people, but the Zhonglan Sect's outer sect stage could hold tens of thousands of people. As the saying goes, if there were tens of thousands of people, it would be a spectacular sight. All of you go up and draw your lots. Xiao Changfeng said to the 20 participants of the tournament. Yes. Li Fuchen and the rest walked up the stage, and reached into the box to draw a lot. Li Fuchen got lot 3. Even though the outer sect disciple tournament was a grand event, there wasn't any complicated procedures. No one went up on stage to speak either. The inner sect elders and other upper echelons sat on the rostrum and nodded at Xiao Changfeng, indicating the start of the tournament. When the tournament started, the first 2 contestants who drew lot 1 went up on stage. They were Guan Shui and Wu Qingmei. Boom. Once the 2 of them went up on stage, the spectators were in an uproar. Especially those inner sect disciples. Many of the male disciples even whistled. Guan Shui shimmy, I will not go easy on you. Wu Qingmei drew her wooden sword and gave a sweet smile. Guan Shui replied with an emotionless face, I don't need you to go easy. Be careful. Carrying her wooden sword, Wu Qingmei's body floated. Layers of sword shadows fell on Guan Shui with increasing speed. Peak tier yellow class sword art, violent wind quick sword. Guan Shui raised her arm, and with a flick, layers of sword flowers resembled plum blossoms, blocking Wu Qingmei's violent wind quick sword. Peak tier, yellow class sword art. Plum blossom sword style dang 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 dang. Their movements were graceful, like butterflies flying through flowers, pleasing to the eye. But their attacks were merciless. Each sword was filled with killing intent, merciless and swift. Wu Qingmei's cultivation level and technique rank are slightly higher, but Guan Shue's physical fitness is superior. Below the stage, Li Fuchen observed the battle between the two. He could see that Wu Qingmei's physical strength was weaker than Guan Shue's, and was at a disadvantage in this aspect. But in other words, Wu Qingmei entered the Zhonglan sect earlier than Guan Shui, and cultivated longer than Guan Shui. This was Guan Shue's disadvantage. After 100 moves, Wu Qingmei was the first to execute her killer move. 100 changes of gale. Wu Qingmei's frenzied wind-fast sword was already at great accomplishment realm. Once the killer move was used, the dense sword force was like 100 arrows shooting out at the same time. Those with weaker sword path cultivation would be full of openings when facing this move. 1,000 plum blossoms. Unfortunately, Guan Shue's talent in the way of the sword seemed to be above Wu Qingmei's. As soon as she displayed her sword technique, sword flowers blossomed like plum blossoms, instantly spreading out and dispersing Wu Qingmei's killer move. He outshines others. Without waiting for Wu Qingmei to change her move, Guan Shue's sword momentum changed, from the last move to the first move of the plum blossom sword style. The plum blossoms vanished, and Guan Shue's sword pressed against Wu Qingmei's throat. You lost, Guan Shui said lightly. Wu Qingmei was a little disappointed. Junior apprentice sister Guan Shui has good sword skills. If it wasn't for the fact that her physical strength was slightly weaker than Guan Shue's, and her agility wasn't as great as Guan Shue's, she might not have lost to Guan Shui. However, she had to admit that Guan Shue's talent in the way of the sword was higher than hers, and Guan Shue's comprehension of the way of the sword was deeper than hers. What a good plum blossom sword art! In the spectator stands, a snow-white female inner sect disciple raised an eyebrow. She was the plum sword that everyone was talking about, plum sword Chen Fanghua. She was given the title of plum sword because her sword style was related to the plum blossom. When she was an outer sect disciple, she cultivated the plum blossom sword style. After becoming an inner sect disciple, she cultivated the myriad blossom sword style, which was why she paid extra attention to Guan Shui, who cultivated the plum blossom sword style. The violent wind quick sword isn't bad, but it is a pity that her adaptability is lacking. Cloud sword, Lu Qianhe commented on Wu Qingmei's sword style. As the match between Guan Shui and Wu Qingmei ended, the contestants who drew lot number 2 went on stage. They were Hong Feng and Shang Guanhong. Shang Guanhong won. Lot number 3 come on stage. The referee announced loudly, "It's my turn." Li Fuchen's body flashed and jumped onto the stage. On the opposite side, a figure instantly went on stage. Taking a closer look, it was one of the 10 prodigies of the outer sect. Sun Jun heard of Li Fuchen's infamous name, and was cursing his bad luck. Among the 19 contestants, there were only 3 or 4 that he didn't want to meet. But Li Fuchen was one of them. Severely injuring Qing Xiaoyu with a single punch, Sun Jun didn't think he could do it. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. He was very confident in his own sword Dao cultivation. Li Fuchen, take this. Sun Jun made the first move. With a flash of his sword, like a venomous snake, the speed of his sword was extremely fast. Peak tier, yellow class sword art snake eye sword style. Cool breeze sword style. The trance stage cool breeze sword style in the hands of Li Fuchen had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. It was just a single blade, but Sun Jun felt as though Li Fuchen executed at least 20 blades. Every blade could be real, and every blade could be fatal. Dang 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 dang. Sun Jun made the first move, but he was the first to retreat. He had no choice but to retreat. If he didn't, he would be instantly defeated. I have to defeat my opponent in terms of sword skills. Li Fuchen didn't use his physical strength to his advantage. Since he wanted to burst forth with his own brilliance, he had to first let others see his sword Dao cultivation. After a dozen moves, Li Fuchen broke Sun Jun's snake eye sword style. You are strong, I concede defeat. Sun Jun laughed bitterly. He thought his sword skills were strong, but Li Fuchen's sword skills were even stronger. Every move and stance was executed according to Li Fuchen's will, like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky. Sun Jun couldn't even keep up with Li Fuchen's rhythm. Thanks for letting me win. Li Fuchen cupped his fist. The one who drew the number 4 lot was Yuan Tian. With just a single blade, he defeated his opponent. With his dominating ability, he had a lot of support. Everyone had already determined that he would be the champion of this year's Outer Sect Disciple Tournament, and no one could stop him. The fifth to go up was Zhao Mingyue and Fang Lihai. Fang Lihai's ability was strong, but Zhao Mingyue was even stronger. When the Raging Wave sword style met the Bright Moon sword style, it was as though it met its nemesis. Once the killer move, Bright Moon over the Sea, was executed, Fang Lihai vomited blood and fell off the stage. Mingyue Shimi is indeed the Grand Elder's granddaughter. Her talent is incredible. In the Outer Sect, other than Yuan Tian, the only one who can match up to Mingyue Shimi is probably Shang Guanhong. Shang Guanhong is Elder Shangguan's grandson. His talent is also incredible. Next up, Gao Changtian went up against Qing Xiaoyu. Gao Changtian won. Soon enough, after the first round of matches, the top 10 were decided. The top 10 represented the top 10 Outer Sect disciples, and were rewarded with large amounts of contribution points. First place would be rewarded with 100,000 points. Second and third place would be rewarded with 80,000 points. Fourth and fifth place would be rewarded with 60,000 points. And fifth to 10th place would be rewarded with 30,000 points. It could be said that in the Zhonglan sect, only disciples would receive the best treatment. Outer Sect elders might have a high status, but in terms of earning points, they might not be able to match up to Zhonglan sect disciples. The main reason was because disciples often received rewards. Cultivation techniques that were cultivated quickly would be rewarded. Placing in the tournament would also be rewarded. Chapter 75. Outer Sect Top 10 Disciples. Damn it. Guan Peng was among the audience. Back in Cloud Mist City, he looked down on Li Fuchen. During the genius contest, he might have been defeated by Li Fuchen, but he still looked down on Li Fuchen and thought he was just a normal bone frame with no potential. Now that Li Fuchen became one of the top 10 Outer Sect disciples, Guan Peng wavered. He didn't know if he still had the confidence to despise Li Fuchen. I will not bother with you for now. Once I break through to the Origin Realm, I will definitely catch up to you. Guan Peng clenched his fists tightly. In the front row of the audience, Guan Hong and Guan Yin sat side by side. After a year, Guan Hong had advanced to the second level of the Origin Realm, while Guan Yin had advanced to the third level of the Origin Realm. Advancing one stage in over a year was considered average in the inner sect. A mere disciple of the Li clan can actually become one of the top 10 Outer Sect disciples. Unforgivable. Guan Hong frowned, his expression extremely displeased. Guan Yin snorted. It's just temporary glory. With his bone frame, it's impossible for him to advance to the Origin Realm before 18 years old. The lower the star grade of the bone frame, the longer one would be stuck at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi realm. And this was only the first hurdle. Once one reached the peak of the 9th level of the Origin Realm, it was normal to be stuck for 10 to 20 years. After the top 10 were decided, it was time to decide the top 5. It was still drawing lots, and Li Fuchen drew lot number 4. Lot number 1, Yuan Tian versus Gao Changtian. Even though Gao Changtian had tried his best, the gap between him and Yuan Tian was too big. Whether it was physical strength, cultivation, skill level, sword skill level, he was weaker than Yuan Tian in every aspect. Gao Changtian was defeated in 2 moves. Yuan Tian is too strong. Everyone secretly exclaimed. Lot number 2, Zhao Mingyue won. The third lot, Shang Guanhong versus Guan Shui. Shang Guanhong was 17 this year. She had cultivated for 2 more years than Guan Shui. With these 2 years, Shang Guanhong defeated Guan Shui without any mishaps. Lot 4, Li Fuchen also defeated his opponent with ease. With the end of the 5th round, the top 5 were born. They were Yuan Tian, Zhao Mingyue, Shang Guanhong, Li Fuchen, and one of the 10 prodigies called Chao Yin. 2-on-1 duel. The first match was between Yuan Tian and Chao Yun. Second match, Li Fuchen against Zhao Mingyue. Shang Guanhong had a bye. There was no suspense in the first match. Yuan Tian easily won. In the second match, Li Fuchen and Zhao Mingyue immediately engaged in an intense battle. Zhao Mingyue was much stronger than what everyone had imagined. As soon as they exchanged moves, Li Fuchen could feel that Zhao Mingyue's foundation was extremely terrifying. This fear did not originate from his physical strength, but from his Jinqi, the 8th level of the Bright Jade Mysterious Art. Li Fuchen thought of a possibility. The Bright Jade Mysterious Technique was an advanced version of the Enchanting Jade Technique. The 7th level was already comparable to the 9th level of the Enchanting Jade Technique. It was obvious how powerful the 8th level would be. How would Li Fuchen know that the reason why Zhao Mingyue was able to advance the Clear Jade Mystic Technique to the 8th rank was because she consumed a cultivation pill, the Clear Jade Pill. As the granddaughter of the Inner Sect Grand Elder, she had access to such resources. On the opposite side, Zhao Mingyue was even more surprised than Li Fuchen. She had already tried her best, but couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Instead, she was forced to defend. Be careful. Li Fuchen suppressed his strength to the same level as his opponent, and purely used his sword Dao cultivation to suppress his opponent. Li Fuchen, you are strong, but this is still not enough. Zhao Mingyue's sword presence rose abruptly. The qi that covered the wooden sword had a slight change in color. Under the sunlight, it emitted a rainbow glow, as though it was the sunset. Mystic Class Low-Tier Sword Art, Sunset Sword Style. Squinting his eyes, Li Fuchen's vision was filled with the Sunset Sword Style. Li Fuchen, against the Sunset Sword Style, you cannot win. Admit defeat now. With the help of the Sunset Sword Style, Zhao Mingyue not only turned the tables, but also suppressed Li Fuchen for the first time. It is the Mystic Class Low-Tier Sunset Sword Style. How did Mingyue shimmy cultivate? A Qi Realm martial artist shouldn't be able to execute a Mystic Class Low-Tier sword art, right? Normally speaking, a Qi Realm martial artist would find it hard to execute a Mystic Class Low-Tier sword art. But Mingyue shimmy is different. How is it different? Mingyue shimmy has already cultivated the Bright Moon Mystic Technique to the 8th rank. Her qi is much stronger than a regular 9th level Qi Realm martial artist. To a certain extent, her qi isn't any weaker than those who just entered the Origin Realm. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Dominion Sword Xixiang, Sword Maniac, Sword Tiger, and Emotionless Sword Xixiang from the previous tournament all cultivated a Mystic Class Low-Tier sword art at the Qi Realm. You didn't hear about it, that's why you have such doubts. The Inner Sect disciples in the front row whispered to each other and discussed softly. Below the stage, Yuan Tian saw Zhao Mingyue execute the Sunset Sword Style. He let out a light laugh and wasn't too surprised. So this is a Mystic Class Low-Tier sword art? It isn't much. Li Fuchen changed his sword stance and executed the Peak Tier, Yellow Class, Scarlet Fire Sword Style for the first time. Blaze! Like a raging inferno, like a volcano eruption. Li Fuchen's sword stance was unprecedentedly hot and domineering. If Zhao Mingyue's Sunset Sword Style was like rays of sunset, then Li Fuchen's Scarlet Fire Sword Style was like a soaring fire wave, incinerating everything in its path. Zhao Mingyue turned pale with fright. Against Li Fuchen's Scarlet Fire Sword Style, her Sunset Sword Style was like the winter snow meeting the blazing sun, melting and disintegrating. Impossible, the Scarlet Fire Sword Style is only a Peak Tier, Yellow Class sword art? Zhao Mingyue bit on her lips. This child's perception is truly terrifying. He actually cultivated the Scarlet Fire Sword Style to the trance stage. He is obviously the second sword maniac. On the rostrum, an Inner Sect elder exclaimed. It is indeed at the trance stage. How did he do it? Perception is something that is too abstract. It is related to the bone frame, but it isn't an absolute relationship. Back then, Sword Maniac used his 4-star bone frame to firmly suppress the 5-star bone frame Sword Tiger, an emotionless sword, because of his outstanding perception. The layman just enjoys the show, while the connoisseur recognizes the artistry. Be it the Outer Sect disciples or Inner Sect disciples, they only knew that Li Fuchen's sword arts were incredible. but they didn't know what rank Li Fuchen's sword arts were at. But the Zhonglan sect elders could tell with a single glance. Generally speaking, it was considered good for an outer sect disciple to cultivate a peak tier, yellow class sword art to the sub-completion stage. Only prodigies could push a peak tier, yellow class sword art to the completion stage. But most of the prodigies would only stop at the sub-completion stage sub-perfection. Very few prodigies could push a peak tier, yellow class sword art to the second completion stage when they were at the Qi realm, the perfection stage. Not to mention the third stage, the trance stage. But Zhao Mingyue's sunset sword style wasn't even at the sub-completion stage. It naturally couldn't be compared to Li Fuchen's trance stage, scarlet fire sword style. Sword presence like fire, sword style like fire. After 3 blades, Li Fuchen used a single blade to force Zhao Mingyue off the stage. You win this time. Let's see who wins next time. Zhao Mingyue frowned and left. Li Fuchen's expression was indifferent, as though he did something insignificant. Chapter 76. With the birth of the top 3, it was time for the most crucial moment. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. The outer sect's top 10 disciples were impressive, but no matter how impressive they were, they couldn't compare to the outer sect's number 1 disciple. Every year, the outer sect's number 1 disciple would be recorded and carved on a mountain wall in the outer sect. It was a symbol of glory and strength, and no one could take it away from them. When the lots were drawn, it was Li Fuchen's turn to draw. Yuan Tian, I won't let you get first place so easily. Shang Guanhong took a deep breath, his body tensed up and his muscles contracted. The next moment, a terrifying and overbearing aura burst out, and the wooden sword in his hand was instantly covered with a layer of dense light purple zhenqi. This zhenqi was so strong that it extended all the way from his forearm to the tip of the sword. At first glance, it seemed as if he was holding a light purple mist sword. Yuan Tian, take this. Shang Guanhong's footwork was extremely fast, and in just a few blinks of an eye, she had already arrived a few meters away from Yuan Tian. She waved her light purple mist sword, and a fan-shaped sword light burst out, dazzling and resplendent. The 8th layer of the purple extreme profound art. Low-tier profound level sword art, radiant sword art. No one had expected that Shang Guanhong had also cultivated an advanced cultivation technique and a profound rank low-tier sword art. But it was very obvious that Shang Guanhong's sword Dao cultivation surpassed Zhao Mingyue by quite a bit. Zhao Mingyue's mystic class low-tier sword art had yet to reach initial success, but Shang Guanhong's mystic class low-tier sword art had already reached initial success. Other than that, Shang Guanhong's physical strength was also rather terrifying. Before the outer sect disciple competition started, there were insiders who said that Shang Guanhong's physical strength exceeded 7,000 caddies. Now he was probably even stronger. Shang Guanhong, who had an incomparably strong foundation, unleashed her full power right from the start, slashing towards Yuan Tian. Just as many people were worrying for Yuan Tian, he made his move. The clothes on his right arm were torn apart, revealing his frighteningly strong muscles. Yuan Tian raised his sword, and a peerlessly overbearing sword aura soared into the sky, accompanied by a brilliant sword light. Kacha! Shang Guanhong's sword light crumbled in an instant. Following that, the wooden sword shattered inch by inch, turning into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. Shang Guanhong was rooted to the spot, unable to say a single word. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone stared blankly at Yuan Tian. Very strong. He was terrifyingly strong. He was freakishly strong. Even the former number 1 disciple of the outer sect, Overlord Sword Lu Wuhuang, was a little moved at this moment. His eyes narrowed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Dominating strength, this is a true heaven's chosen. There is no need to compete in the next match. No matter how strong Li Fuchen is, he is not a match for Yuan Tian. Is this Yuan Tian's strength? In my opinion, a regular first-level Origin Realm Intersect disciple might not even be a match for him. In the outside world, a regular second-level Origin Realm martial artist wouldn't be a match for Yuan Tian. Endless praises and praises came from the mouths of the crowd. As for Shang Guanhong, She had long been forgotten by the crowd. Yuan Tian's lips curled upwards. He liked the feeling of being worshipped and revered by others. In the endless starry sky, he wanted to be the only sun, causing the other stars to lose their splendor. Only he alone shone brightly. Li Fuchen, come up. Yuan Tian looked at Li Fuchen and spoke in a clear voice. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and walked towards the contest stage step by step before stopping 10 steps in front of Yuan Tian. Make your move. I'll give you the chance to make your move. Yuan Tian stood proudly with the wooden sword in his right hand resting on the ground. Such a disgrace, he probably can't even withstand a single blade. Below the stage, Feng Lihai had a face of mockery, as though he could see Li Fuchen's soulless expression. Guan Shui stared at Li Fuchen, trying to read his expression, but she couldn't see anything. If Yuan Tian was said to be extremely confident, like the sun in the sky, radiating brilliance, Li Fuchen was like the vast ocean, unfathomable. Once I make my move, you will definitely give it your all. As he spoke, Li Fuchen drew his wooden sword and with a flash, he slashed at Yuan Tian. In your dreams. Yuan Tian repeated the same move. With a swing of his sword, a domineering sword presence soared into the sky, intending to break Li Fuchen's wooden sword. Boom! A ripple like chi force spread out, causing the clothes and hair of the duo to flutter. On the contest stage, dust flew and formed a dust tornado. Yuan Tian didn't take a step back. Li Fuchen didn't take a step back either. The wooden sword didn't shatter? It really didn't shatter. Shouts of astonishment could be heard. Everyone's interest was piqued. They wanted to see how many moves Li Fuchen could block from Yuan Tian. Interesting. All right then, I shall play with you. Yuan Tian made his move. The wooden sword in his hand spun in a circle. The dense sword presence was like a golden snake scuttling out. It was ever-changing, precise and ruthless, yet it had an indescribable dominance. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, golden snake sword style. The Yang clan had a sword art called the silver snake sword style, which was a high tier, yellow class sword art. But when compared to the golden snake sword style, it was lacking in presence and wasn't as dominant as the golden snake sword style. Blaze! Vaguely, Yuan Tian seemed to see a huge fireball expanding. His sword momentum instantly melted and disintegrated. Both were peak tier, yellow class sword arts. But his golden snake sword style was only at the perfection stage, while Li Fuchen's scarlet fire sword style was at the trance stage. It could be said that the scarlet fire sword style's power was much stronger than what Yuan Tian imagined. Even the spectators didn't have such an intense feeling. Since that is the case, don't blame me. A powerful chi presence exploded from Yuan Tian's body. 8th rank of the Vajra mystic technique. Since Zhao Mingyue and Shang Guanhong cultivated advanced techniques, Yuan Tian naturally cultivated advanced techniques too. The former two relied on technique pills to advance their technique ranks, but Yuan Tian relied on himself. Although technique pills could save a lot of time, but to fully adapt to it, it required a period of time. But it wasn't so much of a problem for himself, as he was able to fully utilize the power of the first-rank technique. Revolving the 8th rank Vajra mystic technique, Yuan Tian's physical strength burst forth. A valiant iron blood chi presence was emitted from his body. It was the chi presence of his physical strength. Lose! Yuan Tian yelled out. The pale golden chi on his wooden sword expanded as he cleaved at Li Fuchen. With this blade, he wanted Li Fuchen to fly off the stage, not giving his opponent any chance. Just in time. Just as Yuan Tian made his move, Li Fuchen's chi presence burst forth. 8th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. At the same time, Li Fuchen's slightly skinny body swelled up. Stepping out with his left leg, he welcomed Yuan Tian with his sword. Boom! This exchange was like a lightning strike that ignited the flames of the earth. The wooden swords in their hands couldn't withstand this terrifying force and instantly shattered. The broken pieces shot out in all directions, as if they were hidden weapons. What? The clash between the two had shocked everyone. Especially Li Fuchen's performance, it was even more shocking. Good. The outer sect Grand Elder's eyes lit up as he cheered loudly. To the upper echelons of the sect, it would never be better to have two tigers fighting. After all, who would complain about having more prodigies in their sect. You dare to conceal your ability in front of me? Yuan Tian was enraged. Li Fuchen replied indifferently, same to you. Catch my sword. Xiao Changfeng took out 2 real swords from nowhere. With a swing, they turned into 2 streams of light that shot at Li Fuchen and Yuan Tian. Don't even think about catching my sword. Chapter 77. Pung 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 pung. As the 2 of them fought with bare fists, it was even more violent than a sword fight. Every punch landed on flesh. Clang! 2 swords stabbed into the stage, but the 2 of them didn't care and continued to fight. Impossible, my 10,000 kilograms of strength can't even suppress my opponent. Yuan Tian got angrier as the fight went on. As the fight progressed, he was on the verge of insanity. Li Fuchen was also wantonly displaying his strength. Yuan Tian was similar to him. Their physical strength cultivation technique rank and combat ability were similar as well. Exhilarating. Li Fuchen's eyes were getting brighter. It has been a long time since he went all out in a fight. Suppressing the opponent was exhilarating, but it wasn't satisfying enough. Experts were always lonely. Only when they met a true opponent would the value of an expert be revealed. Crackle. The outer sex stage was made with the toughest rocks. But under the ravages of the 2, the rocks started to crack and fist-sized rocks were sent flying with chi forces. Are these 2 still humans? Even demonic beasts aren't as violent as them. They are comparable to demons. Everyone held their breaths and watched without blinking. Thunderbolt kick. Yuan Tian's martial arts were more comprehensive than Li Fuchen's. With a yellow class peak tier kick art, a crack that was over a meter long appeared on the stage. Storm Flash. When executed by Li Fuchen, the cyclone kick art couldn't be considered a simple, yellow class, mid-tier kick art anymore. It was as though it was fused into Li Fuchen's bloodline and became his instinct. Swish, swish, swish. Li Fuchen's figure darted around, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Just as Yuan Tian was feeling jealous, Li Fuchen attacked. A black mass of leg shadows shrouded over. Even though Yuan Tian was well versed in both offense and defense, he still couldn't block Li Fuchen's attacks. In just a few blinks of the eye, he got kicked 3 to 4 times and was sent flying. Clang! Yuan Tian's luck wasn't bad. There was a real sword along the way. Pulling out the real sword, Yuan Tian took a deep breath and landed heavily on the ground with a 1,000-kilogram drop. Eat my blade. With the real sword in hand, Yuan Tian's ability increased by an unknown amount. The dazzling sword light was directed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen hurriedly retreated. As he retreated, he constantly kicked the gravel on the stage towards Yuan Tian. Li Fuchen, do you only know how to escape? Yuan Tian smashed piece after piece of gravel. With these gravel obstructing, he couldn't catch up to Li Fuchen and couldn't help but say coldly. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen arrived at the side of the other true sword. Clang! Drawing his real sword, Li Fuchen said, Escape? You overestimate yourself. If I don't defeat you today, I won't rest. Yuan Tian bellowed. The pale golden chi on the true sword surged, turning into a giant pale golden mist sword, cleaving at Li Fuchen. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. He wielded the pale red mist sword and brazenly welcomed the attack. Clang! This time they were real swords, not wooden swords. None of the swords were broken. However, the 2 swords collided with each other with greater force. Faint golden and faint red mist erupted and dispersed, covering more than half of the arena in an instant. On the battling platform, some fine stones floated up and shot out. Just how profound is the true chi of these 2 people? The outer sect disciples at the back row were flabbergasted. 5-star bone frame is indeed worthy of being called a 5-star bone frame. Li Fuchen sighed to himself. The battle intent in his eyes intensified. The 2 of them battled for 300 rounds, but still couldn't determine the victor. But those with discerning eyes could see that Li Fuchen had a greater advantage. Yuan Tian's sword art was dominant, but it wasn't agile enough. But Li Fuchen's sword art wasn't just sharp. It had a bold and unconstrained imagination. Yuan Tian was still limited by the sword art's routine, but Li Fuchen had already surpassed it and added in his own elements. This was the difference in perception. Prairie fire. On the 398th round, Li Fuchen suddenly executed the finishing move of the Scarlet Fire Sword art. Once the sword was brandished, the pale red sword light was like a spark. When it clashed with Yuan Tian's sword art, it instantly exploded and turned into a prairie fire that engulfed everything. PFFF, 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 PFFF. Charred holes appeared on Yuan Tian's clothes as he retreated pathetically. This is the moment. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The sword in his hand drew a perfect arc from left to right. The pale red arc was like a waning moon, illuminating the stage. Yellow class, low-tier sword art, crescent sword style. Clang. Yuan Tian's sword flew out of his hand and landed below the stage. Do not underestimate low-tier sword arts. In a duel between experts, the timing was fleeting. Low-tier sword arts could save a lot of time to accumulate energy, allowing for an immediate burst. Despicable. Yuan Tian paused for a moment and growled. I won fair and square. How is this despicable? His opponent without his sword was like a tiger without its claws and teeth. Li Fuchen didn't bother to attack, and replied indifferently. Yuan Tian replied, with a sword in hand you cannot defeat me. My apologies, your sword was sent flying by me. If another sword comes, I will send it flying too. You are ultimately not a match for me. Whatever you say. Yuan Tian walked off the stage with a gloomy expression. How can you win like this? Is there any justice in this world? Guan Peng was flabbergasted. Guan Hong and Guan Yan were flabbergasted too. There were too many dumbfounded people. Shang Guan Hong, Fang Laihai, Qin Xiaoyu. None of them wanted to believe this reality. He actually won. For a moment, Wu Qingmei felt as though she was dreaming. Everything was too surreal. When she first met Li Fuchen, she didn't even put him in her eyes, and only treated him as an outer sect disciple with some ability. Only a short period of time had passed, and he had already defeated Yuan Tian. Forget it, after entering the Origin Realm, there should be some changes. Wu Qingmei didn't want to think about these messy things anymore. Interesting. Zhao Mingyue developed a trace of interest towards Li Fuchen. On the rostrum, the inner sect elders were in a heated discussion. This year's batch isn't bad. In terms of overall ability, it is close to Sword Maniac's batch. Yes, Yuan Tian is on par with Sword Tiger, while Li Fuchen's Sword Dao Perception is on par with Sword Maniac. Even though Dominion Sword from the previous batch wasn't bad, but he was the only outstanding one. Let's wait and see. If he is still this outstanding after entering the inner sect, it wouldn't be a problem to give him the identity of an inner sect prodigy. This is a good suggestion. Let's observe first. As the stage was in an uproar, a figure flashed onto the stage. It was Xiao Changfeng. Next, he started to announce the rankings of the outer sect's top 10 disciples, and their rewards. There were 2 rewards, contribution points, and the qualification to redeem a mystic class martial arts manual. Li Fuchen was first place, and was rewarded with 100,000 contribution points. 100,000 contribution points would take an outer sect elder at least 6 to 7 years to earn, which was the envy of others. Of course, outer sect elders earned their position contribution points. In the Zhonglan sect, outer sect elders were considered as the 6th class position, and were given at least 15,000 contribution points every year. This way, they would be able to manage the outer sect without any distractions. Chapter 78. Outer Sect Number 1 Disciple. Congratulations. The fact that Li Fuchen became the Outer Sect's number 1 disciple made all the Outer Sect disciples flabbergasted, including Zhu Hongxiu. They knew that Li Fuchen was strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong that even Yuan Tian was pulled down from his high horse. This could no longer be described as a dark horse, but a hidden dragon. The hidden dragon rose from the abyss and shocked the world with a single brilliant feat the second day after the ranking tournament ended. Zhu Hongxiu specially came to Li Fuchen's courtyard to congratulate him. Looking at the exquisite and beautiful Zhu Hongxiu, Li Fuchen laughed. Just an outer sect number 1 disciple, not the inner sect number 1 disciple. What? You still want to become the inner sect's number 1 disciple? Zhu Hongxiu was shocked. Li Fuchen replied, "Why not?" Zhu Hongxiu spoke in a serious tone. "If it was any other ordinary bone frame who said this, I would definitely think that he was boasting. But you are different, I believe you." "Thank you. Go rest first. I'll go challenge the Tower of Trials." Li Fuchen was just about to head out. "All right, seems like the first rank of the Tower of Tribulations will belong to you." Zhu Hongxiu was indeed a little tired. After bidding farewell to Li Fuchen, she entered her courtyard. Back at the Tower of Tribulations, Li Fuchen had a completely different mindset. Previously, he had the attitude of giving it a try. Now he wanted to get first place. According to the Zhonglan sect's rules, before being promoted to an inner sect disciple, being in the top 10 of the Tower of Tribulations would also be rewarded with contribution points. The prize for first place was 50,000, the prize for second and third place was 30,000, and the prize for 4th to 10th place was 20,000. Even though it wasn't as much as the rewards of the outer sect top 10 disciples, it wasn't small either. Li Fuchen wouldn't let go of this opportunity. It's senior brother Li. Everyone make way. The current Li Fuchen could be said to be a celebrity amongst celebrities. If anyone from the outer sect said they didn't know Li Fuchen, they would definitely be despised. It didn't matter what Li Fuchen's bone frame was. At the current stage, Li Fuchen was the outer sect's #1 disciple. He was like the sun in the sky, undefeatable. As for what would happen after becoming an inner sect disciple, no one thought that far ahead. Is this what fame is? Li Fuchen didn't reject this feeling, and walked to the front of the crowd. Without the need to ring the Tower of Tribulations, the outer sect deacon in charge of the Tower of Tribulations allowed Li Fuchen to attempt the Tower of Tribulations. What a joke! Would the outer sect's #1 disciple not be able to ring the bell? Entering the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations, Li Fuchen used a single blade to instantly kill an energy demonic beast. The second level was still an instant kill. On the third floor, Li Fuchen expended some energy. Yuan-Chi demonic beasts were different from other demonic beasts. They were not made of flesh and blood. If one could not continuously attack their weak spots, they would not die no matter what. Of course, with Li Fuchen's ability, 2 consecutive strikes would be enough to defeat his opponent. As the array patterns on the third floor of the Tower of Trials lit up, and then extinguished, the outside of the Tower of Trials was in an uproar. 9 ticks, surpassing Yuan Tian. No wonder he's the outer sect's #1 disciple. Each time he makes a move, it's getting more and more extraordinary. Yuan Tian must be depressed. He lost the #1 outer sect disciple, and now he lost the #1 position in the Tower of Tribulations as well. He lost 40,000 contribution points in one go. Yuan Tian probably won't be satisfied. Walking out of the Tower of Tribulations, Li Fuchen found out that his result was 9 ticks. Li Fuchen nodded to himself, as this result wasn't too bad. In this way, the wooden plaque with Li Fuchen's name was hung in the first position on the stone wall, and Yuan Tian was moved to the second position. In less than half a day, the news of Li Fuchen obtaining first rank in the Tower of Tribulations was spread across half the outer sect. In Yuan Tian's courtyard, Yuan Tian was expressionless, and the atmosphere in the courtyard was heavy. After a long time, Yuan Tian muttered to himself, "What belongs to me, I will take it back. No one can take it away from me. I am now at the middle stage of the 9th level of the Qi realm. I will need at least a year to progress to the first level of the Origin realm." On top of the fake mountain, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and stopped his cultivation. The breakthrough from the 9th level of the Qi realm to the first level of the Origin realm wasn't a small hurdle. This hurdle could be passed by many, but the time needed to do so was as different as heaven and earth. In general, a normal bone frame would need at least 5 years to pass. If one's perception was too weak, it was normal to be stuck at this stage for life. A 1-star bone frame would need at least 3 years. A 2-star bone frame would need at least a year. Only those with a 3-star bone frame could pass the hurdle within a year. But there was a precondition. First, one had to reach the peak of the 9th level of the Qi realm. After all, a lot of time was required to advance from the initial stage of the 9th level of the Qi realm to the peak. The reason why Li Fuchen was so confident was because he was certain that he could attain the 9th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique within a year. By then his cultivation speed would increase tremendously. With his current body's toughness, he would be able to withstand the dominance of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. With 100,000 contribution points, Li Fuchen had a lot of money on hand. He redeemed another 60 Dragon Tiger pills in one go. He hoped to attain the 3rd rank completion stage of the Interception Form Dao before he became an Inner Sect disciple. Either he didn't do it at all, or he would do it at his strongest. Strong enough to crush the 2nd place disciple. At the current stage, the difference in ability between him and Yuan Tian was very small. Yuan Tian could surpass him at any time, and this wasn't something he wanted to see. The 3rd rank of the Interception Form Dao was much harder to cultivate than Li Fuchen imagined. It wasn't just about resources, but also the essence of the Interception Form Dao. Fortunately, Li Fuchen was lacking in everything except for his terrifying perception. 10,500 kilograms. 11,500 kilograms. 11,500 gene. 12,000 kilograms. After 60 body tempering pills were consumed, Li Fuchen's physical strength increased to 12,000 kilograms. Other than the cultivation of the Interception Form Dao, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao was also in progress. Instead of redeeming a Mystic class low-tier sword art, Li Fuchen redeemed 3 yellow class, peak-tier sword arts, which cost him almost 4,000 contribution points. They were the Tripart Sword Style, Dripping Sword Style, and Soaring Dragon Sword Style. Li Fuchen didn't want to cultivate 2 high-tier sword arts in one go. He wanted to build a solid foundation. The cultivation of the Sword Dao was all about the foundation. A Sword Dao without a foundation was like a house without a foundation. It could collapse at any moment. Tripart Sword Style, 1 blade into 3 blades. Once cultivated to the highest rank, a single blade is enough to poke 3 bloody holes on the enemy's body. Dripping Sword Style, with the thrust as the main focus, condensing the force. Specialized in breaking body refinement techniques. Soaring Dragon Sword Style, the most dominant and vigorous sword art. But it consumes a lot of qi. The stronger the qi, the stronger the Soaring Dragon Sword Style. Each of the 3 yellow class, peak-tier sword arts had their own specialties. Li Fuchen concentrated on cultivating them. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed since the Outer Sect Disciple Tournament. Tower of Tribulations. Yuan Tian's result has increased to 9 ticks. Same as Li Fuchen, tied for 1st place. There is no such thing as a tie for 1st place in the Tower of Tribulations. Whoever finishes first will be first. Walking out of the Tower of Tribulations, Yuan Tian clenched his fist after seeing his own result. Just a little bit more, and he would have reached 8 ticks. In order to get 1st place in the Tower of Tribulations, he even suppressed himself from breaking through. 1 week ago, he could have broken through to the 1st level of the Origin Realm. 1st place. I will definitely get 1st place. Chapter 79. 3-part sword art, 1 sword becomes 3. Li Fuchen first studied the Tripart Sword Style. The Tripart Sword Art was one of the top 10 peak-tier, yellow-class sword arts in the Azure Water Sect. It wasn't a simple quick sword art, but similar to the Soaring Dragon Sword Art, it required a greater amount of qi. The stronger one's Jin Qi was, the more power one could unleash. If one did not have enough Jin Qi, the 3-part sword art would be no different from an ordinary sword art. Raindrop Sword Technique. Condensing the sword energy into a single point, raindrop pierces stone. Compared to the 3-part sword art, the Raindrop Sword Technique did not have so many external requirements. What it required was extreme control. The stronger one's control was, the finer the sword force would be. With a single strike, even metal armor would be pierced through. Soaring Dragon Sword Technique. The sword is like a swimming dragon. The most important thing is sword force. There's an old saying that goes, a strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. The Flying Dragon Sword Art consumed Jin Qi several times faster than the Raindrop Sword Art, and twice as fast as the 3-part sword art. Correspondingly, the flying dragon sword technique was extremely terrifying. You could dodge the raindrop sword technique, but you couldn't dodge the flying dragon sword technique. With one sword strike, the sword momentum would first envelop you, making it impossible for you to dodge. Just like the tripart sword style, the soaring dragon sword style was one of the top 10 peak-tier, yellow-class sword arts in the Azure Water sect. A week later, he achieved initial success in the three-part sword art, raindrop sword technique, and flying dragon sword art. A month later, he mastered the tripart sword art, the raindrop sword technique, and the flying dragon sword art. 2 months later, the tripart sword art had reached the perfection stage, the raindrop sword technique had reached the perfection stage, and the flying dragon sword technique had reached perfection. 8 ticks. Unbelievable. Yuan Tian actually completed the reverse and surpassed Li Fuchen. With pressure comes motivation. Previously, Yuan Tian didn't have an opponent, therefore, he was rather lax. But with Li Fuchen's existence, he felt a sense of crisis. His potential has unknowingly been stimulated to the limits. A result of 8 scales is already heaven-defying. I'm afraid no one in the outer sect can surpass this result. There shouldn't be anyone else. At most, his results would be on par with Yuan Tian's. It's impossible to surpass him. On this day, the Tower of Trials area was once again bustling with activity. Looking at his wooden tablet being put back in first place, Yuan Tian revealed a cold smile. Li Fuchen, it is impossible for your results to surpass mine. At best, you will be on par with me. Your title as the outer sect's #1 disciple doesn't live up to your name. Muttering to himself, Yuan Tian left the trial tower area. Li Fuchen, your results have been surpassed by Yuan Tian. After receiving the news, Zhu Hongxiu specially came to Li Fuchen's courtyard. Li Fuchen replied, "Oh, had he surpassed it? It's within my expectations." Yuan Tian had a 5-star bone frame after all, and was able to cultivate everything quickly. A few months was enough for Yuan Tian's strength to increase by 1 level. "Aren't you surprised?" Li Fuchen said. "What's there to be surprised about? Alright, what are his results?" 8 scales. 8 scales, not bad. Li Fuchen nodded. If it was 8 scales, he was confident that he could surpass it. "Come, follow me to the Tower of Trials." Li Fuchen reckoned that Yuan Tian was about to advance to the origin returning realm. Since he had already offended the other party, Li Fuchen wouldn't show mercy. He wanted the other party to have regrets and advance to the true realm. A short moment later, Li Fuchen and Zhu Hongxiu arrived at the Tower of Tribulations. "Look, Li Fuchen is here." Li Fuchen's appearance immediately became the focal point of everyone. "I reckon he can't sit still anymore." Everyone knows that Yuan Tian Shixiang is about to advance to the origin returning realm. If he can't surpass him before he reaches the origin returning realm, it will be meaningless. But to surpass 8 scales, it will be difficult. Yes, I wonder what is Li Fuchen's result this time. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Li Fuchen as he entered the Tower of Tribulations. First floor of the Tower of Tribulations, instant kill. Second floor of the Tower of Tribulations, instant kill. Third floor of the Tower of Tribulations, an array pattern lit up, and a giant energy wolf appeared. Li Fuchen's body flashed as he brandished his sword at the giant energy wolf. His movement technique was extremely fast, and so was his sword speed. As the sword was brandished, 3 sword lights enveloped the giant energy wolf. The giant energy wolf's body flickered with light. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, tripart sword style. Roar! The giant energy wolf let out a furious roar and arched its body before charging at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen constantly executed the tripart sword style to suppress the giant energy wolf. A few breaths later, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Xiao! Visible to the naked eye, a pale red glow congealed at the tip of the sword. Li Fuchen thrust it at the giant energy wolf's ear. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, dripping sword style. PFFF. As the sword entered, the giant energy wolf dissipated. 8 scales, I should have surpassed it. Li Fuchen felt that the speed was much faster this time. It was much faster than the previous time. Exiting the Tower of Tribulations. As expected, seeing everyone's shocked expression, Li Fuchen knew that his result had surpassed Yuan Tian. 7 scales. This time, Li Fuchen's result was 7 scales. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Is he still human? Legend. No matter what happens in the future, Li Fuchen is a legend in the outer sect. No one can surpass him. I think Yuan Tian Shixiang is going to die from anger. There is no first place in literature, no second place in martial arts. There is always a higher mountain. Not taking the praises to heart, Li Fuchen said to Zhu Hongxiu, "Let's go. If this child can break through the bone frame limit, his future will be limitless." Today was a rare occasion for the Tower of Tribulation's elder to visit. Peng. In the courtyard, a towering tree was forcefully split into 2 by Yuan Tian, sending branches and leaves flying everywhere. Yuan Tian nearly vomited blood. "Li Fuchen, you and I are irreconcilable." Yuan Tian's eyes were blood red. Growing up under the halo of a prodigy, he had never obtained second place, and could easily obtain first place. He usually looked gentle and polite, but didn't give off a feeling of superiority, because he disdained to flaunt his prowess. In his opinion, flaunting one's prowess was a very low-class action, a type of false bravado. But at this moment his state of mind had a change. Unwillingness, anger, jealousy, hatred, all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart, causing his mind to be in a mess. "Yuan Shixiang, congratulations on obtaining first place again." Wu Qingmei pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. She received the news in the morning, but didn't receive the news in the afternoon. Hence, she didn't know that within a day, the first place had changed hands again. "Get lost." Yuan Tian glared at Wu Qingmei and roared. Wu Qingmei was shocked, but her face immediately turned ashen. She turned and left without any expression. After leaving, Wu Qingmei asked around, and found out that in the afternoon, Li Fuchen surpassed Yuan Tian by 7 ticks. There are no 2 suns in the sky. Since there is Yuan Tian, why is there another Li Fuchen in the outer sect? Wu Qingmei sighed. Laughing bitterly, Wu Qingmei muttered, "Forget it. I have nothing to do with Yuan Tian anymore." Chapter 80. 7 ticks was a heaven-defying result that only Sword Maniac managed to achieve. Sword Tiger, Emotionless Sword, and Dominion Sword only had 8 ticks. Even though the duration didn't represent a person's ability. After all, some were good at playing it safe, some liked to take risks, and some liked to win by surprise. Different people had different battle styles. And with different battle styles, the results would be different as well. As the outer sect was changing, a huge piece of news was released. Yuan Tian broke through to the origin realm. Yuan Tian looked like he was 18 or 19 years old, but he was only 15 years old, the same age as Li Fuchen and Guan Shui. But Yuan Tian entered the Zhonglan sect at the age of 13, and was much older than them. A 15-year-old origin realm martial artist. There weren't many in the entire history of the Zhonglan sect. In the outside world, to be able to break through to the origin realm before the age of 25 was already considered an elite. Big news came wave after wave. 1 month later, Shang Guanhong also suddenly reached the origin realm, followed by Hong Feng and Zhao Mingyue. Among the top 10 outer sect disciples, 3 of them broke through to the origin realm. In fact, out of the 30,000 outer sect disciples, there would be thousands of outer sect disciples that broke through to the origin realm every year. But they weren't famous and didn't cause any commotion. The Qi realm was one level, and the origin realm was another. No matter how outstanding a Qi realm martial artist was, they would always be inferior to an origin realm martial artist. When an outer sect disciple meets an inner sect disciple, they would have to address them as seniors. If not, they might be taught a lesson if they met a bad-tempered one. Late stage of the Qi realm. On this day, Li Fuchen's cultivation finally broke through from the middle stage of the Qi realm to the late stage of the 9th level. Just one more step, and he would be at the peak stage. All 3 sword styles are at the subperfection or perfection stage. I don't have much of a requirement for the location and time. Let's make another trip to Zhonglan Lake. Li Fuchen brought along his fishing gear and rushed towards Zhonglan Lake. Li Fuchen was already prepared. and prepared to use a large amount of contribution points at all times. A body refinement technique was a resource-consuming technique. Some joked that for a strong body refinement martial artist, every inch of their flesh and every strand of hair were piled up with gold coins. Who knows, a single strand of hair might be worth a few hundred, or even 1,000 gold coins. But there was nothing wrong with saying that. Due to body refinement martial artists consuming too many resources, coupled with the changes in their own chi and blood, their bodies were full of treasures. A powerful body refinement martial artist could use his own blood to save a severely injured and dying person. But it was also because of this that body refinement martial artists became top-notch materials in the eyes of many peerless powerhouses. They could use the flesh and blood of body refining martial artists to refine pills, or use it to cultivate and devour the other party's flesh and blood essence. In short, cultivating body refining techniques has its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that it could make one stronger. The downside was that he could become the material of a powerhouse at any time, and his fate would be miserable. Therefore, before they grew up, it was the consensus of body refinement martial artists not to completely expose their physical strength. On Songlan Lake, time flowed like water. In the Songlan sect, one after another outer sect disciples progressed to the origin realm and became inner sect disciples. A few months later, Gao Changtian, Fang Laihai, Sun Jun, Wu Qingmei, and Chao Yun had all advanced to the origin realm. A teacup on the table a few meters away was sucked over and shattered into pieces. The suction force moved towards the fish pond, causing the water to ripple. But that was it. Suction through air. This is something only origin realm martial artists can do. No wonder it is at the 9th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. Reaching the 9th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. He was now certain that the difficulty of breaking through was related to one's bone frame. The stronger one's bone frame, the easier it would be to break through. But a normal bone frame, no matter how good one's perception was, it would still be lacking. Of course, if the technique rank was high enough, this lack wouldn't be a problem, and could be easily made up for. It's about time to go back. Li Fuchen packed his fishing gear, and carried the treasure fish he caught recently back to the Songlan sect. Chapter 81. In the outer sect, only Li Fuchen hasn't advanced yet. I wonder when he will advance to the origin realm. 16 is out of the question, probably 17 or even 18. It is also impossible for 17 or 18 years old. The first checkpoint is nothing for 3-star bone frames and above, but for normal bone frames, it is a heavenly moat. Compared to Yuan Tian Shixiang, Li Fuchen is just a shooting star. Have you heard? Yuan Tian Shixiang has already progressed to the 2nd level of the origin realm. I heard. TSK. Progressing from the 1st level of the origin realm to the 2nd level in 5 months. Such talent, 1 in a million. As time elapsed, everyone started to doubt Li Fuchen, especially when they found out that the inner sect disciple, Yuan Tian, had already broken through to the 2nd level of the origin realm. They were all shocked and no longer compared Li Fuchen to Yuan Tian. Li Fuchen's perception may be better than Yuan Tian, but the path of martial Dao is not only about perception, but also cultivation aptitude. By the time Li Fuchen breaks through to the origin realm, Yuan Tiandu might even be at the 4th or 5th level of the origin realm. Back at the Songlan sect, after exchanging the treasure fish for contribution points, Li Fuchen immediately headed to the Tower of Tribulations. Since he was the outer sect number 1 disciple, and had achieved 7 ticks in the Tower of Tribulations, he could no longer retreat. He might as well make himself more glorious. There were some things that you either didn't do, or once you did, you had to make sure that no one else could surpass you. 6 ticks. It was an incomparably shocking result. Excluding Li Fuchen, Sword Maniac's 7 ticks was the first in the Azure Water sect for decades. Li Fuchen's 6 ticks was the first in the Azure Water sect in the past century. Sword Maniac's perception might not be inferior to Li Fuchen, but his willpower wasn't as strong as Li Fuchen's. He was able to cultivate the mystic class mid-tier body refinement technique, interception form Dao, to the completion rank in such a short period of time. Body refining cultivation method was not something that could be cultivated with just a lot of resources. Every time one's physical strength reached a certain level, one would need an extremely strong willpower to control it. If one's willpower was not strong enough, one's qi and blood would be spoiled, and in serious cases, one would die from blood loss. Of course, most of the people wouldn't have such a situation, because there were very few people like Li Fuqian, who progressed at an astonishing speed. If he cultivated slowly, he would be able to raise his physical strength to a very high level. The prerequisite was that one's perception and resources were sufficient. No one has ever done it before, and no one will ever do it again. Li Fuqian might be the strongest outer sect disciple in 100 years. The result of 6 ticks shocked everyone to the point of numbness. How could anyone live like this? How could the future generations surpass such an achievement? Exiting the Tower of Tribulations, Li Fuqian went into seclusion. The process of breaking through to the origin realm was a long process. At the mortal realm, the Zhen Qi in a martial artist's body was only concentrated in the Dantian. And at the origin realm, the qi would form a qi whirlpool in the Dantian. The existence of the cyclone made it easier for martial artists to absorb heaven and earth yuan qi, and it was easier for them to control their true qi. Who? Suck. Who? Suck. In the gloomy room, Li Fuqian breathed in and out. At the location of his Dantian, the red ball of light brightened and dimmed. When a martial artist reached the peak of the 9th level of the qi realm, the qi in their body could no longer be increased. Even if they consumed more medicinal pellets, it would only be a waste. The excess qi would automatically dissipate into yuan qi, and dissipate into the void. However, different people had different amounts of true qi in their bodies. A person with a good root bone would have a more vigorous amount of true qi. A person with a higher cultivation technique would have a more vigorous amount of true qi. With the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique at the 9th rank, Li Fuqian's true qi wasn't inferior to most people. Li Fuqian estimated that it should be on par with a 3-star bone frame, and the amount of true qi would determine the time needed to break through. For those with more true qi, their true qi would be like a river. Forming a qi whirlpool was easy. For those with less true qi, their true qi would be like a small river, or even a small stream. It would be difficult for them to form a qi whirlpool. As Li Fuqian revolved the 9th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, the surging true qi flowed through his meridians, and flowed into his Dantian, in an attempt to converge, and form a qi whirlpool. 1 cycle. 2 cycles. Unknowingly, a night had passed. Li Fuqian's body was covered in a layer of red. His clothes had long turned to ash and fell on the floor. Closing his eyes, Li Fuqian's consciousness concentrated on his meridians and Dantian. Within the empty Dantian, a pale red stream of qi flowed in, intertwining and chasing each other like a flowing river. Gradually a qi whirlpool formed. This qi whirlpool was very weak, and could collapse at any moment. Li Fuqian had to carefully strengthen the qi whirlpool, without any carelessness or recklessness. 2 hours passed and it was now noon. The qi whirlpool within Li Fuqian's Dantian was getting bigger, from the size of a thumb to the size of an egg, from the size of an egg to the size of a fist. Finally the qi whirlpool took shape. The originally pale red qi whirlpool had now turned red, like a blazing flame whirlpool, resplendent and fiery. At the same time, a large amount of heaven and earth energy flowed into Li Fuqian's body. Li Fuqian could now continue his cultivation. 1st level of the origin realm, completed. So this is the 1st level of the origin realm? Li Fuqian exhaled a breath of turbid air. His eyes shone with brilliance without a hint of fatigue. The moment he broke through to the origin realm, he felt his body was empty, and needed to replenish a large amount of qi. This was mainly due to the fact that his original qi had been condensed into a qi whirlpool, leaving no trace of qi in other parts of his body. With a flip of his palm, a pill appeared in his hand. This was a high-tier yellow-class qi pill. It was used to replenish one's qi, and was worth 1,000 contribution points. Swallowing the qi pill, Li Fuqian revolved the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, and began to refine the pill. Soon enough, the qi within Li Fuchen's body surged, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged into his heart. Once the pill was refined, the emptiness vanished. Standing up, Li Fuchen's body trembled. Red qi seeped out of his body and turned into a dense red qi current that enveloped Li Fuchen. In an instant, Li Fuchen seemed to have turned into a flaming man. Qi manifestation, and it was the entire body's qi manifestation. This meant that Li Fuchen could use his qi to defend his entire body. Even if his body's defense wasn't high, he could still ignore the attacks of regular qi realm martial artists. Revealing a confident smile, Li Fuchen's right hand formed a claw, extending and withdrawing. Creak! A few meters away, the door of the house suddenly opened, allowing the dazzling sunlight to shine in. Walking out of the house, Li Fuchen stood in front of a giant boulder that was as tall as a human. Pung! With a casual palm strike on the giant boulder, the boulder instantly exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Such a force was much stronger than when Li Fuchen executed his palm arts at the qi realm. No wonder he is at the origin realm, his qi is so concentrated. Li Fuchen praised. With the same amount of qi, a palm strike from an origin realm martial artist would have at least twice the power of a qi realm martial artist. Chapter 82. After progressing to the origin realm, Li Fuchen first had to report to the Outer Sect Grand Hall. The Outer Sect Grand Hall was the first hall of the Outer Sect. It was presided over by the Outer Sect Grand Elder, Xiao Changfeng, but he was rarely around. Today, the one presiding over the Grand Hall was the Outer Sect's third elder, Elder Song. Elder Song. Li Fuchen bowed to the elder. Elder Song was around 60 years old and had a beard. He lifted his head and was about to speak. All of a sudden his eyes lit up. Li Fuchen, have you progressed to the origin realm? Elder Song inquired. Li Fuchen replied. Elder Song, I am here to apply to become an inner sect disciple. Miracle, this is a miracle. I have never seen or heard of any normal bone frame disciple progressing so quickly. Elder Song was excited to be able to progress to the origin realm so quickly. It meant that Li Fuchen's potential was much stronger than expected. He thought that Li Fuchen would need at least 17 or 18 years of age to progress to the origin realm. If he were to progress by then, his value would be minimal and would not be comparable to prodigies. After all, the limit of a normal bone frame was the Earth realm, but the Zhonglan sect had at least 8,000 Earth realm martial artists. No matter how strong an Earth realm martial artist was, he would never be able to defeat a Heaven realm martial artist. As for those prodigies, as long as there were no accidents, they would basically become Heaven realm martial artists. Elite prodigies like Yuan Tian had a high chance of breaking through to the reincarnation realm. A reincarnation realm martial artist was equivalent to tens of thousands of Earth realm martial artists. It was because of them that the Zhonglan sect was as stable as Mt. Tai. Without a reincarnation realm martial artist, the Zhonglan sect could easily be defeated by other sections. Li Fuchen, well done. Entering the origin realm at the age of 16. If you work hard, you might have a chance of progressing to the Heaven realm. Elder Song had high hopes for Li Fuchen. Excluding his bone frame, Li Fuchen's performance was much more outstanding than elite prodigies Yuan Tian. He was equivalent to the second sword maniac. No, from the results of the Tower of Tribulations, even Sword Maniac was inferior to him. This is the Inner Sect Preparation Disciple Token. Take it to the Inner Sect Grand Hall. Someone will guide you there. Retrieving a bronze token from the drawer, Elder Song passed it to Li Fuchen. Thank you, Elder Song. Fuchen will not disappoint you. Li Fuchen received the bronze token with both hands and left the Outer Sect Grand Hall. It would be great if his bone frame was a 2-star bone frame, or even a 1-star bone frame. Elder Song sighed with a look of pity in his eyes. The inner sect zone was behind the outer sect zone. It was close to the core of the Zhonglan sect, and the heaven and earth energy here was much denser than the outer zone. Other than that, the scenery in the inner sect disciple region was 10 times more beautiful than the outer sect disciple region. Along the way, the White Jade Avenue, the pavilions, the jade palaces, the majestic halls, and the beautiful mountain peaks were all beautiful scenery. Compared to this place, the buildings and mountain peaks in the outside world were like thatched cottages, dull and tasteless. Is this where I'm going to stay? Li Fuchen took a quick glance, and wasn't in a hurry to reach the inner sect Grand Hall. That Yuan Tian is indeed a prodigy, that is on par with Dominion Sword Shixiang. He is only at the second level of the Origin Realm, and was able to defeat Qin Chong Shixiang, who was at the third level of the Origin Realm. I admit that Yuan Tian has talent, but in terms of combat ability, he is still inferior to the outer sect's number 1 disciple Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen does have some skills. A pity that with his bone frame, he will need at least 1 or 2 years to progress to the Origin Realm. By then, Yuan Tian will probably be at the 4th or 5th level of the Origin Realm. How can he compete? That's right. Yuan Tian is good in all aspects, while Li Fuchen is just good at perception. What's more, the Origin Realm and the Qi Realm are 2 different realms. Once he reaches the Origin Realm, he might not be able to continue to shine. A few inner sect disciples walked towards Li Fuchen. They didn't notice Li Fuchen, and were discussing loudly. Just as Li Fuchen brushed past them, one of the inner sect disciples took a glance at Li Fuchen and was stunned. Hey, why are you not walking anymore? His companion walked a few steps, and noticed that the inner sect disciple wasn't following. The inner sect disciple pointed at Li Fuchen's back. It's Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen. It can't be. What is he doing in the inner sect zone? Could it be? Impossible. He progressed to the Origin Realm so quickly. Come, let's follow and take a look. Curious, the few of them followed behind Li Fuchen. Sensing that someone was following him, Li Fuchen laughed and didn't bother. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the inner sect Grand Hall. Seeing Li Fuchen enter the Grand Hall, the few of them were flabbergasted and looked at each other. He really progressed to the Origin Realm. One of them swallowed his saliva. This is definitely big news. Let's go and spread the news. This is the hottest news of the year. Inner sect Grand Hall. The hosting elder received the bronze token from Li Fuchen and nodded. This is indeed the inner sect preparatory disciple token. You will stay in the outer sect zone for the next few days. 3 days later, come to the inner sect for the inner sect trials. If you pass the trials, you will officially become an inner sect disciple. If you fail the trials, try again 2 months later. If you fail all 3 trials, you will be demoted to an inner sect deacon apprentice. Advancing to the Origin Realm didn't mean that one could become an inner sect disciple. The Zhonglan sect's inner sect disciple selection process was very strict. Of course, it was just a relative term. Generally speaking, the passing rate of the inner sect trials was rather high, at least 50%. What's more, there were second and third chances. If you failed all 3 chances, it meant that you weren't the material the sect was looking for. Demoting to an inner sect deacon apprentice and serving the sect was the natural course of action. Leaving the inner sect Grand Hall, Li Fuchen returned to his own courtyard. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that the news of him progressing to the Origin Realm was spreading like wildfire. Towards the end, even those who didn't know him started to understand him. What a slap in the face! A few months ago, we were still discussing how many years Li Fuchen would need to step into the Origin Realm. I didn't expect it to be so fast. You can't blame us. Li Fuchen's advancement is completely illogical. Not only illogical, it is totally against common sense. I really doubt if he really has a normal bone frame. No matter what, he is now at the Origin Realm. This is a fact. The inner sect is going to be bustling. Plum Sword Shiji, Chunfenghua Shiji, Dominion Sword Shixiang, and now Yuan Tian and Li Fuchen. I wonder what will happen to the inner sect. Be it the inner sect or the outer sect, Li Fuchen's name was a hot topic. In the outer sect, Guanpeng and Shen Tuju were flabbergasted. Yang Kai was also flabbergasted. In the odd job disciple region, Li Yinhai, who was diligently cultivating, was at a loss when he received the news. It was as if he had lost all his fighting spirit. He didn't know what was the point of continuing to struggle. He painstakingly obtained the status of an odd job disciple. After entering the sect, he thought he would soon surpass Li Fuchen. But not long after, he received news of Li Fuchen's outstanding performance in the outer sect. Not long after, Li Fuchen became an influential figure in the outer sect. Then, Li Fuchen became the outer sect's #1 disciple. But Li Yinhai didn't give up. He believed that with Li Fuchen's normal bone frame, he would need at least 18 years of age to progress to the origin realm. He still had a chance to catch up. Why is this so? Li Yinhai mumbled. Chapter 83. In the inner sect, Fang Lihai and Qin Xiaoyu who received the news were dumbfounded. They all had a grudge against Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen only progressed to the origin realm a few years later, they would be able to trample on Li Fuchen however they wanted. So what if he had heaven-defying perception? If his cultivation level couldn't keep up, everything was meaningless. But with Li Fuchen stepping into the origin realm so early, it would be hard for them to take revenge and trample on Li Fuchen. There was almost no hope left. When the rest of the prodigies received the news, they all had different expressions. Yuan Tian's eyes were filled with gloominess and battle intent. Zhao Mingyue's eyes were filled with curiosity and interest. Wu Qingmei's eyes were deep in thought. As for Guan Shui, she pursed her lips and was in a daze. 3 days later, Li Fuchen once again arrived at the Inner Sect Grand Hall. In the Inner Sect Grand Hall, other than Li Fuchen, there were close to 100 Inner Sect preparation disciples. Li Fuchen knew many of them. The Zhonglan sect had 30,000 outer sect disciples. On average, there would be 1,000 outer sect disciples who progressed to the origin realm every year. To save manpower and resources, the inner sect exams were held once a month. It didn't mean that once you advanced, you would have to wait. A total of 97 disciples. Since everyone is here, follow me to the 1,000 Waterfall River. The green-robed inner sect elder sized up the crowd and said. The group heading to the 1,000 Waterfall River was rather large. Other than the 97 preparation disciples, and an inner sect elder, who was in charge of the inner sect exams. There were also 10 inner sect deacons, and 97 inner sect deacon apprentices. The 1,000 Waterfall River was rather far. If one were to walk there, it would take at least a few days. Outside the inner sect Grand Hall, a flock of cranes with a wingspan of over 5 meters flew down. In an instant, a violent gale blew on the ground, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. Li Fuchen's physique was astounding. Even with the violent gale, his eyes were still open. He realized that these cranes were all Class 1 spirit beasts. The spiritual qi within their bodies was about the same as a Class 1 demonic beast. In groups of a few, everyone got on the back of the cranes. The cranes soared into the sky and carried everyone. So fast, the biting cold gale was like a steel blade, extremely powerful. This was the time to see a person's ability. Some of the inner sect preparatory disciples had no choice but to sit down cross-legged to reduce the wind resistance. There were also some who forcefully stood there, but their bodies emitted different colored air currents to deflect the wind. Only a few people stood there as steady as Mount Tai, as if their feet were rooted to the ground. Especially Li Fuchen, who stood with his hands behind his back with a calm expression, as though he was standing on the ground. No wonder he is the outer sect #1 disciple Li Fuchen. The other inner sect preparatory disciples said in admiration. But after a long period of time, except for Li Fuchen, the rest of the inner sect preparation disciples couldn't take it anymore. Resisting the gale consumed a lot of true qi. As the true qi in their bodies rapidly decreased, they had no choice but to sit down cross-legged. Seeing that everyone was seated, Li Fuchen didn't want to be too high profile, and calmly sat on the back of the red-crowned crane. Looking at the green-robed inner sect elder who was riding the wind, everyone revealed looks of envy. Each realm of the martial Tao had its own unique characteristics. Qi refinement realm, drawing qi into the body. Origin realm, manifesting qi. Earth realm, true qi release. The heavenly dipper realm was able to walk on air. Zhonglan sect's inner sect elders were all heaven realm martial artists. Heaven realm martial artists, as the name suggests, were able to ascend to the heavens and enter the earth. They had remarkable abilities and were unparalleled in martial arts. If a clan was able to produce a heaven realm martial artist, that clan would immediately become one of the prestigious clans in the Zhonglan region. Fang Liahai's Fang clan, Yuan Tian's Yuan clan, were all prestigious clans in the Zhonglan region. Of course, the inner sect elders' clans were also prestigious clans. But above the prestigious clans were the grand clans. Grand clans had to have a long history and have plenty of heaven realm martial artists. In the Zhonglan region, there were only a few grand clans. Every single one of them had the authority to speak within the Zhonglan sect. The Red Crown Crane was very fast. At noon, everyone arrived at a spectacular scenic spot. Looking down from the sky, hundreds of white waterfalls were descending like white dragons entering the sea, emitting a rumbling sound. As they got closer, the sound got louder, and the white waterfalls gradually appeared in front of everyone. There were hundreds of waterfalls. The shortest waterfall was a few tens of feet in length. The longer ones were 50 to 60 feet, and the longest one was at least 300 feet. It was like a shocking jade dragon, emitting a boundless chi presence. Below the hundreds of waterfalls was a giant river. The river was undulating and had countless whirlpools, giving off an unfathomable feeling of danger. The red-crowned crane descended and landed on the empty ground in front of the thousand-violent river. With a wave of the green-robed inner sect elder's hand, an astonishing scene happened. On the thousand-violent river, an ice road that was emitting endless chilling chi was formed, extending towards the waterfalls. "Follow me." The green-robed inner sect elder led the way on the ice road. How deep is the freezing chi to be able to create an ice road on the river? The inner sect preparatory disciples gasped. "Let's go, what are you waiting for?" One of the inner sect deacons shouted. Hearing the command, everyone started to walk up. Walking on the ice road, Li Fuchen noticed that the ice road didn't have any signs of shaking, even though there were over 200 of them. Out of curiosity, Li Fuchen circulated his chi and seeped it under the ice road. 2 meters. The ice road was 2 meters thick. No wonder it could support so many people. In just a short moment, everyone arrived at the bottom of the waterfall. There were hundreds of waterfalls, and at the bottom of every waterfall, there were dozens of large and small boulders. Under the impact of the waterfall, these boulders were smooth and round, just like pebbles that were 1,000 times larger. The green-robed inner sect elder turned around and said, "Endure for 15 minutes under the 30-feet waterfall. If you can, you will start the next round. If you can't, you will be eliminated and come back for another round 2 months later." Hearing the instruction, everyone gulped. 30 feet of waterfall was 100 meters in height. A large amount of water rushing down from a height of 100 meters would require a lot of force. What's more, the boulders were smooth and round. It wasn't hard to imagine that it would be hard to stand on, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty. All right, all of you will rely on your own strength to stand on the boulders. If you can't get up after 15 minutes, then you don't have to. Each of you will be in charge of one person and time them. The 10 of you will supervise them. As he spoke, the green-robed inner sect elder instructed the 97 inner sect deacon apprentices and 10 inner sect deacons. Yes, the inner sect deacons and inner sect deacon apprentices bowed their heads and cupped their fists. The 30 feet of waterfall had a rapid flow. Due to the special structure of the waterfall, the force of the water rushing down was very concentrated, and there wasn't even a single spot. The 97 inner sect preparatory apprentices tried to stand on the boulder, but the situation wasn't optimistic. Standing on the boulder was much more difficult than they imagined. The person beside Li Fuchen, who just got close to the boulder, was sent flying by the majestic water flow, and was in a sorry state. I advise all of you to be more cautious. To a certain extent, standing on the boulder isn't as easy as enduring for 15 minutes. One of the inner sect deacon apprentices reminded. Li Fuchen nodded. In his opinion, standing on the boulder wasn't easy. After all, during the movement process, the center of gravity would be too unbalanced. Even though everyone used all their strength, there weren't many who managed to stand on the boulder in one go. Li Fuchen didn't wait any longer and revolved the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. Red scarlet fire chi seeped out of his body and enveloped him like a layer of flames. The green-robed inner sect elder stood with his hands behind his back and announced loudly, "Injure a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast?" Even though everyone knew the contents of the test, when they felt the killing intent of the demonic beast breeding farm, they couldn't help but have goosebumps and shiver. First, Chen Xiaotian. Chen Xiaotian was 20 years old this year. With his purple chi technique at the 8th rank, he was a nameless figure in the outer sect, and was never an influential figure. He nervously arrived at the wrestling ring, lifted his head and looked around. Clang! On the second level of the rock wall, a metal gate opened up, revealing an immeasurably deep cave. Soon enough, a demonic dog covered in black scales peeked its head out. Class 2 low-tier demonic beast Black Scalehound. Woof! The black scalehound's bark was horrifying, sharp and clear, just like a child's howl. Holding the yellow class, high-tier treasure sword in his hand, Chen Xiaotian couldn't help but shiver. This was the first time he saw a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast, and it was much more fearsome than he imagined. Hee, how long do you think the shitty can last? I am guessing 10 breaths. You are overestimating him. I think it won't be more than 5 breaths. Other than Li Fuchen's group, there were plenty of inner sect disciples here to temper their combat skills. Seeing Chen Xiaotian in such a state, some of the inner sect disciples laughed. The black scale hound seemed to have sensed Chen Xiaotian's nervousness and leaped out of the cave. The moment it landed, it lowered its body and followed an arc towards Chen Xiaotian. Chen Xiaotian was already nervous. Seeing that the black scale hound didn't attack from the front, but from the side, he got even more nervous and his body stiffened. Clang! Chen Xiaotian's artifact sword flew out of his hand. Just as it was about to be killed by the black scale hound, an inner sect deacon waved his hand and used qi to force the black scale hound away. Chen Xiaotian eliminated. The inner sect deacon who announced the results frowned. The green-robed inner sect elder frowned too. Such a weak mentality. Such a person wouldn't have a future. One by one, the inner sect preparation disciples entered the ring. Out of every 10, 2 or 3 would be eliminated. Class 2 low-tier demonic beasts were agile and had demonic qi to protect their bodies. It wasn't an easy task to leave a wound on the body of the beast. Next, Li Fuchen. The inner sect deacon took a deep breath and announced Li Fuchen's name. Hearing the announcement, everyone's eyes focused on Li Fuchen, including the expressionless green-robed inner sect elder. He is the outer sect's #1 disciple, Li Fuchen? Because of him, Elder Yu personally presided over the inner sect disciple exams. Normally, inner sect elders don't have to bother about such things. It is usually handled by the inner sect deacons. Look. From the battle with the Class 2 low-tier demonic beast, we can see if he is just a name, or if he is truly capable. That's right. A real demonic beast isn't something that the energy beasts in the Tower of Tribulations can compare to. How can energy beasts have the ferocity and killing intent of a real demonic beast? These inner sect disciples have heard of Li Fuchen's reputation, but seeing is believing. Without seeing it for themselves, they wouldn't believe that Li Fuchen was as outrageous as the rumors said. Standing on the stage, Li Fuchen lifted his head. On the second floor of the cave, a metal gate opened. Swish! A black shadow flew out and actually hovered in the air, not landing on the ground. This was a ferocious bird with a 3-meter wingspan, gray feathers, and claws the size of a dustpan. This is too exaggerated. He actually used a flying demonic beast to test him. I reckon Elder Yu did it on purpose. This is going to be a problem. Even though a flying demonic beast's attack power is about the same as a land-based demonic beast, the speed of a flying demonic beast is too fast. Chapter 85. Iron-winged bird, a level 2 low-tier flying demonic beast. The iron-winged bird's wings were extremely hard, allowing it to slash its enemies while gliding at high speed. This was how it got its name. This metal-winged bird was extremely crafty and didn't immediately attack Li Fuchen. Instead, he swooped down from the sky as if he was flaunting his strength. His wings left 2 cracks on the ground of the arena. So powerful. The other inner sect preparatory disciples were dumbfounded. The demonic beasts on the ground generally used their teeth to attack, but the iron-winged bird could use its wings to slash, its claws to attack, and even its beak to peck. How could one fight against it? Li Fuchen, I wonder how you are going to kill it. The green-robed inner sect elder Yu stared at Li Fuchen. Others only needed to injure a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast. But Li Fuchen was different. He was the outer sect's #1 disciple. If he couldn't even kill a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast, it would be too disappointing. Although the difficulty of killing the iron-winged bird was much higher than other Class 2 low-tier demonic beasts, it was still extremely difficult to kill it. Caw! The iron-winged bird's voice was very sharp, like the sound of 2 pieces of steel pressing against each other. Whoosh! With a flap of its wings, a violent gale was created. The steel-winged bird turned into a blurry shadow, descending from the sky and diving towards Li Fuchen. The speed was too fast. Many could only see the afterimage of the metal-winged bird. This kind of speed wasn't something a first-level Origin Realm martial artist could hope to achieve. Even dodging would be difficult. Like a dark cloud, the metal-winged bird's massive figure instantly enveloped Li Fuchen. Could it be that he was scared silly? One of the inner sect disciples saw that Li Fuchen didn't do anything and couldn't help but ask. So what if you're the #1 disciple of the outer sect? You've never experienced a real battle, so you're still lacking. Losing so miserably. Elder Yu must be very disappointed. Elder Yu's face had a flash of disappointment. Li Fuchen had already missed the best time to dodge. Normally, he would dodge first, then strike with his sword and kill with one strike. This was a true swordsman. Hua! But at this moment, a red crescent of mist suddenly burst forth from the back of the iron-winged bird. In the next moment, the iron-winged bird's huge body was torn apart from the middle. Blood shot into the sky as if it was raining blood. Low-tier yellow-grade sword art, crescent sword art. In the sky full of blood rain, Li Fuchen acted as if he had done a trivial matter. He elegantly sheathed his sword and stood there like a javelin. As soon as the blood rain came within a foot of his body, it immediately evaporated and turned into a blood-colored mist. Although a low-tier yellow-class sword art's power was lacking, it was still as fast as lightning. What's more, with Li Fuchen's ability, even if he didn't use his sword arts, he would still be able to slay the metal-winged bird in a single blade. So calm, so domineering. Killing the iron-winged bird with a single slash? Am I seeing things? Hey Lu Wei, can you kill the iron-winged bird with a single slash? What a joke, of course I can't do it. I am only at the 2nd level of the Origin Realm. In the Zhonglan sect, 90% of the 2nd level Origin Realm martial artists wouldn't be able to do it. Even a 3rd level Origin Realm martial artist might not be able to do it so easily. The inner sect disciples inhaled a breath of cold air. Is he still human? The other inner sect preparatory disciples were trembling. This was the first time a person had witnessed such a shocking event. Their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. Good, very good. The outer sect's #1 disciple is fully deserving. Elder Yu's eyes shrunk as he laughed heartily. This child has a bright future ahead of him. Seems like we need to befriend him in the future. The 10 inner sect deacons were all Earth Realm martial artists. With their experience, they could naturally tell that Li Fuchen's combat ability was simply earth-shattering and not inferior to any of them. Due to Li Fuchen's outstanding performance, the rest of the exams were dull and boring. Finally, only 45 disciples were left after the 3 rounds of exams. 52 disciples were eliminated. These 52 disciples would have to wait another 2 months before they could continue to participate in the inner sect exams. If they failed 3 times, they would no longer have the chance and would be demoted to an inner sect deacon apprentice to serve the sect. The sky pit was brightly lit, but outside the sky pit, it was already dark. Elder Yu allowed the 45 disciples to return first and gather at the inner sect grand hall the next morning. The next morning, Li Fuchen once again arrived at the inner sect grand hall. Dressed in a green robe, Elder Yu spoke to the 45 disciples. Firstly, 3rd grade inner sect disciples. Come and collect your inner sect disciple token, robes, sword and residence key. Report your name and come forward. Inner sect disciples were also separated into 3 grades. 3rd grade was the lowest, and 1st grade was the highest. As the names rang out, those who heard the names were discouraged, but they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction, and obediently went forward to collect their items. After the 3rd grade inner sect disciple was the 2nd grade inner sect disciple. Once everyone had collected their items, only Li Fuchen was left. Li Fuchen, 1st grade inner sect disciple. Elder Yu spoke in a pleasant tone. A 1st grade inner sect disciple was much more prestigious than a 1st grade outer sect disciple. In the outer sect, a 1st grade outer sect disciple would have a courtyard and could redeem 1,000 gold coins worth of sect items every month. There weren't any other benefits, but a 1st grade inner sect disciple had many more benefits. Besides having a courtyard, when redeeming sect items, it was 70% off. In the outer sect, only prodigies could redeem sect items at half price, and 5-star bone frame prodigies could get a 30% discount. Actually, with your performance, you are more than qualified to be a prodigy. But you should know that the sect emphasizes on bone frame, at least before the Earth realm. Elder Yu felt it was a pity. He originally wanted Li Fuchen to become an inner sect prodigy, but it was rejected by the others. Elder Yu, Fuchen is already satisfied. Many thanks for Elder Yu's generosity. Li Fuchen was satisfied with this result. With a 30% discount when redeeming sect items, he could save 3,000 contribution points for 10,000 contribution points, or 30,000 contribution points for 100,000 contribution points. This was a huge sum of contribution points. Good. Neither arrogant nor rash, neither servile nor overbearing. I have high hopes for you. Elder Yu's admiration for Li Fuchen grew. The inner sect disciple robes were pale green, and the accompanying sword was a peak tier, yellow class black iron sword. Just this sword alone would be worth a few thousand gold coins in the outside world. Fortunately, the sect had a smithing hall. Every year, large quantities of weapons would be forged. A portion of these weapons were kept for personal use, while the rest were sold to the outside world. If not, just purchasing an inner sect disciple's accompanying sword would cost a few million gold coins. After collecting the inner sect disciple items, Li Fuchen was led by an inner sect deacon apprentice to his residence. It was still an independent courtyard, but this time it was on one of the inner sect disciples' district's spiritual peaks. Li Fuchen took a quick look. This mountain peak had about a dozen independent courtyards. The difference in treatment is too huge. The sect is still the sect after all. No matter how calm Li Fuchen was, he couldn't help but be fascinated. Staying in such an independent courtyard, not only was the environment quiet, there was also a lot more space to cultivate. He could totally find a place outside the courtyard to cultivate. Chapter 86. I only have 50,000 plus contribution points left. It isn't enough to redeem a mystic class, high-tier body refinement technique. Even if I redeem it, I don't have the resources to cultivate it. After becoming an inner sect disciple, Li Fuchen began to consider his next course of action. It was impossible to cultivate a mystic class, high-tier body refinement technique, at least not for now. The interception form Dao, a mystic class, mid-tier body refinement technique required 75,000 contribution points. A mystic class, high-tier body refinement technique would require at least 200,000 contribution points. Even with a 30% discount, it would still require 140,000 contribution points. That wasn't all, but the crucial point was the lack of resources to cultivate. A single yellow class, peak-tier body tempering pill would require 10,000 contribution points. To cultivate a mystic class, high-tier body refinement technique to completion, it would require at least 100 pills. That would be at least 1,000,000 contribution points. Speaking of mystic class, high-tier martial arts manuals, it was necessary to mention the treatment of a first-grade inner sect disciple. In the Zhonglan sect, only first-grade inner sect disciples, direct disciples, and inner sect elders could redeem mystic class, high-tier martial arts manuals. Most of the outer sect elders didn't even have the qualifications to do so. not even with contribution points. To be able to become a first-grade inner sect disciple, Li Fuchen had already succeeded. Guan Hong, Guan Yen, Yang Lai, Yang Zhan, and Li Shanhe were all third-grade inner sect disciples. Their status in the sect couldn't even be compared to Li Fuchen. I am now an origin realm martial artist. I can cultivate a light body technique now. Li Fuchen thought to himself. The lowest grade of a body refinement technique was peak tier, yellow class. The lowest grade of a light body technique was mystic class, low tier. A light body technique had a high requirement on one's chi. If one wasn't at the origin realm, no matter how good one's perception was, they wouldn't be able to utilize the advantages of a light body technique. Other than that, it is also necessary to cultivate a mystic class, low-tier sword art. As of now, Li Fuchen had cultivated a total of 9 sword arts. 2 yellow class, low-tier, were the crescent sword style and tiger fang cross slash. 2 yellow class, mid-tier, were the clear breeze sword style and Shaoshang sword style. 1 yellow class, high tier, was the red jade sword style. 4 yellow class, peak tier, were the scarlet fire sword style, tripart sword style, dripping sword style, and soaring dragon sword style. It was said that quality was more important than quantity, but Li Fuchen felt that in order to reach the pinnacle of sword Dao, one had to cultivate a large number of sword arts. As the saying went, learn from others' strong points. A large number of sword arts would give Li Fuchen a large amount of sword Dao foundation. One day, this foundation would become the foundation of Li Fuchen's sword Dao. Had it not been for the lack of stamina, Li Fuchen would have loved to cultivate dozens of yellow-class sword arts. In the afternoon, after lunch, Li Fuchen went to the inner sect martial arts hall to redeem a light body technique and a mystic class, low-tier sword art. They were the wind shadow technique and the meteor sword technique. The wind shadow technique was named after the wind, and it was similar to the whirlwind kick technique. However, the whirlwind kick technique was after all a leg technique. It only touched on the effects of lightening the body. As for the wind shadow technique, it was a movement technique that lived up to its name. After cultivating it to a certain level, one's movement would be like the wind, or even faster than the wind. As for the meteor sword art, it was a sword art that focused on extreme speed and lethality. This swordplay only had one move, and it was called Meteor Fall, a very domineering and ethereal name. Inner sect disciples have to complete a sect mission every year. But I am not in a hurry. I will wait until the 9th or 10th month. Before that, I should first complete the wind shadow technique and meteor sword art. Sect missions were more or less dangerous. Even though Li Fuchen wasn't a regular first-level origin realm martial artist, but there were too many experts in the world. Any formidable origin realm martial artists could easily kill him. Before going on a mission, it was better to increase one's ability. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. Hurry and send him to the medical hall. If he is late, he won't be able to be saved. On the way back, Li Fuchen saw 4 inner sect disciples sprinting. One of them was carrying a youth with a dark expression on his back. From the looks of it, he was either poisoned or injured by someone, and it was a poison technique that injured him. Isn't that Qian Shixiang? How did he get such a serious injury? I reckon he met an underworld martial artist that cultivates poison techniques. Sigh, every year there are plenty of inner sect disciples that die in the hands of the underworld martial artists. It is already good enough to come back alive. Isn't that so? In another month's time, I will be going on a mission too. I hope the mission goes smoothly and without any accidents. On the side of the path, there were plenty of inner sect disciples pointing and gossiping. Seems like the sect missions are much more dangerous than I thought. Seeing this scene, Li Fuchen had a new understanding of the sect missions. Come to think of it, the sect didn't need flowers in a greenhouse, but rather a big tree that could shelter the sect from the wind and rain. If one didn't experience certain things, how could they grow so quickly? Returning to his courtyard, Li Fuchen first picked up the wind shadow steps to cultivate. The wind shadow steps was extremely mystical. According to the manual, once at the sub-completion stage, the body would be as light as a swallow. At the completion stage, not only would one's speed be abnormally fast, one's movements would also be ghostly and silent. With the green soul spirit, Li Fuchen spent 3 days to cultivate the wind shadow steps to the entry stage. Circulating his qi according to the wind shadow steps, his body felt lighter. Even without wrapping his legs with qi, he could still easily stand on a branch that was as thick as a wrist, without any signs of falling. 1 month later, wind shadow steps at subcompletion stage. Right now, Li Fuchen could already stand on a branch that was as thick as a finger without falling. The light body technique sure is mystical. Li Fuchen's eyes shined. The light body technique was also a type of technique, and had a unique qi circulation method. Every time he revolved the light body technique, Li Fuchen felt the restraints of the earth lessening. With just a slight movement, he would be able to glide forward without a sound. But the speed couldn't be too fast. If it was too fast, there would be a sonic boom. I wonder what it would feel like to cultivate the wind shadow steps to the completion stage. It was a wonderful feeling to have the body lighten. Even though Li Fuchen could stand on the surface of the water previously, it was because of his qi. When qi was spread out, it could disperse the downward pressure on the body. The effect was similar to stepping on a boat or a basin. But the light body technique was different. It allowed the user to become lighter. Li Fuchen was still unable to stand on the surface of the water, but once the wind shadow steps reached a higher rank, it shouldn't be a problem to stand on the surface of the water. After all, he could already stand on a branch that was as thick as a finger. The only regret was that because the light body technique had a unique qi circulation method, it couldn't be executed at the same time as the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. When executing the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, he couldn't execute the wind shadow steps. When executing the wind shadow steps, he couldn't execute the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. Of course, this was just a small problem. His entire body was filled with Scarlet Fire Qi. Even if he didn't revolve the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, he could still burst out with 80% to 90% of its power. In fact, it wasn't just the light body technique. Some formidable martial arts had their own unique qi circulation methods. But there were differences between qi circulation methods. The qi circulation methods of cultivation techniques were used to absorb the heaven and earth energy to cultivate qi. The light body technique and martial arts qi circulation methods were a type of utilization of qi. Chapter 87. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had been at the Zhonglan sect for 2 years. Outer sect. Every day, there would be a large number of prodigies coming to the Zhonglan sect to participate in the outer sect disciple exams. Thinking about it, it should be about time for Yunwu City's prodigies to arrive. But Li Fuchen wasn't interested to know who the prodigies from Yunwu City were, and how many of them were from the 4 major clans. He was immersed in his own world. On the official road near the Zhonglan Mountains, a group of people were galloping at high speed. On the back of the horses, there was a blue-robed elder and a group of youths, along with 3 other youths. Among the 3 youths, there was a pretty girl in red who was looking left and right with a face full of excitement and curiosity. The pretty girl in red was Guan Mei. She was the same age as Li Fuchen and had a 1-star bone frame. Originally, a 1-star bone frame didn't have much of a chance to stand out in the genius contest. But in a city, there would always be times when there were more or less prodigies. Li Fuchen's batch of genius contest was known as the pinnacle of Yunwu City in decades. There was Li Fuchen who defied common sense and had a normal bone frame. There was also Zhu Hongxiu and Yang Kai who were 3-star bone frames. In previous years, there was basically number 3-star bone frames. What's more, there was Guan Shui who didn't participate in the genius contest, but still had a 4-star extraordinary bone frame. For this year's genius contest, there were only 3 spots. The Guan clan took 1, the Yang clan took 1, and the last one was Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu Xiaoming was Zhu Hongxiu's cousin, and the only 2-star bone frame in Yunwu City. The blue-robed elder looked back at the 3 and shook his head. Among the 3 of them, other than Zhu Xiaoming, who had a slight chance of becoming an outer sect disciple, the rest could only be odd job disciples. Odd job disciples were at the bottom of the Zhonglan sect. On average, only 1 out of 100 odd job disciples had a chance of becoming an outer sect disciple. The rest could only slowly advance, and after breaking through to the origin realm, they would become inner sect odd job disciples. But once inner sect odd job disciples reached a certain level, they could join the Zhonglan army. The Zhonglan army was the Zhonglan sect's army. Once a sect war broke out, the Zhonglan army would be the first to charge. Even though it was dangerous, it was easier for a martial artist to break through in the midst of life and death. There were some who joined the Zhonglan army and broke through to become the middle and upper echelons of the Zhonglan army. In short, the path of an odd job disciple was a bumpy one. There were not many fortuitous encounters, and it would be a waste of time. Many people couldn't stand the life of an odd job disciple and had no choice but to apply to return to their families. The inner sect could not feel the changes in the outer sect at all. Time flew by. In a forest at the waist of Lingxiu Mountain, a figure was like a ghost, shuttling back and forth between the trees. Every time he was about to fall, he only needed to lightly tap the tip of his foot on a branch that was as thick as a little finger, and he would immediately borrow the force to soar into the air. Whoosh! With a sudden increase in speed, Li Fuchen instantly appeared on the ground. As expected of a body lightning technique, it took me 4 months to cultivate the wind shadow steps to the 3rd layer. The wind shadow technique was split into 6 levels. The first level was initial glimpse, the second level was small success, the third level was follow your heart, the fourth level was perfection, the fifth level was great perfection, and the sixth level was perfection. In fact, it was the entry stage, minor accomplishment, proficient stage, and great accomplishment. The great accomplishment was further divided into the perfection stage, the great perfection stage, and the trance stage. As a mystic class, low-tier body lightning technique, the wind shadow steps was much harder to cultivate than a mystic class, low-tier martial arts. Not only did one have to comprehend the essence of the technique, one had to open up the corresponding meridians. For Li Fuchen to be able to cultivate the wind shadow steps to the 3rd rank in just 4 months was already an incredible feat. It was a known fact that most of the inner sect disciples would need at least 1 or 2 years to reach the 2nd rank of a mystic class, low-tier body lightning technique. To reach the 3rd rank, it was basically impossible without at least 5 years. Withdrawing the wind shadow steps and revolving the scarlet mystic flame technique, Li Fuchen's right hand seemed to be coated with a layer of alcohol, as a red scarlet fire chi was emitted. Crackle! A palm strike landed on a tree that was as thick as 2 people hugging it. The trunk of the tree exploded and was charred black. In these 4 months, Li Fuchen didn't just improve his wind shadow steps. His main cultivation technique, the scarlet mystic flame technique, had already reached the 10th rank. Based on the speed of the scarlet mystic flame technique, when he was at the Qi realm, Li Fuchen would need at least a year to break through to the 10th rank. But that was then and this is now. Cultivating the mystic class, mid-tier scarlet mystic flame technique, while at the Qi realm would result in indigestion, limiting one's perception. But at the origin realm, it was basically the lowest requirement to cultivate the scarlet mystic flame technique. As one's cultivation level increased, it would be easier to cultivate. Of course, the higher the level of the scarlet mystic flame technique, the harder it would be to cultivate. Li Fuchen, who was immersed in his cultivation state, didn't want to bother about anything else. He didn't intend to go out and earn contribution points either. Earning contribution points would take up some of his energy and time. Being constantly on the move would cause his cultivation state to deteriorate. He had already decided that before his first sect mission, he would not do anything else but cultivate on the mountain. Days passed by. Li Fuchen's overall ability was increasing bit by bit. Such a horrifying sword style. Looking at the giant pig iron, or that was pierced by a sword 3 steps away, Li Fuchen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't use any of his physical strength, but purely channeled his chi into the black iron sword. The mystic class, low-tier meteor sword style was much harder to cultivate than he imagined, but also much stronger. This sword style only had one sword move, called Meteor Fall. When the sword was executed, not only was it fast, it also had an indescribable penetrative force. Even though the pig iron ore was only a yellow class, low-tier ore, it was at least twice as hard as normal rocks. Low-leveled origin realm martial artists could shatter the pig iron ore and make a hole in it. But to pierce through such a thick piece of pig iron ore, it was extremely difficult. This sword style was specifically targeted at body refinement techniques. With a single thrust, it didn't matter how strong the opponent's defense was, it would still be able to pierce through. Li Fuchen reckoned that his own interception form Dao wouldn't be able to withstand the meteor fall sword move. Of course, the meteor fall sword move wouldn't be able to kill him in a single strike. It would at most injure him. Xiao! 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 The black iron sword in Li Fuchen's hand was like a flashing meteor, piercing through the pig iron ore from time to time. One day later, the human-sized pig iron ore that looked like a hornet's nest broke apart into hundreds of pieces. Li Fuchen immediately took out another human-sized pig iron ore from the corner of the courtyard. Raw iron ores were worth 1 contribution point per kg. A human-sized pig iron ore would weigh around 10,000 kilograms and would be worth 10,000 contribution points. As a first-grade inner sect disciple, Li Fuchen could borrow raw iron ores from the resource hall, as long as he returned them in the future. It didn't matter if it was complete or not, as long as the weight wasn't reduced. Since the raw iron ores had to be put into the furnace, other first-grade inner sect disciples were the same as Li Fuchen. They would use raw iron ores to cultivate. Regular rocks were too fragile for them. Some of the more experienced first-grade inner sect disciples would even borrow yellow class, mid-tier ores to cultivate. Chapter 88. At first it was 1 piece a day, then 2 pieces a day, then 3 pieces a day. Li Fuchen's speed of destroying the raw iron ores was getting faster and faster. Luckily, he would always borrow 10 human-sized raw iron ores, saving him a lot of trouble. The raw iron ores are still too weak. Seems like I have to redeem the yellow class mid-tier fine iron ores. Li Fuchen called a few dozen odd job disciples to help him transport the crushed raw iron ores to the resource hall. He then borrowed 2 human-sized fine iron ores. A fine iron ore was worth 6 contribution points per kg. A human-sized fine iron ore would be at least 10,000 kilograms. 2 pieces would be at least 100,000 contribution points. Leaving behind the receipt, Li Fuchen left the resource hall. Clang! A stream of light flashed in midair. On the human-sized fine iron ore, sparks flew. Large amounts of fine or powder that was smaller than sand splattered on the ground. As the stream of light dissipated, Li Fuchen sheathed his sword. Seems like I have to waste at least 1,000 contribution points this time. The last time he returned raw iron ores, for every 10,000 kilograms, there was an average loss of 100 kilograms. It was mainly due to the loss of ores during sword practice. As meteor fall improved day by day, Li Fuchen's sword presence got stronger. For the first half a year, he spent most of his energy on cultivating the wind shadow steps. He only managed to reach sub-completion for meteor fall. These few days, his sword moves progressed at a rapid pace, and was almost at the stage where he could execute them as he pleased. Noon was the best time for Li Fuchen to cultivate his qi. As usual, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged on the fake mountain with his 5 hearts, facing the sky. In his inner vision state, Li Fuchen saw his soul spirit. The originally green soul spirit was now 20% pale blue. Li Fuchen remembered that when he was at the peak of the 9th level of the qi realm, it was only 5%. Seems like the advancement of my cultivation level will speed up the soul spirit's transformation. This is a good thing. Revealing a smile, Li Fuchen revolved the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen his cultivation. Yuan Tian spent 5 months to reach the 2nd level of the Origin Realm. Li Fuchen spent 6 months to reach the 2nd level of the Origin Realm. In terms of cultivation talent, Li Fuchen was still lacking compared to Yuan Tian. It wasn't obvious at the Qi realm, but once one reached the Origin realm, the difference in cultivation talent would become more obvious. At the Disha realm, it would be even more obvious. Of course, when compared to Yuan Tian, Li Fuchen was 1 level lower, but when compared to a 4-star bone frame, Li Fuchen wasn't inferior at all. And because the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was at the 10th rank, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed was actually faster than a 4-star bone frame. On this day, Li Fuchen came to the cafeteria for a meal. The food in the inner sect dining hall was 10 times more expensive than the outer sect dining hall. A normal meal costs 1 silver coin, a nutritious meal costs 1 gold coin, and a high-class meal costs 10 gold coins. If every meal was a high-class one, it would be more than 10,000 gold coins a year. This was not a small number. After ordering a high-class meal, Li Fuchen found a place to sit down. Did you guys hear? Feng Lihai was taught a lesson by a senior brother. You must be talking about that arrogant junior brother Feng Lihai. Serves him right. Does he still think this is the outer sect? This is the inner sect. That's right. In the outer sect, Feng Lihai's batch of 4-star bone frames only added up to 10. But in the inner sect, there are plenty of 4-star bone frames, several times more than in the outer sect. Feng Lihai isn't considered an outstanding existence in the inner sect. Hearing the conversation at the next table, Li Fuchen laughed in his heart. It seemed like this Feng Lihai had finally suffered. In the outer sect, Feng Lihai was a genius, but in the inner sect, there were too many geniuses. Furthermore, these geniuses had cultivated for many years. How could Feng Lihai compare? Let alone Feng Lihai. Even if Yuan Tian was too arrogant, he would be taught a lesson. A 5-star bone frame might have a great chance to break through to the reincarnation realm and become a tycoon class figure. But it was just a hope. What's more, a 4-star bone frame also had hopes of breaking through to the reincarnation realm. It was just that one had a higher chance, and the other had a lower chance. In short, in the inner sect, not only did one look at one's aptitude, it also looked at one's strength. No one could tell what would happen in the future. On the 8th month, Li Fuchen's Wind Shadow Steps and Meteor Sword style were still at the completion stage. He suddenly realized that perhaps it was no longer feasible to cultivate in silence. It had to be an actual battle. Only through actual battle could one comprehend martial arts. Without actual battle experience, one would never know if there were any flaws in one's martial arts. Time to accept a sect mission, Li Fuchen muttered to himself. The next day, Li Fuchen arrived at the mission hall. The majestic mission hall took up a huge area, and there were plenty of people inside. When Li Fuchen arrived, there were dozens of people in the midst of choosing their missions. Inner sect disciple missions were segregated into 4 grades, and each grade had 3 difficulties. The 4 grades were low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, and peak-tier missions. They corresponded to low-level Origin Realm martial artists, middle-level Origin Realm martial artists, high-level Origin Realm martial artists, and peak-stage Origin Realm martial artists. Each grade of mission was separated into normal, elite, and difficult difficulties. For the first time, one could only choose a low-tier mission. As for the second time, there were no restrictions. Li Fuchen took a look. Normal difficulty low-tier missions had a reward of 300 to 500 contribution points, which was very little. Elite difficulty low-tier missions had a reward of 600 to 1,000 contribution points. Hard difficulty low-tier missions had a reward of 1,200 to 2,000 contribution points. It wasn't a lot. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen picked one of the difficult difficulty low-tier missions. The mission details were, kill the wanted criminal Jiang Dahai, and bring back his head. The mission reward was 1,800 contribution points. Li Fuchen originally thought that the target of the mission would be at the 1st to 3rd level of the Origin Realm. He didn't expect Jiang Dahai to be at the 4th level of the Origin Realm. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. Outsiders might have a high cultivation level, but their techniques and martial arts were far inferior to sect disciples. After accepting the mission, Li Fuchen immediately left the Zhonglan sect and headed towards the mission location, Blackrock City. Along the way, Li Fuchen used the Wind Shadow Steps to hasten his journey. When half of his qi was used up, Li Fuchen stopped to meditate and recover his qi. Got to say, the speed of the Wind Shadow Steps was really fast. Every time he revolved the Wind Shadow Steps, Li Fuchen felt the restrictions on him lessen. With a light tap on the ground, His entire body shot out like an arrow. Even a Class 1 demonic blood horse couldn't match up to his speed. 1 week later, Li Fuchen arrived at the borders of Blackrock City. According to the intel, Jiang Dahai committed a crime half a month ago and was arrested by the city's constables. After breaking through the siege, he escaped into the deep mountains. Information about Jiang Dahai appeared in Li Fuchen's mind. A 4th-level origin realm martial artist would be considered an expert in a small city. If he escaped into the deep mountains, it would be extremely difficult to catch him. Chapter 89. Forest of No Return. The most dangerous place in Blackrock City. This ancient forest has existed for countless years. It was filled with demonic beasts and venomous bugs. Those that entered rarely came out alive. Arriving at the Forest of No Return, Li Fuchen dived in without any hesitation. In the deepest part of the Forest of No Return, 8 constables were carefully searching for something. Constables, the existence of the city specialized in capturing criminals. The weakest of these constables was at least at the 2nd level of the Origin Realm, while the strongest was at the 4th level of the Origin Realm. 6th bro, don't you think the city lord is making a mountain out of a molehill? It's just a murderer. Why must we enter the Forest of No Return to capture him? Isn't it the same when he comes out? The youngest constable complained. The constable who was addressed as 6th bro said, "Are you stupid? Don't you know what our city lord hates the most?" What does he hate the most? A villain who humiliates women. This Jiang Dahai brutally raped and killed Merchant Wang's daughter. This is a taboo of the city lord. Another dark-skinned middle-aged constable interrupted. Moreover, Merchant Wang has already announced that anyone who can capture Jiang Dahai will be rewarded with 50,000 gold coins. This is 50,000 gold coins. If we divide it evenly, each of us will get close to 10,000 gold coins. Hee, I am just complaining. Didn't I hear that the Forest of No Return is dangerous? The young constable scratched his head and laughed. Patting on the shoulder of the young constable, the dark-skinned constable was about to say something, but his eyes suddenly widened as he clutched his neck and fell backwards. An arrow pierced through his neck unknowingly. Fresh blood spurted out from the back of his neck and stained the ground. Be careful. The constable who was addressed as 6th bro said sternly. Swish! A sharp piercing sound could be heard as another constable fell to the ground. Quick, manifest your chi. 6th bro revolved his technique, and a layer of pale blue mist was emitted from his body to protect his body. Hearing the command, the other constables all released their chi glow. Bang! The 3rd arrow was shot. Fortunately, this constable had chi protection and didn't get pierced. But the powerful impact from the arrowhead caused him to vomit a large mouthful of blood and suffered serious injuries. What a good Jiang Dahai. Looks like we've all underestimated him. Outside, he hasn't used his full strength at all. Brother 6 said coldly. The power of a bow and arrow also depended on the archer. Under normal circumstances, when the difference in cultivation level wasn't huge, it would be hard for an archer to penetrate through chi and heavily injure an Origin Realm martial artist with a single arrow. After all, with such a long distance between them, the chi on the arrow would have dissipated by quite a bit. Dang! After slashing an arrow with his sword, Brother 6 dashed toward the direction where the arrow came from. Very quickly, Brother 6 found an abandoned bow and arrows. This bow and arrows were obviously made at the last minute. The body of the bow was carved from ironwood, and the bowstring was made from the tendons of a kind of demon beast. This kind of temporarily manufactured bow and arrow usually wouldn't last long. A real finished bow and arrow required many processes. With an ominous premonition in his heart, Brother 6 hurriedly returned the way he came. In the clearing in the forest, a valiant middle-aged man chopped off the head of a young bailiff with one sword strike. Around the valiant middle-aged man were 2 corpses that had fallen. In a short period of time, of the 7 bailiffs, 5 were dead and 1 was seriously injured. Only Brother 6 was unharmed. Bastard! Brother 6's eyes turned red as he roared. Jiang Dahai grinned. The moment you chased after me, you were already dead. Don't worry. I will not kill you immediately. I will hang you on a tree and slowly drain your blood. The poisonous bugs here love to burrow into flesh and blood. He, Jiang Dahai, was never willing to be under anyone. Merchant Wang thought that since he saved his life, Jiang Dahai would do anything for him. But Merchant Wang was wrong, ridiculously wrong. But Merchant Wang's daughter was rather beautiful, with soft skin and tender flesh. A pity that he didn't get to play with any of Merchant Wang's wives. Deep in the forest, there were plenty of poisonous bugs. Walking in the forest of no return, Li Fuchen would release his qi from time to kill the approaching poisonous bugs. These poisonous bugs were basically class 1 low-tier or mid-tier poisonous bugs. Their combat strength was very low, and any Qi realm martial artist could easily kill them. But as long as the bugs were of a certain class, their venom would be strong. Once bitten, even an Origin realm martial artist would be in trouble. An Origin realm martial artists couldn't possibly manifest their Qi all the time, as it would consume too much Qi. Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about getting bitten. But he didn't want the poisonous bugs to come into contact with his body. Some of the poisonous bugs were sticky and had a foul smell. Just a little bit would cause the smell to linger for days. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen arrived at the depths of the forest of no return. There are footprints here. Li Fuchen's eyesight was exceptional and could easily spot shallow footprints that normal people couldn't see. Following these footprints, Li Fuchen gradually approached the location of the battle. Stone Splitter Sword Style. As a 4th level Origin realm martial artist, 6th Bro's combat strength wasn't weak. His Stone Splitter Sword Style was domineering and could easily split a giant boulder. Leaping up high, 6th Bro cleaved at Jiang Dahai. Since you are already a dead man, I shall let you witness my true ability. Jiang Dahai's Qi presence exploded from the 4th level of the Origin realm to the 5th level. Clang! Jiang Dahai's sword clashed with 6th Bro's snow steel sword. PFFF. Vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, 6th Bro flew backwards. 5th level of the Origin realm? 6th Bro was in disbelief. The difference between the 1st level and the 1st level of the Origin realm was extremely huge. Unless one cultivated a higher tier cultivation technique or martial arts, it was impossible to surpass levels in combat. Jiang Dahai laughed. That's right. I am not at the 4th level of the Origin realm, but at the 5th level. I have also learned a yellow class, peak tier sword art, the heavy mountain sword style. What makes you think you can fight against me? In a small-sized city, a yellow class peak tier sword art was basically the top-notch sword art. Jiang Dahai coincidentally obtained this sword art manual from a cave. 6th Bro's expression was dejected, but he didn't want to admit defeat. Even if you kill me, there will be more formidable constables coming to capture you. You can't escape. Don't worry. After killing you, I will escape to another region. Do you think that Tsanglan Sect's claws can reach other regions? Jiang Dahai laughed coldly. In the Tsanglan region, many criminals would escape to other regions. Correspondingly, criminals from other regions would also escape to the Tsanglan region. The Tsanglan region was ruled by the Tsanglan sect. The other regions would naturally be ruled by other sections. Going to other sects' territories to capture criminals would be a little restrictive. With the lack of information, once there was a conflict, there was a high chance of death. Escape to another region? Which region do you want to escape to? A clear voice echoed from the forest. Who is it? Jiang Dahai got a shock and shouted. Tsanglan Sect Inner Sect Disciple. A shadow flashed by and Li Fuchen appeared on top of a huge tree silently. Tsanglan Sect Inner Sect Disciple? Jiang Dahai's eyes shrunk. Even if they were both Origin realm martial artists, the difference was extremely huge. Tsanglan Sect Inner Sect disciples, be it their cultivation techniques or martial arts, were all elite. With similar cultivation levels, a Tsanglan Sect Inner Sect disciple could kill any Origin realm martial artist in an instant. But after realizing that Li Fuchen was only at the 2nd level of the Origin realm, Jiang Dahai let out a hearty laugh. Just a 2nd level Origin realm martial artist, and you dare to show yourself? You really don't know your place. Chapter 90. 2nd level of the Origin realm? 6th Bro's eyes lit up with hope, but was instantly extinguished. His face turned ashen. A Zhonglan sect inner sect disciple at the second level of the origin realm might be able to go against a fourth level origin realm martial artist. But to kill a fourth level origin realm martial artist, it would be extremely difficult. Not to mention a fifth level origin realm martial artist. Unless it was a 3-star or 4-star bone frame prodigy. Go to hell. Jiang Dahai extended his hand, and a snow steel sword was sucked into his hand. Revolving his chi, Jiang Dahai threw out the snow steel sword. Swish! The snow steel sword turned into a cold ray of light and struck at Li Fuchen. On the surface of the snow steel sword, there was a layer of faint black mist. That was the chi on the sword. Jiang Dahai was a cunning and cruel person, even if he didn't think Li Fuchen was a match for him. But if there was a chance for a sneak attack, he wouldn't let it go. The snow steel sword was extremely fast. If it was any other second-level origin realm martial artist, they would be waiting for death. But Jiang Dahai found the wrong opponent. Using his left hand's index and middle fingers, Li Fuchen gently caught the tip of the snow steel sword. The astounding speed of the snow steel sword couldn't even tremble a bit in between Li Fuchen's fingers. It went from extreme speed to extreme stillness. The chi on the sword was also neutralized. How is this possible? Jiang Dahai's mouth was wide open. Sixth bro was astonished. I'll return it to you. With a flick of his left hand, the snow steel sword changed direction and shot at Jiang Dahai at an even faster speed. PFFF. The sword penetrated his chest, causing Jiang Dahai to spit out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Run! Jiang Dahai was afraid. He didn't care if his injuries would worsen if he moved too quickly. How could he not run? His opponent was definitely a monster. The sword he had thrown out with all his might had actually been caught by the other party's 2 fingers. What kind of ability did he need to achieve this? Can you escape? With a ghostly flash, Li Fuchen appeared in front of Jiang Dahai, blocking his escape route. Die for me. Jiang Dahai's eyes were bloodshot. With his chi circulating at a high speed, he who was already severely injured had blood flowing out of his orifices, making him look like a ferocious ghost. Under such intense movements, half of his body was dyed red. A sharp piercing sound could be heard as Jiang Dahai slashed at Li Fuchen's face. His head flew high into the air. Against Jiang Dahai's oath of death, Li Fuchen only executed a single blade. The speed of this sword was indescribable. It was as if a gentle breeze had blown past, and Jiang Dahai's head had been chopped off. Too weak. Li Fuchen shook his head. A fifth-level origin realm martial artist was much weaker than he imagined. If someone who knew about Li Fuchen's background was here, they would definitely roll their eyes at Li Fuchen. It's not that Jiang Dahai is weak, it's that you're too strong. Jiang Dahai's cultivation technique was only a high-tier, yellow-class technique. The highest rank he could achieve was equivalent to the 4th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. There was a difference of 6 ranks between him and Li Fuchen. How was he going to fight? Other than that, how many people could cultivate all the yellow grade sword techniques to the acme of perfection? For example, Jiang Dahai had obtained the peak tier yellow class, heavy mountain sword art for many years, but he had only managed to cultivate it to the stage of greater mastery. He was still 3 realms away from mastery. Maybe I'm too strong. Easily completing the hard class, low tier sect mission, Li Fuchen naturally felt a little disappointed. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. After all, he wasn't a regular inner sect disciple. The Zhonglan sect's second-level origin realm third-grade inner sect disciples could only cultivate peak-tier, yellow-class techniques to the highest rank. Their sword arts were also peak-tier, yellow-class sword arts. Even if they were deemed a mystic-class low-tier sword art, it would only be at the entry stage, and wouldn't be able to display much of its prowess. For them to be at the second level of the origin realm, against a 4th-level origin realm martial artist would be a little strenuous. They could at most resist. Against a 5th-level origin realm martial artist, they could only run for their lives. Many thanks to this young hero for saving my life. Sixth bro, who had just escaped from death, was filled with admiration and gratitude. From his perspective, Li Fuchen was able to kill Jiang Dahai in a single blade. He must be a prodigy in the Zhonglan sect. Such a prodigy's status wouldn't be inferior to the Blackrock City Lord. No need to thank me. I just completed the sect mission. Li Fuchen searched Jiang Dahai's body. Soon enough, he found 2 gold cards with a face value of 10,000 gold coins. Be it in the Zhonglan region or any other region, there was only one gold bank. This gold bank was called the Wantong Gold Bank. As long as one had a gold card, they could exchange gold coins at any branch of the Wantong Gold Bank. It was very convenient. Young hero, Merchant Wang has placed a bounty of 50,000 gold coins for the capture of Jiang Dahai. Since you killed Jiang Dahai, you can go to Blackrock City and claim the bounty. It wasn't that Sixth Bro didn't want to keep the 50,000 gold coins, but without Jiang Dahai's head, Merchant Wang wouldn't admit it. Hence, he could only do this favor. Oh, is there such a thing? Li Fuchen raised his brows and revealed a smile. Wanted criminals usually had a bounty, but it wasn't much, unless there was an additional bounty. It was obvious that this Jiang Dahai offended Merchant Wang, which was why Merchant Wang had placed a bounty on his head. Carrying the severely injured constable, Sixth Bro looked at the corpses on the ground and thought to himself, "Brothers, I can only let you guys suffer." He couldn't carry all the corpses away, and could only leave them to be bitten by the venomous bugs. Let me bring them out of the forest of no return. Li Fuchen was returning the favor. Had it not been for Sixth Bro's reminder, he might have missed out on the 50,000 gold coins. With the addition of Jiang Dahai's corpse, the 6 corpses didn't even add up to 500 kilograms, which was nothing to Li Fuchen. Wrapping the corpses in a giant piece of cloth, Li Fuchen easily carried it. Hiss hiss hiss, on the way back, a giant centipede demonic beast blocked their path. It was a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast, Vicious Venomous Centipede. The Vicious Venomous Centipede was extremely venomous, and could easily poison an Origin Realm martial artist to death. Its body was covered in a layer of hard carapace. A regular low-leveled Origin Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to break its defense. The Vicious Venomous Centipede was 3 meters long. It lifted its head and spat out a large amount of venomous gas at Li Fuchen and Sixth Bro visible to the naked eye. The leaves and grass within a radius of 7 to 8 meters started to wither. Chi! With a flash of his sword, Li Fuchen easily decapitated the Vicious Venomous Centipede. Let's continue walking. Li Fuchen wasn't interested in the materials from the Vicious Venomous Centipede. Even if he sold the whole thing, it would only be worth a few hundred gold coins. Sixth Bro didn't have the strength to do so, or else he wouldn't have let go of the materials from the Vicious Venomous Centipede. Leaving the forest of no return, Li Fuchen and Sixth Bro arrived at Blackrock City. Due to Li Fuchen's status as an inner sect disciple of the Zhonglan sect, he was able to smoothly claim the 50,000 gold coins reward from Merchant Wang. Under Merchant Wang's request, Li Fuchen handed over Jiang Dahai's corpse to Merchant Wang. Li Fuchen wasn't interested to know what kind of state the corpse would be in. The Blackrock City's lord wanted Li Fuchen to stay in the city for a day, but was rejected by Li Fuchen. 70,000 gold coins sure is easy. Chapter 91. Back at the sect, Li Fuchen handed in his mission and accepted another one. The quest this time was no longer a low-tier quest. Instead, it was an elite intermediate quest. The mission was to annihilate the Black Wind Bandit group in the east of Azure Forest City and retrieve the head of the Black Wind Bandit group's leader. The mission reward was 8,000 contribution points. Is this guy crazy? He actually dared to accept an intermediate elite quest. A regular 5th-level Origin Realm inner sect disciple wouldn't dare to accept a mission of this grade. Only 3 or 4 mid-level Origin Realm inner sect disciples would dare to accept it. I recognize him. He is called Li Fuchen, and was once the outer sect's #1 disciple. So what if he's the #1 disciple of the outer sect? The inner sect is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. That's right. The Black Wind Bandit band has over 100 men, and their leader is at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. Going alone would be courting death. In the mission hall, plenty of inner sect disciples were pointing at Li Fuchen. Are you sure you want to accept this mission? The inner sect deacon of the mission hall frowned. I'm sure. Li Fuchen nodded. All right. The inner sect deacon was speechless. To even accept such a mission, Zhang Xian wondered if the other party had lost his mind. However, according to the rules of the mission hall, apart from the first mission, one had to take on a low-grade mission. The rest of the missions were up to them, and he had no right to interfere. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed the other party to take on this mission. He didn't have the qualifications to do so. Under the attention of everyone, Li Fuchen left the mission hall. Qinglin City was very far from the Azure Water sect, even further than the previous trip to Blackrock City. Li Fuchen still didn't ride the demonic blood horse, and used the wind shadow steps to hasten his journey. Half a month later, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the east side of Qinglin City. It was already late at night, and the silhouette of a small town came into Zhao Yunyang's line of sight. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the town appeared quiet and serene. In the town's only restaurant, several martial artists were drinking. Seeing Li Fuchen coming in from the outside, a few of them had a flash of light in their eyes. To be able to venture out into the world at such a young age, he was either ridiculously strong or indifferent to worldly affairs. Li Fuchen didn't eat in the main hall. He asked the waiter to send his dinner to his room. Young hero, your dinner is here. The waiter knocked on the door. Put it on the table. In the bathroom, Li Fuchen was taking a bath. All right. The waiter pushed open the guest room door, put down the dinner, and left, closing the door behind him. Squinting his eyes, Li Fuchen lay comfortably in the barrel. The reason why he accepted 2 missions in a row was that he didn't want to live too comfortably. There is a saying that goes, live in hardship and perish in ease. Cultivating in silence seemed to save energy, but that was not the case. Martial artists needed to have the fighting spirit to fight against the heavens, against the earth, and against others. Without this fighting spirit, no matter how high one's aptitude was, one's potential would not be able to reach the limit. But in the Zhonglan sect, due to the sect rules, disciples were not allowed to kill each other, which was why there were sect missions. However, if the sect's missions were too simple, they wouldn't be of any use. Li Fuchen needed to know his own limits. This was the main reason why he had accepted the intermediate elite quest. Earning contribution points and coins was secondary. The night passed. The next morning, Li Fuchen set off for Lianyun Mountains. Lianyun Mountains was the largest mountain range in Qinglin City. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured. He fought with his life on the line, and was knocked out by one of them with a single palm strike. 10 miles away, there was a mountain peak that wasn't tall but was very thick. There were plenty of caves on the mountain peak. Inside the main cave, there was a giant karst cave. The karst cave extended in all directions, and was decorated magnificently. In the middle there was even a large pool. In the pool, a dozen naked girls were playing around, stroking their hair seductively. But looking closely, one could see traces of numbness and hatred in the depths of their eyes. And right in front of the pool, 2 robust men were seated on stone chairs, drinking and chatting. Black Wind Chief, my clan's chieftain, said that as long as you are willing to join the Lianyun stronghold, this technique manual is yours. The masked man took out a manual and placed it on the stone table. The Black Wind Chief was a burly man with a curly beard. He casually took a look at the manual and thought that it should be a yellow class, high-tier technique manual. Even though a yellow class, high-tier technique manual was precious, but he already had one. But when he flipped open the manual, his expression changed. Yellow class peak-tier technique manual? The masked man laughed. That's right. What do you want me to do? The Black Wind Chief asked. Simple. Give the Lianyun stronghold 100,000 gold coins every year. Deal. The Black Wind Chief didn't have any hesitation. No wonder the Black Wind Chief could establish the Black Wind Bandit Band. You sure are a straightforward man. The masked man was satisfied with the Black Wind Chief's attitude. Chapter 92. Third Chieftain. Third Chieftain. From another spacious cave, a voice could be heard. Courting death, who is it? This was a cave room. The floor of the cave was covered with demonic beast fur. A fat figure was pressing on top of a strong man, squirming nonstop. Hearing the voice from outside, he couldn't help but roar. "Third chieftain, we caught a handsome youth and brought him to you." The voice was filled with flattery. Handsome youth. The fat figure lifted his head. It was an ugly woman who was as fat as a pig. Her eyes were glowing, and her saliva was dripping down. "What's the use of keeping you?" After killing the strong man, the ugly woman stood up and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the skinny man was holding Li Fuchen. Third chieftain. Seeing the ugly woman, the skinny man got nervous. The third chieftain was called Zhang Xinyang, and was at the 5th level of the origin realm. She cultivated a unique technique called the soft cotton technique. The soft cotton technique didn't just cultivate qi, it also refined the body. The more fat on the body, the stronger the body. If a regular 5th level origin realm martial artist didn't use a weapon, they wouldn't even be able to break through Zhang Xinyang's defense. Zhang Xinyang was lustful. Within the Black Wind Bandit band, as long as they had a decent appearance, they would have been forcefully taken by Zhang Xinyang. The skinny man was no exception. Luckily, the Black Wind chief restrained her. If not, no one would want to stay in the Black Wind Bandit band. "This is the handsome youth you were talking about?" The ugly woman looked at Li Fuchen and drooled. Li Fuchen was already handsome, with a pair of sword-like eyebrows, eyes like the stars, a tall nose, and distinct facial features. Apart from that, his valiant physique gave Li Fuchen an indescribable charm. The more the ugly woman looked at him, the more she liked him. She couldn't wait to throw herself on the ground. "Yes, third chieftain." The skinny man drooled. "Very well, you have done a great job. This bottle of 100-year milkstone is for you." Zhang Xinyang threw a jade bottle to the skinny man. "Thank you, third chieftain." The skinny man was overjoyed. The effects of the 100-year milkstone was equivalent to a mid-tier, yellow-class pill. The value of this small bottle was almost on par with a high-tier yellow-class pill. Putting away the jade bottle, the skinny man tactfully left. Even his steps were light. "Little brother, don't worry. I will treat you well. Come in with me." Zhang Xinyang picked up the tied-up Li Fuchen and walked into the depths of the cave. Arriving at the cave room, Zhang Xinyang kicked away the dead strong man and put Li Fuchen down. She laughed. "Little brother, you don't look strong, but you do have some weight. You don't look like a useless person." This is the base of the Black Wind Bandit band. Li Fuchen's muscles exerted strength, and the rope broke inch by inch. A valiant qi presence was emitted from his body. "Who are you?" Zhang Xinyang was startled and immediately shouted. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that from now on, there will no longer be a Black Wind Bandit band." Courting death, Zhang Xinyang sent a palm strike at Li Fuchen. The boundless palm force caused the air in the cave to expand. Pa! Li Fuchen pressed his palm against it. One of them was a 5th level origin realm martial artist, and the other was a 2nd level origin realm martial artist. Logically speaking, the former should be able to suppress the latter. But Li Fuchen wasn't a regular 2nd level origin realm martial artist. With the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique at the 10th rank, his qi was extremely dense and pure, far surpassing a regular 5th level origin realm martial artist. Complemented with his dominant physique, a single palm strike was able to destroy everything in its path and melt metal. "Ah!" Zhang Xinyang let out a miserable shriek as she flew backwards and crashed into the cave wall. Her right arm and right forearm were charred black like charcoal, and the smell of roasted meat permeated the air. Zhang Xinyang wasn't bad. After suffering such a serious injury, she became even more vicious. She opened her mouth to warn the others. With a flash of a shadow, Li Fuchen pointed at Zhang Xinyang's forehead. With a tilt of her head, Zhang Xinyang went silent. The cave was connected in all directions. Every time Li Fuchen arrived at a cave room, he would swiftly finish off the bandits within. With the wind shadow step's soundless presence, no one noticed anything amiss. Arriving at a spacious and luxurious cave room, Li Fuchen suddenly moved and drew his black iron sword. Within the cave room, 5 men were surrounding a stone table and gambling. The stone table was filled with gold coins. based on the Qi presence. 1 was at the 5th level of the origin realm, 2 were at the 3rd level of the origin realm, and 2 were at the 2nd level of the origin realm. The one at the 5th level of the origin realm was a bald man with bare arms. On his back was a tattoo of a ferocious-looking black tiger. It was probably one of the 3 leaders of the Black Wind Bandits. Second leader Li Heihu, who had the same surname as Li Fuchen. The other 4 should be the leaders of the Black Wind Bandits. The 5 of them were having fun and were on their guard. What's more, the 5 of them didn't think that an enemy would sneak into their lair. When Li Heihu, who had the highest cultivation level, noticed something was wrong, it was already too late. With a flash of a shadow, a cold and sharp sword light formed into a single blade. PFFF PFFF PFFF. The 5 of them clutched their necks as they fell to the ground, their eyes filled with disbelief. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that they would be killed in their lair. They didn't expect the assailant's sword skills to be so superb, to actually slice their throats in a split second. It was a little thrilling. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Li Fuchen didn't wish to alert the enemy. The reason he was able to deal with the 5 of them in an instant wasn't because he was much stronger than them, but mainly because he had caught them off guard. If the 5 of them were on their guard, he could at most kill 2 of them in an instant. And that did not include the second in command of the Black Wind Bandits, Li Heihu. It was almost impossible to kill 3 people in an instant. Of course, if it was any other Tsonglan inner sect disciple, even if they were unprepared, they wouldn't be able to kill all 5 of them in a split second. To be able to kill 5 people in an instant, the requirements for one's movement technique and sword technique were too high. If his movement technique wasn't fast enough, the other party might be able to react. If his swordsmanship wasn't fast enough, he wouldn't be able to kill all 5 of them in an instant. Fortunately, I cultivated the Wind Shadow incantation. Even though the Wind Shadow technique was not as strong as the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique, it was fast and elusive. Moreover, with his strength, what he lacked was not attacking power. If the attack power was slightly weaker, but the speed was a level higher, it would be even more terrifying and difficult to defend against. Let's get rid of the main culprit first, before going through the valuables. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the gold coins on the stone table. With a flash of his body, he skimmed out of the cavern. The cavern's main hall was grand and majestic. There were 4 entrances that were each guarded by 2 bandits. Bang bang! 2 charred corpses flew into the cavern's main hall, alerting the Black Wind Chief and the masked man. Who is it? The Black Wind Chief had an unpleasant expression on his face. The Black Wind Bandit Band had been established for more than a year, and this was the first time their nest was invaded by an enemy. This made him lose all face. Sitting on the stone chair, the masked man's palm was still caressing the naked girl's body. He spoke indifferently. Black Wind Chief, it seems like your nest isn't that safe either. The Black Wind Chief spoke in a gloomy tone. Lu Xiong, don't worry. I will deal with this person soon. As he spoke, he pushed away the naked girl on top of him and stood up. His cold eyes looked straight at the entrance where the 2 charred corpses flew in. Patter, patter. Footsteps could be heard as a gray-robed youth walked in. Chapter 93. Li Fuchen sized up the Black Wind Chief, who had a curly beard. The Black Wind Chief had a high cultivation level, and was already at the 6th level of the origin realm. His weapon wasn't a sword but a saber. In the Azure Water region, most of the people used swords, and very few used other weapons. However, it was also because of this that one had to be careful when encountering martial artists using other weapons. Because you don't know his routine. As Li Fuchen was sizing up the Black Wind Chief, the Black Wind Chief was also sizing up Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was 1.8 meters in height, with a slender body that was as straight as a spear. Standing there, he gave off a feeling of being as immovable as a mountain. An expert. Intuition told the Black Wind Chief that Li Fuchen was an expert. Brat, you barged into my Black Wind Mountain. Do you know the punishment? The Black Wind Chief placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber. Chief Black Wind, you've caused chaos in Azure Forest City. How should you be punished? Li Fuchen asked the Black Wind Chief. Brat, you must be tired of living. The Black Wind Chief's eyes were filled with killing intent. Ignoring the murderous intent in the eyes of the Black Wind Chief, Li Fuchen tilted his head and looked at the masked man who remained silent. In his eyes, the sixth level of the Origin Realm masked man was much more dangerous than the Black Wind Chief. Courting death, drawing his long saber, the Black Wind Chief executed a leap slash at Li Fuchen. The timing of this blade was quite accurate, just at the moment when Li Fuchen looked at the masked man. The masked man nodded. The Black Wind Chief's combat experience was pretty good. It was a pity that he encountered Li Fuchen. Even without looking at the Black Wind Chief, Li Fuchen could sense the trajectory of this saber. With a sidestep, Li Fuchen easily avoided the slash of this saber. Chaotic Cloak Blade Art. The Black Wind Chief was much stronger than Li Fuchen imagined. After missing his first saber move, he suddenly executed a yellow class peak tier saber art. From the looks of the saber art's spirituality, it was obviously at the completion stage. It wasn't just geniuses who could train a peak tier yellow class martial art to great success. As long as an ordinary martial artist was willing to put in the time, they could also cultivate to great success. Within a radius of a few meters, Li Fuchen was instantly enveloped by the light green saber wind. Li Fuchen was trapped within, and could be severed at the waist at any moment. Flying Dragon Sword Art. Against the completion stage saber style of the Black Wind Chief, Li Fuchen drew his sword and executed the yellow class, peak tier soaring dragon sword style. As he stepped into the Origin Realm, Li Fuchen's soaring dragon sword style had already reached the trance stage from the perfection stage. With this execution, the sword presence burst into the sky. The Black Wind Chief felt as though he saw an illusory giant dragon shaking its head and tail as it charged at him. Crackle! The chaotic cloak blade technique was broken, and the blade wind dissipated. The masked man narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but ask, "You are a Songlan inner sect disciple? To have such sword Dao proficiency at such a young age, who else could it be other than the Azure Water Sect's inner sect disciples?" Songlan sect inner sect disciple? The Black Wind leader was startled. This group of prodigies were all malevolent stars. Before the Black Wind Bandit Band was established, one of the bandit bands was annihilated by the Azure Water Sect's inner sect disciples. Li Fuchen didn't reply to them, and used another soaring dragon sword style to attack the Black Wind Chief. The Black Wind Chief's chi was slightly stronger than Li Fuchen's, but his saber skills were inferior to Li Fuchen's sword skills. Ding ding dang dang. The Black Wind Chief kept retreating, and before he knew it, he had retreated to the cave wall. Rumble! Li Fuchen's blade blasted a large hole on the cave wall. The soaring dragon sword style didn't just have a high lethality, it had a wide attack range, and was extremely domineering. But other than a trickle of blood from the corner of the Black Wind Chief's mouth, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Tripart sword style. Suddenly, Li Fuchen's sword stance changed, as three sword lights lit up at the same time. Not good. The Black Wind Chief's eyes shrank, as more pale green chi was emitted from his body and saber. Sparks blossomed as the Black Wind Chief was able to block two of the sword lights in time. But he couldn't block the third sword light no matter what and got cleaved at his chest. With his chi dissipating, the Black Wind Chief vomited blood as he leaned against the cave wall. He was about to be cleaved by the sword. Die! Right at this moment, the masked man made his move. The masked man's weapon was also a saber, a long and narrow saber. Once the saber was unsheathed, a majestic chi extended along the tip of the saber by 3 feet. The originally 4 feet long saber was now 7 feet long. Crack! The ground and the cave wall were split open, with gravel flying everywhere. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen tiptoed on the ground and dodged the saber like a phantom. Such strength! Li Fuchen couldn't help but take a deep breath. They were both at the 6th level of the Origin Realm, but the masked man was much stronger than the Black Wind Chief. If he didn't guess wrongly, the masked man's cultivation technique should be a peak tier, yellow class technique. He could easily kill Jiang Dahai and severely injure Zhang Xinyang with a single palm strike. It wasn't because of anything else, but because he cultivated the Mystic class, mid-tier Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, and it was at the 10th rank. In a battle between martial artists, cultivation was important, but so was cultivation techniques. Both were the foundation of a martial artist. Which is why, to judge a martial artist's ability, it wasn't just the cultivation level, it was also the cultivation technique. Using the wind shadow steps, Li Fuchen constantly dodged the masked man's attacks. Swish! A naked girl was cleaved in half, while the masked man rushed out from the blood rain, forcing his way towards Li Fuchen. Damn it! Watching an innocent person die in front of him, Li Fuchen couldn't possibly not feel anything. Let's risk it all. Withdrawing the wind shadow steps, Li Fuchen switched to the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique and slashed with the Scarlet Fire Sword style sword move, Impending Inferno. Clang! Sparks flew as Li Fuchen was sent flying. What great strength! Rubbing the ground with his feet, Li Fuchen slid a few meters away. Long River Saber style. The masked man took a few steps back too, but he quickly regained his balance and shot forward to catch up to Li Fuchen. The sounds of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. The masked man's saber style was broad and broad. With the addition of his vigorous chi that extended for 3 feet, he completely suppressed Li Fuchen. Prairie Fire. With a burst of sword light, Li Fuchen obstructed the masked man for a split second. Making use of this split second, Li Fuchen hurriedly escaped from his opponent's sword presence. Only the meteor sword style can kill my opponent. But now is not the time, I need to land a hit. Revolving the wind shadow steps, Li Fuchen was like a lizard, sprinting along the walls of the cave, not giving the masked man a chance to catch up. What's going on? Why isn't he injured at all? As he pursued Li Fuchen, the masked man pondered. In terms of ability, he was much stronger than Li Fuchen. Logically speaking, Li Fuchen should have suffered some minor injuries after clashing with him. But looking at Li Fuchen, he was obviously full of vigor, and didn't look like he was injured at all. Seems like my opponent cultivated a formidable body refinement technique. The masked man's eyes flashed with a cold light. Martial artists that dual cultivated martial arts and body refinement were much stronger than regular martial artists. Not only did they have superior ability, but their physical defenses were also several-fold stronger. Unless one was able to suppress their opponent, it was impossible to injure them with chi within a short period of time. Where do you think you're hiding? Chapter 94. Cool breeze blowing. Against so many hidden weapons, Li Fuchen didn't dare to be negligent. He executed his fastest sword style, the cool breeze sword style, to deflect all the hidden weapons. Just as Li Fuchen deflected all the hidden weapons, the masked man closed in again and cleaved mercilessly. Kalala! The sturdy cave wall was like tofu, as a large hole was cut open by the saber. Dripping water pierces stone. Stepping on the cave wall, Li Fuchen did a somersault and instantly arrived behind the masked man. He then used the dripping sword-style sword move that was similar to meteor fall to stab at the masked man. This blade was unbelievably fast. Visible to the naked eye, at the tip of the black iron sword, there was an extremely condensed sword light. Get lost! The masked man reacted with extreme speed. He suddenly rotated his body and cleaved at the black iron sword. As the saber and sword clashed, a ripple spread out in the air. Li Fuchen was in mid-air, but under the force of the saber, he floated away as light as a swallow. Kid, go to hell. The Black Wind Chief had been waiting for the opportunity to kill Li Fuchen. Now that he saw Li Fuchen in mid-air, and he was right behind him, how could he not know that the best opportunity was here? Bending his knee, the Black Wind Chief was like a giant grasshopper, rushing into the sky. A concentrated saber light enveloped the incoming Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen snorted. How could he not know that the Black Wind Chief had been waiting for an opportunity? This couldn't be hidden from his consciousness. Hell has no doors, yet you came. Even though he was in mid-air and had no leverage, he was still able to twist his body. Twisting his waist, Li Fuchen went from having his back to facing the Black Wind Chief. Using the flying stance, He executed the most dominant and most fearsome sword move of the soaring dragon sword style. Soaring dragon in the sky. The fearsome sword presence made the Black Wind Chief feel as though he saw a nine heavens divine dragon soaring in the sky. That indescribable dominance shocked his spirit. Who could stop a dragon in the sky? No one. Crackle, crackle. As the saber light shattered, the Black Wind Chief let out a miserable shriek and was blasted into the pool by Li Fuchen. Splash, splash, splash. With a light tap on the surface of the pool, Li Fuchen came to the other side of the pool. No wonder you are an inner sect disciple of the Zhonglan sect. With your cultivation and ability, you should be one of the elite disciples in the Zhonglan sect. The masked man's voice was indifferent. Li Fuchen could feel an intense murderous aura and confidence from this indifferent tone. Boom! From bottom to top, the masked man swung his blade upwards. When the saber was brandished, the water in the pool was guided by the saber presence and turned into waves that surged towards Li Fuchen. Low-tier profound rank saber art, 100-layered waves. Li Fuchen didn't even have time to dodge. The 100-layer wave's attack range was too wide. Within a 10-meter radius, everything was within its attack range. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only take it head-on. A single spark makes a great fire. Gripping the black iron sword with both hands, Li Fuchen slashed with all his might. Whoosh! A spot of sword light burst out like a spark on the grassland, sweeping out wildly. But the masked man's ability was higher than Li Fuchen after all. In the face of absolute ability, no matter how exquisite the sword art was, it was still unable to make up for it. The wave extinguished the flames and crashed onto Li Fuchen. Kacha! Li Fuchen's entire body sank into the cavern wall behind him and was drenched in sweat. How is this possible? Nothing happened. Just as the masked man was about to deliver the fatal blow, he suddenly saw Li Fuchen jumping out from the cavern wall with eyes filled with disbelief. Sorry to disappoint you. Li Fuchen circulated his qi to evaporate the water on his body. As long as he didn't receive a direct attack, it was hard to injure him. After all, his body's defenses weren't to be trifled with. Pung 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 pung. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. A few of the Black Wind bandits that rushed in didn't even have the chance to speak before they died under Li Fuchen's blade. As for those innocent naked women, they all escaped from the Karst Cave Hall. Inside the Karst Cave Hall, there were thousands of holes and cracks everywhere. Be it the masked man or Li Fuchen, they weren't regular Origin Realm martial artists. With their full strength, there weren't many things that could remain intact. During the battle, Li Fuchen frequently executed the finishing moves of the dripping sword style. A pity that every move was easily neutralized by the masked man. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't interested in this. Dripping water pierces rock. Li Fuchen executed the dripping water pierces rock again. The masked man was enraged. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? After battling for such a long period of time, he roughly understood Li Fuchen's fighting style. Except for the tricolor sword style, which posed a slight threat to him, he didn't even put Li Fuchen in his eyes. With the increase in saber presence, the masked man's battle strategy changed from 70% offense and 30% defense to 90% offense and 1% defense. He believed that 1 point of defense was enough. He needed to hit Li Fuchen with a single saber strike. If he didn't hit Li Fuchen directly, it would be hard to injure him. The saber light was like a waterfall. The masked man's saber moves were unrestrained, and his defensive awareness was greatly reduced. This is the time. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Meteor fall. Aiming at a flaw in the masked man, Li Fuchen's sword was like lightning as he brandished it. With a burst of light, this sword was like a meteor that flew in from the heavens. With a sudden burst of light and speed, there was nothing that could stop it. Not good. The masked man tried his best to block, but it was too late. Clang! The black iron sword scraped across the long saber and pierced through the masked man's chi protection before penetrating his chest. Get lost! The masked man's eyes flashed with fear. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched at Li Fuchen's face. A pity that this punch was just a bluff. After being struck by the meteor fall, the masked man's chi was completely dispersed. Within a short period of time, it was already good enough for him to gather 20% or 30% of his qi. Tilting his head, Li Fuchen easily dodged this punch. At the same time, Li Fuchen quickly drew his sword, and with a flick of his wrist, the sword light was like a venomous snake as it slashed across the masked man's throat. A large amount of fresh blood sprayed onto the ground. Clang! The long saber fell to the ground. The masked man covered his throat with one hand and pointed at Li Fuchen, trying his best to say something. Finally, the masked man breathed his last and fell to the ground. What a close shave. If I didn't cultivate the interception form Dao, I would have died at least 10 times over. A battle between martial artists was extremely dangerous. It didn't mean that if one's ability surpassed the opponent, it would mean that the opponent could be killed. Dual cultivation of martial body and martial arts gave Li Fuchen many more chances. In comparison, the masked man was rather miserable. His ability obviously surpassed Li Fuchen by quite a bit, but he still ended up like this. Removing the masked man's mask, what appeared in front of Li Fuchen was an ordinary pale face with eyes wide open. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen tilted his head and looked towards the pool. Unknowingly, the Black Wind Chief was also dead. He reckoned that when the masked man executed the 100-wave layer saber style, the shockwave killed the Black Wind Chief. Kill, take revenge for the chief. Outside the Karst cave hall, dozens of bandits rushed in. The leader of the bandits was the skinny man who kidnapped Li Fuchen and brought him to the Black Wind's nest. Chapter 95. With you, Li Fuchen sneered. His eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. Swords are lethal weapons. Swords are created to kill. If swords can't kill, then it has lost its meaning. Li Fuchen's sword is undoubtedly a lethal weapon among lethal weapons. Every slash, at least 2 people died under the sword. In the Karst cave hall, blood flowed like a river. Run quickly. The remaining few people were scared and wished their parents had more legs. They hurriedly fled out of the hall. PFFF. With a kick like lightning, Li Fuchen kicked away a weapon and penetrated the body of a horse gang. After a while, dozens of horse gang who rushed in were all beheaded. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Li Fuchen didn't have a trace of guilt. These people have hands and feet, and their cultivation is not weak. If they are good people, they can live well, but they should not be horse gang. What kind of people are horse gang? They kill innocent people and bully men and women. Those naked women should have been caught by them for fun. If this kind of people doesn't die, who will? You find some clothes to wear, and then find the horse gang's wealth. I will share a share with you. In one of the cavern rooms, Li Fuchen found a dozen shivering naked women and said, "Young hero, we still have many sisters locked in the prison." A woman bravely said. Li Fuchen said, "Take me there." The bandits in the cell obviously didn't know about the earth-shattering changes outside. When they saw Li Fuchen, they questioned him in a stern voice. Li Fuchen was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. One sword for one, killing them cleanly. The horse gang captured a lot of women, a total of more than 40 people. After being rescued by Li Fuchen, they couldn't help but cry. Li Fuchen sighed. These women are very pitiful. Even if they return to the original environment, I am afraid they will be discriminated. It is too difficult for women who are captured by the horse gang to keep their innocence. Don't cry. I know your heart is not good. The future is not easy, but things have come to this point. Crying is useless. Now let's empty the horse gang's wealth. When we get to the city, I will give each of you a share of the wealth. I believe with this wealth, you can live a new life. Li Fuchen said. Under Li Fuchen's persuasion, everyone got busy and searched for the horse gang's wealth. 150,000 gold coins. There was a total of 150,000 gold coins in the Black Wind Bandits' lair. This was a great fortune. Who knew how many villages and towns the Black Wind Bandits had looted? Other than that, the bandits' weapons and hundreds of inferior demonic blood horses were also worth a lot of gold coins. After finding a few carriages, Li Fuchen loaded all the gold coins and weapons onto the carriages. He then led a group of women and 100 inferior demonic blood horses towards Qinglin City. A few days later, Azure Forest City. 1,000 gold coins per person. Take care of yourselves from now on. Booking the second floor of a restaurant, Li Fuchen took out more than 40 gold cards worth 1,000 gold coins, one for each of the women, and then gave them some loose gold coins. He believed that with this 1,000 gold coins, as long as they didn't squander it wantonly, they wouldn't have to worry about the rest of their lives. Thank you, young hero, for your great kindness. This little girl has no way to repay you. In my next life, I am willing to be an ox or a horse to repay your kindness. Young hero, I will never forget your kindness. More than 40 women were all grateful. To be honest, Li Fuchen was still a little moved. Separating from the women, Li Fuchen brought along his astounding wealth and returned to the Zhonglan sect. On the way back, Li Fuchen had the thought of returning home. This time, not only did he obtain an astounding amount of wealth, he also obtained a yellow class, peak-tier technique manual. If he could allow the Li clansmen to cultivate it, the Li clan's ability would definitely rise to the next level within the next few years. What's more, he had close to 200,000 gold coins on him. If he could give 100,000 gold coins to his parents, it would definitely help his parents live a better life. But in the end, Li Fuchen didn't return. He believed that the news of him becoming an inner sect disciple had already reached the Li clan. The Li clan founder and the upper echelons of the Li clan wouldn't make things difficult for his parents anymore. Most importantly, he hoped that his return would change the Li clan. But now, he couldn't make the Li clan founder take a step back. Back at the Zhonglan sect, Li Fuchen submitted his mission. The mission hall deacon was surprised that Li Fuchen could complete the bandit extermination mission. But he thought that Li Fuchen was just lucky, and coincidentally met the city lord, who was exterminating the bandits. If not, Li Fuchen, who was only at the second level of the origin realm, wouldn't have been able to complete this mission. Of course, no matter what, as long as he brought back the head of the Black Wind Chief, Li Fuchen would have completed this mission. As for the process of the mission, it had nothing to do with him. After submitting the Black Wind Bandit mission, Li Fuchen didn't accept any more missions. He felt that the Wind Shadow Steps and Meteor Fall were showing signs of a breakthrough. For the past month, he had been using the Wind Shadow Steps to travel. As he hurried along, he gradually understood how to eliminate air resistance and how to make himself move faster and more stealthily. Even though he only executed Meteor Fall once, it allowed him to kill an enemy who was much stronger than him. In short, be it a light body technique or a sword style, it all had to be practiced. Only through practice would the essence be left behind. Spirit Elegant Peak, in the forest outside the courtyard. A ghostly black shadow, like a black smoke, quietly swept past. The black shadow's speed was abnormally fast. In the blink of an eye, it was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of you. To be able to move at such a fast speed and still remain stealthy, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a ghost. The black shadow went from extreme movement to extreme stillness, gently standing on a branch that even a bird wouldn't be able to stand on, swaying along with the wind. The fourth rank of Wind Shadow Steps is indeed incredible. Light body techniques were notoriously hard to cultivate, but once it was mastered, the benefits would be immense. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the effects of a light body technique in battle wasn't inferior to a chi cultivation technique. If the enemy's speed wasn't as fast as you could only passively take a beating. If the enemy's ability was too strong, you could use your light body technique to escape. In short, the stronger the light body technique, the stronger the initiative. It was up to you to fight or not. A few days later, PFFF. A piece of yellow class, mid-tier fine iron, or that was taller than a human, was forcefully pierced through by Li Fuchen's sword. A few days ago, Li Fuchen couldn't even do this. Killing power and speed were related, but it wasn't an absolute relationship. Take the Clear Breeze sword style for example. It was extremely fast, but didn't have a strong killing power. But Meteor Fall was different. It had already fused speed and power together. The faster the speed, the stronger the killing power. Of course, Meteor fall could only be used once within a short period of time, which was far inferior to the clear breeze sword style. Fuchin, 3 days later, our Li clan, Guan clan, and Yang clan will have a small duel. You can go take a look and make up the numbers. On this day, an exquisite-looking young lady came to Li Fuchin's courtyard. Sister Jinxiu. Li Fuchin recognized the person. Li Jinxiu, 31 years old this year, and at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. Her talent was much better than Li Shanha, who was 30 years old this year, and was only at the 5th level of the Origin Realm. Okay, I will be there. Li Fuchin nodded. Chapter 96. Between the inner sect and outer sect, there were plenty of empty spaces. These empty spaces would often be used for duels, and the inner and outer sect elders wouldn't bother about it. The disciples of the 3 clans gradually gathered in an open space with a pavilion nearby that was dozens of meters in circumference. It was obvious that the Guan clan and Yang clan were rather powerful. Each had over a dozen disciples while the Li clan only had 5 or 6. Guan Mei and Li Yinhai were here too. The 2 of them were outer sect odd job disciples and didn't have a high status. They were here to make up the numbers for the duel. Li Tianshi, your Li clan sure is shabby. Just a few of them. When you embarrass yourselves, don't say that our Guan clan is bullying you. Among the Guan clan's disciples, an arrogant youth mocked. Guan Yilong, it's too early for you to be happy. In this day and age, numbers are useless. What matters is strength. Among the Li clan's disciples, a tall and stern youth sneered. Li Tianshi, the Li clan's top disciple under the age of 35. He was 34 this year, and was at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. The Guan clan's disciple, Guan Yilong, was the Guan clan's top disciple under the age of 35. He was also 34 this year, and was at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. Before the Guan clan and Li clan had a falling out, their relationship wasn't good. Ever since they entered the sect, they had been fighting openly and covertly. There weren't any major grudges, but there were countless minor ones. The Li clan's disciples have always been thick-skinned. They are obviously weak, but they have to act like they are great. What a joke. Among the Yang clan's disciples, a tall and sturdy youth with domineering eyes sneered. Yang Ao, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Li Jinxiu pointed at Yang Ao with slight anger. Li Jinxiu, you are just using your looks to hook up with a direct disciple. What a pity. Since when did the Li clan have to rely on their descendants to sacrifice their looks? Yang Ao's words were vicious and angered Li Jinxiu. You guys carry on. We are just here to take a look. Right at this moment, a group of people walked over. They were the Shentu clan's younger generation. Under the lead of the youth, the Shentu clan's group walked to the pavilion and sat down, as though they were watching a fire burn. Be it in Yunwu City or the Zhonglan sect, the Shentu clan status was much higher than the 3 major clans. Hence, the 3 major clans didn't want to provoke the Shentu clan. They would even try to curry favor with the Shentu family clan. Whoever could obtain the Shentu family clan's support and friendship would gain an advantage in Cloud Fog City. However, a few years ago, it was unknown how the Li family had offended the Shentu family clan. They had been banished to the Cold Palace, and had been given the cold shoulder. As for the Guan family and Yang family, their relationship with the Shentu family clan was not bad. In the pavilion, Shentu Ju and Shentu Liang sat in a corner. After being in the Zhonglan sect for over 2 years, Shentu Ju had just broken through to the 9th level of the Qi realm. It was estimated that once he becomes an inner sect disciple, he would be around 19 years old. Shentu Liang, on the other hand, was still an outer sect odd job disciple. In the previous odd job disciple selection, he did not stand out. Glancing at the disciples of the Guan clan and the Li clan, Shentu Liang felt extremely sullen. The Guan clan had Guan Shui, and the Li clan had Li Fuchin. These 2 actually stepped into the Origin realm at the age of 16, and became inner sect disciples. This made him extremely frustrated. He was a disciple of the Shentu family clan, but he had yet to become an outer sect disciple. Guan Shui was now at the 2nd level of the Origin realm. She looked at the Li clan's camp, and realized that Li Fuchin wasn't here. Shuemei, this is your first time participating in the fight between the three clans. Just watch carefully. Maybe in a few years' time, you will become the leader of our Guan clan. Guan Hong spoke with a relaxed expression. That's right. Other than the Yang clan, which our Guan clan has to treat seriously, the Li clan isn't even worth mentioning. We don't even need to make a move. As a member of the Guan clan, Guan Yin was extremely proud. Guan Shui didn't speak, not knowing what she was thinking. Jinxiu, why isn't Li Fuchen here yet? Li Tianshi asked Li Jinxiu. Li Jinxiu frowned and said, I have already invited him, and he agreed immediately. Maybe he was delayed by something. Not even coming to the fight between the three clans. This Li Fuchen sure is arrogant. Li Shanhe said with dissatisfaction. Li Yunhai whispered, if he had any sense of honor for the clan, I wouldn't have become an odd job disciple. He always thought that it was Li Fuchen who stole the opportunity that was supposed to be his. It's about time. Let the fight between the three clans begin. Li Tianshi, Yang Ao. Do you have any objections? Guan Yilong asked. Yang Ao replied, I have no objections. Li Tianshi sighed. I don't have any objections either. Alright, since that is the case, everyone can start the fight. Guan Yilong looked at Guan Peng. Receiving the signal from Guan Yilong, Guan Peng walked out from the crowd. Li Yunhai, get your ass out here. Between the Guan and Li clans, only he, Guan Mei, and Li Yunhai were at the Qi realm. Hence, he could only look for Li Yunhai. Guan Peng, watch your words. Li Yunhai walked out with a gloomy face. Guan Peng laughed. You are just an odd job disciple with a low status. What qualifications do you have to gain my respect? Enough nonsense, let's fight. Guan Peng didn't give Li Yunhai any chance, and immediately revolved the 7th rank white wave technique, and cleaved at Li Yunhai. Li Yunhai was shocked. Guan Peng's Qi presence was too strong. During the genius contest, he still had the confidence to fight against Guan Peng. But now he had no confidence at all. His opponent's Qi presence caused his battle intent to crumble. In the end, Li Yunhai couldn't even withstand a single blade from Guan Peng, and was sent flying. Li Fuchen, it's all your fault. Li Yunhai screamed in his heart. As an odd job disciple, even though he obtained the Scarlet Fire Technique manual, he didn't have the aid of the Scarlet Fire Pill. Hence, his Scarlet Fire Technique was only at the 6th rank. Other than that, an odd job disciple had to do a lot of chores, which reduced his cultivation time. His sword skills were also far from Guan Peng's. Being defeated by Guan Peng in a single blade, Li Yunhai felt ashamed and hated Li Fuchen to the core. Li Tianxi's expression turned ugly. Guan Hong, you get your ass out here too. Li Shanhe was eager to show off in front of Li Tianshi, and shouted while pointing at Guan Hong. Hearing this, a 5th-level Origin Realm clansman from the Guan clan stood out. Li Shanhe, do you have any shame? Guan Hong is only 22 years old, and you are already 30 years old. How dare you call out his name? I, Guan Yao, will teach you how to behave. Li Shanhe replied. Guan Yao, who do you think you are? I, Li Shanhe, need you to teach me how to be a man. How dare you speak so rudely to me? Li Shanhe, when did you become so daring? Guan Yao cleaved at Li Shanhe. Afraid of you. Li Shanhe countered with a blade. A fight between Origin Realm martial artists was much more exciting than a Qi Realm martial artist. The black iron swords in both of their hands had their Qi extending to a length of 4 feet. It was much stronger than the masked man that Li Fuchen met. Luckily I made it in time. Li Fuchen arrived late. At noon, he cultivated the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique as usual. Chapter 97. Fuchen, you are here. Li Jinxiu said. Apologies everyone, I am late. Li Fuchen cupped his fist towards Li Tianshi and the others. Li Yunhai snorted, and turned his head away from Li Fuchen. It's good that you're here. Li Tianshi nodded. Guan family's camp. This person is Li Fuchen? It doesn't seem like much, Guan Yilong said. Guan Hong said. I will go and test him later. I don't believe that he can improve so quickly after becoming an inner sect disciple. It's good to test the waters. Guan Yilong didn't think that Guan Hong was a match for Li Fuchen. But someone had to test the waters. Beside Guan Yilong, Guan Shui's eyes flickered. Is this kid really that powerful? The Yang clansmen and Shintu clansmen didn't believe in Li Fuchen's innate talent and were skeptical. Guan Yao and Li Shanhe's battle was very intense, but Li Fuchen could see that Li Shanhe's sword art rank was inferior to Guan Yao's. Within 100 moves, Li Shanhe was bound to lose. Sure enough, on the 95th move, Guan Yao sent Li Shanhe's black iron sword flying with a single slash and kicked Li Shanhe flat on his face. Li Shanhe's face turned red. Guan Yao, I'll kill you. After saying that, he got up and charged at Guan Yao. Bang! Guan Yao directly swept his leg across Li Shanhe's face, sending Li Shanhe flying and fainting. What a disgrace! Guan Yao said with disdain. Seeing this, the faces of the Li family members turned ugly, especially Li Tianshi. Every time there was a small fight between the three families, the Li family would always be the most cowardly one and suffer the most mockery. As the leader of the Li family's younger generation, Li Tianshi felt extremely aggrieved. Li Fuchen, I Guan Hong, shall seek advice from you. Guan Hong took a few steps forward, drew his black iron sword and pointed it at Li Fuchen. Hearing this statement, everyone's eyes landed on Li Fuchen. They wanted to see what capabilities Li Fuchen had. Why? Is there no one else from the Guan clan? Li Fuchen took a glance at the Guan clan's camp. Guan Yilong frowned and said coldly, It's too early to be so arrogant. Li Fuchen, don't spout nonsense. Receive my sword. Guan Hong was infuriated. Even though he didn't have the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen, he didn't want others to look down on him. Dashing towards Li Fuchen, Guan Hong executed the soaring dragon sword style at Li Fuchen. They were both at the second level of the origin realm, but in Li Fuchen's eyes, Guan Hong was too weak. So weak that Li Fuchen wasn't even interested. The black iron sword struck like lightning, but Li Fuchen didn't move an inch, and didn't seem to have any intention to dodge. Seeing this, Guan Hong's eyes flashed with delight. If Li Fuchen lost to him due to carelessness, it would definitely be great news. Ooh! The black iron sword instantly pierced through Li Fuchen's body. Guan Hong was delighted at first, then shocked. Unexpectedly, this sword did not feel like it had come into contact with a physical object. But he clearly saw the black iron sword pierce through Li Fuchen's body. Was he hallucinating? Guan Hong naturally didn't have an illusion. At the crucial moment, Guan Hong's body shifted half a step to the side and dodged the blade. However, Li Fuchen's speed was too fast, and there wasn't any sound of the wind. It made the afterimage very realistic and stacked with Li Fuchen's true body. Facing the defenseless Guan Hong, Li Fuchen sent a palm strike at his opponent's chest. PFFF. Spurting out fresh blood, Guan Hong's feet left the ground and flew backwards. Such an incredible body technique. Li Tianshi, Guan Yilong, and Yang Ao narrowed their eyes. With their incredible eyesight, they could naturally see that Li Fuchen shifted half a step to the side, causing Guan Hong to have an illusion. Seems like he cultivated a mystic-class low-tier light body technique. Guan Yilong didn't have any expectations of Guan Hong, so he wasn't surprised that Guan Hong lost. The only surprise was that Li Fuchen's light body technique cultivation wasn't low. Li Fuchen, let me try you. Reaching out to catch Guan Hong, Guan Yin couldn't hold back her anger. With a flash, she landed in the middle of the stage. It's the cloud goose technique. Li Fuchen immediately recognized the light body technique that Guan Yin displayed. Guan Yin was 23 years old this year, and was at the third level of the origin realm. Her innate talent was much higher than Guan Hong's. Having been in the Songlan sect for 8 years, she naturally had a deep understanding of light body techniques. Her cloud goose technique was already at the sub-completion stage, and was rather impressive. This was also the main reason why she dared to challenge Li Fuchen. After all, the speed of Li Fuchen's movement technique had moved her. You are not a match for me. Li Fuchen shook his head. That might not be the case. The difference between the second and third level of the origin realm is much bigger than you can imagine. Guan Yin had a lot of confidence in her heart. She who was at the third level of the origin realm had once defeated a 5th level origin realm martial artist. Make your move. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to debate with his opponent. A light piercing sound could be heard. Guan Yan's figure blurred, and when she reappeared, she was already behind Li Fuchen. Cloud Goose Technique, a mystic class, low-tier light body technique. Once cultivated to a certain level, the user would be like a wild goose, able to eliminate a large amount of wind resistance and greatly increase one's speed. Defeat. Drawing her black iron sword, Guan Yan thrusted at Li Fuchen's back. Huff. Guan Yan's thrust missed. Startled, she hurriedly dodged to create a distance. Li Fuchen turned his head and laughed. Your sword is too slow. Arrogant. With an unpleasant expression, Guan Yan brandished the black iron sword in her right hand. 3 sword lights shrouded Li Fuchen. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, tripart sword style. And it was at the trance stage. It was 1 level higher than Guan Hong's soaring dragon sword style at the perfection stage. Your sword skills aren't bad, but your body technique is too slow. It was just 1 step. But in the next moment, Li Fuchen was behind Guan Yan and sent a palm strike. Just like Guan Hong, Guan Yan vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying, looking extremely pathetic. Hiss! Many of the spectators took in a deep cold breath. Li Fuchen's light body technique was too insane. Even Guan Yan couldn't react in time. Great! Li Tianshi and Li Jinxiu cheered loudly. Li Yinhai and Li Shanhe were humiliated by the Guan clansmen, causing them to lose face. But now they managed to turn the tables. Looking at Li Fuchen's relaxed expression, it was obvious that he didn't go all out. What's more, Li Fuchen didn't even draw his sword. Right now, it was the Guan clansman's turn to have an unpleasant expression. Guan Mei's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that Li Fuchen even defeated Guan Hong and Guan Yan. When the news of Li Fuchen first reached Yunwu City, she didn't believe it. But when she came to the Zhonglan sect and found out that Li Fuchen won the Outer Sect No. 1 disciple title, she didn't witness it with her own eyes and didn't have any idea. But now she had an idea. Li Fuchen was much stronger than she imagined. At this moment, she didn't feel good. At the same time, she felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Her woman's intuition told her that Li Fuchen might affect the Guan clan's development in the future. Li Yinhai was also in a bad mood. His heart was filled with despair, feeling that the heavens were unfair. Why wasn't he the one in the limelight? Why was he still an odd job disciple with no status? This Li Fuchen seems to have some ability. It seems the Li clan is finally in luck. The Shen Tu clansmen, who were watching from the other side of the river, chatted cheerfully, with a hint of superiority. Li Fuchen, you and I have yet to spar. Let's fight today. Guan Shue's elegant face was filled with battle intent as she spoke. Taking a deep look at Guan Shue, Li Fuchen nodded, sure. It was true that he had yet to spar with Guan Shue. It didn't matter if he felt like it or not. It was still a regret. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.